Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Hide His Scars Behind a Smile. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A deep sigh escaped Izuku's lips, a weight he had yet to fully address. His desk was cluttered with written insults, chewed gum, and something he preferred not to think about. Deciding to focus on the task at hand, he grabbed a cloth from the teacher's supply closet, which was always left unlocked. He wasn't sure if it was an oversight or if the teachers felt sympathy for him, but it certainly made his life easier, so he kept quiet about it. Glancing at the clock, he got to work scrubbing his desk clean. With 10 minutes before class started, he let his mind wander as he pressed the cloth against the surface, allowing his thoughts to drift. A few weeks prior, he had experienced both the best and worst day of his life. The worst because he had unintentionally hurt Kaken, and the best because he had finally been told that his dream was within reach. Since then, life had been challenging, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Izuku had always known he would have to work harder than others, a lesson learned at a young age in a harsh way. Despite the unfairness and mistreatment, he persevered. When his heart felt heavy, he patched it up with hopeful dreams and comforting lies. When his lips threatened to frown, he crafted a smile from the remnants of sunlight and wore it like armor. And when the weight became too much, when tears threatened to spill, he would retreat to his room at night, hiding his struggles beneath layers of clothing to spare others from worry. He couldn't bear the thought of dragging those he loved down with him, especially his mother. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a door slamming open, causing Izuku to jump. Heavy footsteps approached, and he didn't need to look up to know who it was. "What are you doing, nerd?" came the low growl of a familiar angry blonde. Slowly, Izuku lifted his gaze from the cloth in his hands to meet Kaken's fiery eyes, which were only growing angrier. "Are you deaf or just ignoring me?" Kaken asked, his voice low and filled with warning. "No, of course not, Kaken. I was just cleaning my desk because it was a little dirty, and I guess I got a bit lost in thought," Izuku stammered, his nervousness taking over. Kaken's anger intensified, his shoulders tensing and fists clenching. "Shut up. I don't care what you were doing. Just get out of my way, nerd." Kaken bellowed, his fists raised, ready to unleash his explosive power. Izuku flinched at the sparks dancing in Kaken's palm, instinctively raising his hands and backing away. Kaken scoffed, rolling his eyes at Izuku's reaction before brushing past him on his way to his own desk. Feeling defeated, Izuku tossed the soiled cloth in the trash and sat down, mentally preparing himself for the rest of the day. It would be okay. He would be okay. He just needed to stay positive, take notes, work out, and go home. Simple. With a flicker of determination igniting within him, Izuku nodded, put on his game face, and pulled out his notes, despite the exhaustion tugging at his eyelids. Izuku managed to get through the school day with only a few minor bruises, as today's bullies had shown some restraint. Overall, the day had gone as expected, his determination holding strong until lunch, where he faced humiliation once again, forced to sit alone on the roof. He tried to reignite his spirit afterward, but like every other day, he struggled to find that spark. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. He had to meet All Might at the beach for training. It was more exhausting than he had anticipated, but he refused to give up. He wanted to be a hero more than anything, and if it meant sacrificing sleep and comfort, he was willing to do it. Arriving at the beach park, he smiled upon seeing All Might. The daunting amount of exercise felt less intimidating in his idol's presence, which brought him a sense of safety and comfort he rarely experienced. "Midoriya, my boy." All Might called from atop a nearby fridge in his muscular form. Izuku jogged over, admiration shining in his eyes. "All Might," he responded, excitement bubbling within him. All Might laughed, then unexpectedly reverted to his slimmer form, causing Izuku to gasp in surprise. The drastic change still caught him off guard. All Might jumped down from the fridge, pulling out Izuku's training schedule and giving him instructions. Izuku followed along, lifting and dragging heavy objects. It hurt his muscles were straining, but he pushed through the pain. He wouldn't complain, These were the necessary steps to becoming a hero, and he wouldn't let discomfort stop him. With great effort, he cleared the area All Might had specified by sunset. Sweat dripped from his brow, his muscles felt like they were on fire, and he struggled to catch his breath. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. All Might knelt beside him. "You did great, young Midoriya. I know it's hard, but you have to stay strong and stick to it, all right? You can do it," he said, momentarily transforming into his muscular form and offering a thumbs up as a way of encouragement. Izuku smiled up at him, grateful for the effort and belief All Might was investing in him. It made him feel like he mattered, at least a little. Izuku reached up to run his hand through his sweaty curls, his hoodie sleeve drooping slightly, damp with perspiration. The edges of crisp white bandages peeked out from beneath the sleeve, drawing a puzzled look from All Might, who had returned to his normal form and extended his hand. Izuku flinched when he realized the hero was about to pull back his sleeve, forcing a shaky smile as he filled the air with feeble assurances until All Might raised his hands in understanding and smiled warmly at the boy. All right, I get it. I won't ask as long as you promise me you're all right, okay, kid?" he said, sincerity shining in his eyes and a genuineness in his words that was unmistakable. Izuku smiled back, feeling a wave of relief wash over him and his chest swelling with admiration for his idol. "Yes, All Might," he agreed, feeling honest in his response. The coping mechanism he relied on, while not the healthiest, seemed to help him manage his stress. As long as he took care of himself afterward, it should be fine, right? Deep down, he knew it wasn't fine, but confronting that truth felt too overwhelming. All Might sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. "All right, but if you ever need to talk to someone, I am here," he said, beaming as widely as he could in his current form, his eyes crinkling at the corners. With warmth. "Now go home, I'm sure your mother would love to see you," he encouraged, and Izuku nodded in agreement. What Izuku didn't share with All Might was that his mother wouldn't even know he was gone. By the time she returned home, Izuku would already be fast asleep in his bed. Izuku stood in front of the mirror, his eyes scanning the yellows and purples that adorned his skin. His arms were bare, having not yet rewrapped the bandages, revealing slowly healing lines from his wrists to his forearms. He frowned at his reflection. He knew he didn't look his best. "It'll get better," he reassured himself. "You'll get into UA, and people won't hurt you anymore. You'll have friends." The thought almost brought a smile to his face, but despite his efforts to remain optimistic, a nagging voice reminded him to be realistic. He shrugged it off, deciding those were concerns for future Izuku to handle. He quickly wrapped his arms and donned his school uniform, pointedly ignoring the emptiness forming in the pit of his stomach. The sky was a brilliant mix of pink, orange, and blue when Izuku stepped outside. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, ruffling his hair. He inhaled deeply, the cool air filling his lungs and soothing his mounting anxieties. He walked to school slowly, wanting to savor the peace while it lasted. Today was going to be particularly challenging, especially since he hadn't slept well the night before. He had prepared dinner for two but ended up eating alone in front of the TV, trying to feel less lonely. After washing the dishes and taking a cold shower, he collapsed into bed, but despite feeling full and clean, sleep eluded him. Eventually, he woke up groggy and restless. Now, as he faced the looming silhouette of his middle school, the heaviness in his limbs felt like a weight he couldn't shake. The feeling intensified when Kaken tripped him at the school gate. He fell to the ground with a grunt, while Kaken's friends laughed and pointed. Kaken merely smirked and scoffed as he walked away. Izuku sighed, already sensing how the day would unfold. Katsuki walked into the school, adjusting the weight of his backpack strap on his shoulder. He felt irritated but somewhat better after making that nerd stumble. Deep down, he knew Deku hadn't done anything to deserve it, but he couldn't bring himself to admit that. Every time he looked at Deku, he saw someone with a strong, kind, heroic spirit, and it made Katsuki furious. He had all the skill, bravery, and a powerful quirk, yet that guy always acted like the hero. In the same way Katsuki had everything Deku lacked, Deku possessed qualities Katsuki couldn't grasp. The jealousy was unbearable, as was the strange sensation in his stomach and the tightness in his chest whenever Deku was around. He masked it with anger and a facade of superiority. He deserves it, Katsuki told himself. He has no right to act like he can do something when he's powerless. It's insulting. Katsuki could feel his temper rising again, his blood simmering dangerously close to boiling. He pushed the anger back down, willing himself to calm down. So caught up in trying to manage his emotions, he didn't realize he had walked all the way to his homeroom class door, leaving his friends behind. Not one to turn around for anyone, he opened the door and stepped inside. The classroom was empty, with still 5 minutes before the first bell rang. As he made his way to his desk, he caught sight of Deku's desk and stopped in his tracks. Insults and threats were scrawled all over it, along with chewed gum and other unidentifiable substances. It was disgusting. Was this why Deku always cleaned his desk in the morning? Katsuki had never known about this. He'd never been early enough to see it. The insults were harsh, nothing worse than what he had said before, but seeing the words written in others' handwriting twisted his gut and ignited a familiar heat in his blood. His desk was covered with phrases like, "You're useless," "burden," "Nobody wants you here," "talentless," "worthless nobody," "stupid," and "just give up." Katsuki found himself staring at the desk longer than he intended, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. The smell of smoke rising from his palms broke him out of his trance, and he hurried back to his desk before anyone could see him staring at Deku's desk. His temper was flaring again, and he couldn't figure out why. Why did he care what others did to Deku? He had done similar things himself. So why did this feel so different? Thankfully, he didn't have to ponder it for long because in less than a minute, the bell rang, and students began filing in. Usually, Deku was the first one in class to clean his desk, but today he barely made it in on time. Katsuki refused to question why. Some students muffled their laughter at the mess Deku faced, while others walked by and added to it. The teacher entered and saw what was happening but remained silent, whether due to indifference or a lack of courage, Katsuki couldn't tell. Either way, the teacher was unhelpful, not that Katsuki cared. Deku cleaned his desk as quickly as possible, distress and fatigue evident on his face. Katsuki barely glanced at him, as looking at Deku's expression twisted his stomach and reignited his anger. It irritated him. The rest of class passed uneventfully. Katsuki took notes silently and went about his work as usual. Near the end of class, however, their teacher began droning on about a topic Katsuki already knew well. He leaned back in his seat, kicked his feet up on his desk, and prepared for a quick nap. As he stretched his arms above his head, he noticed Deku with his face down, buried in his arms. What caught his attention, however, was the way Deku's nails dug into his uniform sleeves. The grip was firm enough to turn his knuckles white. There was no doubt it hurt. Katsuki felt a lump begin to form in his throat, but he swallowed it down quickly. He clicked his tongue, averting his red eyes and closing them. Not his problem. Except it felt like it was. Izuku got home just as the sun began to set. He stepped into the living room and heaved a sigh of relief. Despite the disarray of the apartment, neither Izuku nor Inko really had the time to clean. He felt comforted. Today had been particularly hard. He'd gotten hardly any sleep the night before, had been stopped by bullies on his way to class, and had to clean his desk in front of everyone. Training had been exhausting. He sighed again, this one heavy for a different reason. He made his way over to the couch, planning to watch some TV in an attempt to relax before getting ready for bed. As he sat down on the couch, he noticed some letters scattered across the surface of the coffee table. He picked one up gently and flipped it around in his hands. It looked like it had already been opened. He took the paper out and began reading it. It was a bill, past due. He felt his fingers crinkling the paper slightly and put it back, grabbing for another. Past due. Past due. Past due. Izuku could feel himself trembling. His mother was sobbing. She was on her knees, clutching papers in her hands, tears streaming down her face. He could see her shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs, and his heart clenched in response. He didn't understand what was happening. The memory flooded back to him, overwhelming his senses. "Mommy? Why are you crying?" he asked, his voice shaky. The green-haired woman turned around at the sound of his fearful voice, her eyes filled with worry and despair. "Oh, Izuku," she choked out finally, scooping her son into her arms and holding him tightly. Confused and afraid, Izuku clutched her shirt, feeling his own tears beginning to swell in his eyes. Izuku could feel his eyes beginning to burn. "I'm so sorry, Izuku. I don't know what we're going to do," she whispered, her words meant to be quiet but heard nonetheless. Izuku glanced down at the papers now discarded on the floor. The fine print was too small to read from his vantage point, but the word eviction was too big to miss. However, as a 4-year-old boy, he had no idea what that word meant. All he knew was that the big red letters that made his mother cry scared him, so he clung to her shirt just a little tighter. Izuku struggled to get his breathing under control. He didn't want to have another panic attack, especially not when he was already so tired. So he dug his nails into his arms and ignored the guilt rising within him. The pain from his arms began to spread through him, leaving emptiness and relief in its wake. Slowly, Izuku felt himself calming, and he loosened his grip on his arms. His breathing returned to normal, and his fear settled, but the guilt remained, gnawing at him. They had always had money problems, ever since. Izuku huffed and stood on shaky legs. When Inko got home that night, the house was clean, and her bed was already made. The sound of the TV echoed from the living room, muffled by the walls of the kitchen. He could hear his mother moving around in there, searching for her purse while tying her hair up because she'd woken up late again. It was like this almost every day, and it was heartbreaking to watch. She worked herself so hard. Ignoring the fresh wave of guilt that washed over him, Izuku finished tying up the lunch he had just made and rushed it out to his mother just as she was heading out the door. "Mom, wait." At the sound of her son's voice, Inko turned, her hand paused on the doorknob. Her hair was messy, and the skin under her eyes showed signs of fatigue, but when she saw her son holding a bento box meant for her, she smiled. It was a small smile, but it was genuine. Izuku smiled back at her and handed her the box, the cloth slipping from his fingers into hers. "Thank you, Izu. Be safe at school, okay?" she said softly, her tone encouraging. Izuku nodded. "I'll try." He meant it. He always tried to avoid trouble, though it seemed to find him regardless. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Inko ruffled his hair affectionately, turned around, and let the door shut softly behind her. As her footsteps faded down the hallway, Izuku let his shoulders slump. "Ugh!" He groaned into the emptiness of his living room. He took a moment to let himself relax, feeling the ache in his muscles from overworking himself, the throbbing in his temple from too many hours with textbooks, and the heaviness pulling at his eyelids from inadequate sleep. He allowed everything to sink in for a moment. He stayed there for a long minute, pulling air into his lungs and releasing it in a steady rhythm. Finally, though, he forced himself to his feet and began his morning routine, determined not to spiral into thoughts he couldn't escape. The words on Izuku's school notebook began to blur. Letters and symbols formed from black ink started to resemble smudges on the white paper, becoming incoherent and frustrating to look at. Izuku threaded thin fingers through his messy curls, gripping and tugging in an attempt to regain focus. It worked, but only for a short time. He tuned back into what his teacher was saying and diligently transcribed it into his notes, but it wasn't long before his brain seemed to switch off again, and his vision grew fuzzy. He sighed in frustration and dropped his pen to grasp at his green strands once more. Why was this happening? He wasn't sick, he had a decent night's rest, and he had eaten a good breakfast. Everything was normal. So why did focusing on the sounds around him and the characters on the chalkboard make his concentration fizzle out? Why did paying attention feel so exhausting? After a few minutes, the ache in his temples subsided, and the world around him settled into clarity again. As he released his hair and looked up, he noticed a woman standing at the front of the room who hadn't been there before. She was short, with long curly brown hair neatly tied into a low bun. Her light gray eyes were an unusual but pretty contrast to her otherwise typical appearance. A light blue scrub top was tucked into form-fitting dress pants, and a clipboard hung from her hands. She was also speaking, Izuku realized. "I've recently been hired as the new school nurse. But I won't just be putting band-aids on your scratches. I'm also taking on the role of the school counselor, so you can come to me for both physical and mental concerns, she said, a bright smile lighting up her face. She seemed genuinely excited to be there, which made Izuku feel instantly comfortable around her. One of the kids next to him raised their hand and asked, "I'm sorry, miss, but what do we call you?" The lady's face flushed slightly, and she brought a hand up to cover it. I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Fukami Jisudo, but you can just call me Fukami. We can call you by your first name? Isn't that a bit informal? The same student asked again. Yes, it is a bit informal, but if I'm going to be spending a lot of time with you all, I'd like us to be friendly with each other. Don't you agree? Her bright, charming smile returned, creasing the corners of her. A loud scoff rang out from Kaken's seat, and Izuku felt a knot of dread settle in his chest at the thought of the rude blonde giving this kind lady a hard time. Turned out he had every reason to feel apprehensive. I don't really care, lady. Are you done talking yet? Because I came here to learn, and that's what I plan to do, Kaken said, his fierce scowl and glare firmly in place. Izuku glanced back at Fukami, preparing to stand up and apologize for the rude blonde when he noticed the look of shock on her face. However, that shock quickly transformed into a smile of understanding. I see. You have a bit of an inferiority complex, don't you? Kaken's face turned bright red, the color spreading from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. The sight stunned the class, including Izuku, so much that no one spoke for a full minute. Izuku stared at Kaken, even as the boy glanced back at him. Kaken bristled at their eye contact and tried to act nonchalant, but he quickly turned back to Fukami, tension radiating from his clenched hands. What did you just say to me? He demanded. The spell that had captivated the class was suddenly broken, as was the one on their homeroom teacher, who had finally heard enough from his favorite student. Alright, Katsuki, calm down. She meant no offense. Right, Ms. Jisudo? Fukami, please. And yes, I didn't mean to upset you, honest. I get a little carried away sometimes. She laughed lightly, raising a hand to rub the back of her neck. Kaken seemed to settle down slightly at her words, leaning back in his chair with a dismissive sound. Fukami then nodded and turned to face the rest of the class. Alright, well, to finish what I was saying earlier, my office is just down the hallway. It's the last door on the right. Please, come see me if you need anything. Anything at all. She bowed. The class murmured their agreement as she stood up straight once again and left the classroom with a small wave goodbye. Everything was silent for a moment before their teacher stood and resumed the lesson. She seems nice, Izuku thought. Maybe I should talk to her? No, there's no need for me to waste that kind woman's time. I'm sure there are plenty of others lining up to speak with her already. I can handle everything myself. I'll be fine. Inferiority complex? Forget that, Katsuki thought as he made his way over to his usual lunch table. His eyes instinctively scanned the room for green curls, but he didn't find any. He knew he wouldn't. Deku was chased from the lunchroom every day. Where the nerd ate, Katsuki had no idea, nor did he care. At least he shouldn't care. Extra number 1, as Katsuki liked to call him, greeted him with outstretched fingers as he sat down. Extra number 2 simply nodded at him, which was fine with Katsuki. He hated when people tried to be overly friendly. You really went off on the new nurse, Katsuki. She must have made you mad, huh? Extra number 1 asked. What kind of question is that? Of course she made me angry. Talking like she knows me, what a load of nonsense, he replied, glaring down at his lunch tray. Just thinking about her was getting him riled up. Yeah, but she's still an adult. You probably shouldn't talk to her that way. Extra number 2 ventured, only succeeding in making Katsuki angrier. He didn't need a lecture from these losers. I don't care. Adult or not, she's still just someone who needs to get out of my way. Katsuki stabbed his chopsticks into his food with enough force to snap them in half, prompting the 2 others to decide that was probably as far as they would get with that topic. Yeah. So, anyway, I was thinking I might talk to her. I need some help figuring out which high school I'm going to. What about you? Extra number 1 turned to ask extra number 2, effectively starting a new discussion and leaving Katsuki to eat his meal in peace. Though, Unbeknownst to them, Katsuki was not currently eating in peace at all, despite the indifferent look on his face as he shoveled food into his mouth with broken chopsticks. Instead, he couldn't stop remembering the embarrassing eye contact he'd made with Deku. God, he'd never live it down. He knew he had been blushing, the intense heat on his skin a dead giveaway, even if he was too stubborn to overlook the shocked faces of the classroom extras. And of course, he had just had to make direct eye contact with stupid, annoying Deku while he was in the middle of blushing like a maniac. The nerd's eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open, and his cheeks flushed a deep red. He couldn't quite understand why Deku was blushing. It wasn't an embarrassing moment for him. All he knew was that the sight was overwhelming, and he had to look away immediately. It made him uncomfortable, to say the least, and intensified the awkwardness of the situation. He felt an immense sense of relief when she finally left. Katsuki thought he would rather eat rocks than have to talk to her again. Izuku shut the door behind him as quietly as possible, not wanting to disturb his mother. The room was dim, with all the lights off except for a single lamp beside the coffee table. He noticed his mother's purse there, with a neatly folded note bearing his name propped up against it. Approaching the table quietly, he unfolded the note and read it. Izuku, I saw your text about running late tonight, so I made some dinner for you. It's your favorite, catsired. It's in the fridge, just heat it up in the microwave. Try to get a good night's sleep, alright? Good night, Izuku. Izuku smiled softly at the note, warmth and affection swelling in his chest. He loved his mother dearly. She was such an amazing, kind woman. It had been difficult growing up, watching that same delightful, loving woman fall asleep on the couch after long days at work, hiding overdue bills and bank statements in books and behind furniture, giving everything she had just to keep a roof over their heads and food in the cabinets. All to take care of him. But at that moment, staring at the small, sweet note cradled in his hands, he felt the weight of his guilt lessen, becoming a small stone tucked away in a corner of his chest instead of the heavy burden it had been before. After all, he wasn't just watching her work herself to exhaustion anymore. He was going to share the workload, support her, help put her back together. He was taking action. He had just gotten a job for her. Izuku's legs were aching. So were his arms. In fact, everything felt sore as he dragged another half of a car across the beach. His muscles protested, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. All Might cheered him on from the sidelines, pumping his fist and shouting encouraging words. It was enough to give Izuku one final push, successfully getting the car to its destination, but not enough to keep him upright afterward. He collapsed to his hands and knees, shaking and gasping for breath. All Might was by his side in an instant, towering over him and patting his back a bit too hard while offering praise. You're doing so well, young Midoriya. You'll make a fine successor indeed. The man gave him a thumbs up, and Izuku managed a shaky smile in return. But I have to ask, young Midoriya? All Might shrank down to his more slender form in a puff of smoke, his smile faltering slightly, and his eyebrows furrowing. This earned a look of confusion and concern from Izuku, who was just beginning to catch his breath. Are you sure you're all right, my boy? You're developing dark circles under your eyes, and you seem more exhausted during training than you should. Perhaps the regimen I created for you is too intense. A momentary panic gripped Izuku's heart at his mentor's words. If All Might discovered the job he had taken at the local convenience store, he would worry and likely reduce Izuku's training schedule. He couldn't let that happen. How could he become a hero if he didn't keep working hard? And oh, I'm fine, I promise. He rushed to reassure the older man, his hands waving as if to physically dispel those thoughts. At All Might's skeptical look, Izuku added, Really? I'm fine. I have a little trouble sleeping sometimes, but it's nothing to worry about, honest, he said, not telling the whole truth but not lying either. I can do this. Izuku's forest green eyes filled with quiet determination as he looked up to meet his instructor's gaze. All Might studied him carefully. They sat in silence for a long moment, All Might seeming to ponder Izuku's words, before he finally sighed and let his shoulders drop. All right, if you're sure. Just make sure to tell me if there's something more going on, all right? You're the future #1 hero, after all. I have to make sure you're healthy and happy. The skeletal man placed a large hand on Izuku's shoulder and offered him a kind smile, which Izuku returned. "Thank you, All Might." All Might nodded, and Izuku stood up on shaky legs. His muscles still burned from overworking them, but at least he could use them now. He walked over to where All Might had been sitting and picked up a water bottle half buried in the sand. He opened it and took long gulps, leaning against the side of an old refrigerator. It had been a long day and he was very tired. He had to devote so much energy just to stay focused in class. It was difficult to keep his grades up, to train his body so rigorously, to attend work every other night at the expense of adequate sleep, all while dealing with school bullies, the pressure of one day bearing one for all, and the mysterious cloud of worry that seemed to loom over him constantly. It was a lot. But he had been managing, could manage. Which meant as soon as he put down his water bottle, he pulled out his phone to tell his mother he would be late again tonight. She still didn't know he had a job. He had been waiting to get his first paycheck to tell her. "Who are you texting, my boy?" All Might asked, coming over to stand across from him. "Ah, just my mom," he replied, tucking his phone safely into his back pocket. "Your mother? I believe you mentioned her once before." "Inko, correct." "Why yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised you remember." All Might smiled somewhat sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. "Yes, well, you talked about her so fondly that I couldn't help but commit the name to memory. She seems like a sweet woman." Izuku smiled brightly at his mentor. It made him feel warm to hear such kind words about his mother. "She really is," he said, his eyes momentarily glazing over as memories flashed behind his eyes. Luckily, All Might didn't seem to notice as he began leaning down to gather his things. Izuku did the same, and soon they were back at the beach entrance. "You did well today, young Midoriya. Keep it up," All Might said, his smile wide. Izuku returned the smile, but once All Might turned and walked away, his expression fell. He wanted to smile, he always did. But the effort required to do so when he was alone felt overwhelming. Sighing, he began his journey toward the store where he worked, just one block over. It had been 2 weeks since he got the job, and while it wasn't particularly hard, it was quickly becoming exhausting. After training, he would debate with himself every time he had a shift scheduled. Did he really need to go? Would it hurt that much if he missed just one shift? Ultimately, distant visions of missed dinners and the pink shards of porcelain piggy banks always pushed him through the sliding doors and toward his station. And so he went, spending the rest of his daylight hours standing behind a register and ringing up customers. Despite how the job drained him, filled him with anxiety, and robbed him of sleep, if you were to ask, he would say he was glad he had gotten the job. He received his first paycheck that night when his shift finally ended. As he stepped into the darkness of his silent living room, Izuku caught sight of another neatly folded note out of the corner of his eye. It sat on the coffee table in the same spot as the last one, his name written in loopy letters on the front. Izuku made his way over to it, picking it up and unfolding it. "Izuku," it read. "You've been getting home late every other day for the past couple of weeks. I didn't ask because I trust you and wanted to give you room to make your own decisions. However, I'm beginning to get a bit concerned. If there's something going on, you can tell me, right? I'm your mother. I will love you and be there for you no matter what. So please, don't feel afraid to talk to me." A fond grin pulled at Izuku's lips as he studied the note. He felt fortunate to have someone like his mother in his life. He carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pants pocket for safekeeping. Instead of writing a note in reply like he had last time, he pulled out his wallet and placed the money he had earned on the coffee table where the note had previously sat. It would be enough to cover the house payment that month, at least. Yet he still felt heavy. Shouldn't he feel lighter? He had thought that giving back to his mother would bring him relief, and, while he was happy about it, the pressure on him remained. It felt as though he was being slowly crushed, and nothing seemed to help. It was starting to feel like nothing would help nothing but. Izuku slid his wallet back into his pocket and made his way toward the bathroom. He opened the drawers beneath the sink and searched until he finally pulled out a small black box from behind a pipe. The box felt heavy in his hands, but a small amount of relief flooded his veins at the sight. He made his way to his room, the weight of his burdens pulling him down and filling his head with a deafening static. Stumbling into his room, he fumbled for the light switch and pulled a first aid kit out from under his bed. He kept one in his room at all times. His mother thought he was just being cautious. He briefly wondered what she would think if she found out what it was actually used for. The thought twisted in his gut, but the overwhelming flood of emotion kept his limbs moving. He sat on his bed and slowly lifted the lid off the black box, revealing thin, shiny pieces of metal. He gently removed his shirt, the fabric brushing against bruises and scars, sending waves of dull pain rippling across his skin. The flesh on his forearms was marked with small bumps, reminders of many nights spent like this one. Sitting in his room with nothing but whispers of dark thoughts and memories to keep him company. How had it come to this? He used to think. Now, caught in the grip of a hopelessness too much for him, all he could think was, I need this release, I just want to feel okay. And so he grasped the cold metal between his fingers and lifted it from the box, pressing it gently against the soft skin of his forearm and watching a thin red line appear. The pain was sharp but small, like a bee sting. He pressed a little harder next time, watching as the blood brimmed and spilled, dripping down his arm in a thin stream. The pain was hotter, searing. It pulsed through him and pierced the fog in his head slowly. He pressed the metal into his skin a few more times, the pain increasing with every new mark until, eventually, he could think clearly again. He looked down at his arms, now streaked with the cooling red of his own blood, and felt guilt settle heavily in his gut. He knew he shouldn't be doing this. But I need it. He shook his head at the intrusive thought. No, you don't. You're okay, you'll be okay. You can get through this without resorting to this every time. He pointed this out to himself, but the words felt hollow. But I can't. It's just every once in a while when things get to be too much. I can have this one thing, can't I? Izuku sighed. He knew it wasn't healthy and that he really shouldn't be doing it, but despite the guilt that came with that knowledge, he felt like he didn't have enough strength to make himself stop. He didn't really want to make himself stop. So instead of trying to argue with his inner voice anymore, he opened the first aid kit and began to dress his wounds. Slowly, the red staining his skin was wiped away, and the sight of marred flesh was covered with pristine, white bandages. Once his arms were cleaned and bandaged, he slid the kit under his bed and tucked the metal back into its box. He then placed the box on his bedside table, too tired to put it back in its place in the bathroom. I'll just put it back in the morning, he told himself. Finally, the green-haired boy turned off the light and laid down in bed, exhaustion pulling his eyelids shut as he tugged the blanket up around his shoulders. Sleep came faster than usual that night, but his slumber was fitful, dreams of a tall man with dark hair and freckles haunting him. So I snuck out last night, Extra number 2 proclaimed, a satisfied smile curling his lips. His uniform was askew, one side untucked from his pants and dangling. His bag was thrown over one shoulder as he walked with long strides trying to mimic Katsuki and look like a bad boy, which was almost amusing. Extra number 1 snorted at the smug look and raised an eyebrow, a hint of incredulity in his voice when he replied, Seriously? My parents didn't wake up at all. It was a total success. Man, you've got to teach me how you do it. I always get caught. I can't teach you how not to be an idiot. Hey! Katsuki stomped his foot on the ground, hoping the dull thuds would drown out the mindless chatter coming from the two behind him. They had been talking non-stop since they met up to walk to school together. Their annoying voices grated on his nerves this early in the morning. Unfortunately for him, the stomping didn't work and he was stuck listening to them the entire way to class. Irritation swelled in his gut, curling his fingers, yet he said nothing. Instead, he stomped harder, willing the tension in his hands to subside and the urge to yell at the extras to die down. Normally, he would have shouted at them to be quiet, but he was determined not to lose his cool today. So he walked through the halls, passing by the walls of lockers and useless anti-bullying posters, without uttering a word. Even when the extras laughed loudly and called, Katsuki! You gotta hear this, over some trivial classroom drama. Even when some girl pretended to accidentally drop her things in front of the blonde, hoping he'd offer his time to help her. As if he would do that for anyone, let alone some extra. Despite all that, though, despite how everyone seemed to converge on him like he was blood in the water the moment he didn't automatically snap at them, he kept his mouth pressed into a firm, thin line. After all, today he had an objective, and he needed to stay focused on it. Bakugo Katsuki did not fail at anything, so if practicing patience was a necessary step in obtaining victory, he would. At least for a little while. Deku was zoning out again. His eyes were fixed on the board in front of them, but they weren't focused. He wasn't really looking at anything. It had taken the blonde a few glances back to realize the nerd was lost in thought. He had been confused at first, wondering what could possibly be so interesting about the back of that girl's head or the slightly overflowing trash can in the corner. He was still confused, honestly, but for a different reason. Now, he found himself pondering why Deku was spacing out at all. What was more important than paying attention in class? Didn't he want to be a hero? Quirk or not, there was no way he'd get into a good school if he didn't study properly. Not that he really cared. Katsuki shook his head and huffed eyes, trailing over Deku's still, freckled face. There were slight bags under his unseeing green eyes, and his lips drooped in a relaxed frown. When the nerd finally snapped out of it, his face settled into a look of determination, and he immediately dove back into his notes, peeking at others' notebooks and scribbling furiously to catch up. His fingers started to tremble as he did so, a clear sign of fatigue. Deku was noticeably exhausted both mentally and physically. And Katsuki had no idea why. But he planned on finding out. The blonde turned back around in his seat and began concentrating on the lesson once again, transcribing words onto the blank page of his homeroom notebook until the bell finally rang. Katsuki cornered Deku the moment he stepped out of the classroom. He was always the last one out, staring at his phone until all of his peers and bullies were well on their way. It was annoying to have to wait so long, but it did give them more privacy, so he kept himself from complaining as he grabbed the shorter boy's uniform sleeve and began dragging him away. What are you doing, Kaken? Deku questioned, his voice high-pitched and tinged with worry. It was understandable, but the sound grated on Katsuki's nerves. Shut up, nerd. I can do whatever I want. Deku's expression twisted in confusion, as if he wanted to protest but held back. Probably a good idea. They walked through the halls, the only sounds being distant chatter and the soft thud of their shoes on the carpet. Deku didn't resist, but Katsuki noticed him gradually retreating into himself as they moved further along. For some reason, that sight bothered the blonde more than he expected. It stirred emotions he didn't know how to handle, and he hated having to think about them. So, he labeled them as anger and tightened his grip on Deku's uniform sleeve, earning a small squeak in response. Finally, they turned a corner and Katsuki led Deku into the boys' bathroom. The green-haired boy looked around, bewildered, mumbling to himself. Katsuki rolled his eyes and flicked Deku's forehead to get his attention. It worked. Deku's big green eyes blinked and focused on him. I didn't bring you here to mess with you, you know, he said, having overheard one of Deku's mumblings. Deku's cheeks flushed at the comment, and Katsuki smirked. What are we in here for? I don't have a lot of time, so could you? That's exactly why we're in here, Deku. Why don't you have time? Why are you so tired all the time? It's strange, and I want to know what's going on with you. The blonde demanded, crossing his arms and fixing Deku with a hard stare. Deku stared back, confusion evident in his eyes. What? Why? Do you care? He asked sincerely, his green curls falling into his eyes as he tilted his head. Who said I care? I'm just curious, all right? Besides, if you're doing some secret training or something, I deserve to know. Do you deserve? Deku echoed, disbelief in his voice as his hands clenched at his sides. It was clear that Katsuki had struck a nerve. What makes you think you deserve to know anything about me? Deku was trying to sound angry, but his voice wavered, revealing more sadness than anything else. It was a side of him that Katsuki wasn't used to. He was familiar with Deku's strong resolve and endless optimism. That spark was still there, but it was hidden beneath something else, at least for now. The realization shocked Katsuki into silence for a moment, but it didn't last long. Once he regained his composure, his anger flared again. You don't get to talk back to me like that, nerd. If you can't back up your words, then don't say anything. If you want to fight back, then do it, he yelled, his eyes wide and his scowl fierce. Deku backed away, tears welling in his eyes. Why are you so mean? Then, in a rush, Deku turned and bolted out of the bathroom. Katsuki stared at the spot he had just vacated, his anger reaching its peak as he realized he hadn't gotten any answers. He felt like he had failed. Ugh! He shouted, turning and slamming his fist into the wall. Izuku's head hit the counter with a dull thud. The store was quiet now, the previous customer having left after buying her items. He felt completely drained, as if his internal battery was dead. He couldn't just lie down and recharge, he was stuck working on overdrive. Tilting his head, he glanced up at the clock. 7 o'clock. He groaned, feeling the weight of exhaustion. He had only been working for 30 minutes, but it felt like much longer. I'm so tired. I can't wait to go home. I can enjoy some nice, hot katsudon and lay down in my warm, comfy bed. Yeah, that sounds like heaven. Izuku smiled slightly, allowing the daydreams to comfort him. Only a couple more hours and I'll be in heaven. A chime broke him from his thoughts, the sound signaling that he wasn't alone. Izuku looked up, a bright smile already in place and a hand poised in the air, ready to greet the new customer with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. Then he saw those unmistakable blonde spikes and crimson eyes, and his heart sank. You don't get to talk back to me like that, nerd. If you don't have the strength to back up your words, then don't say anything. If you want to fight back, then do it. Kaken shouted, his face contorted in anger. The sight sent chills down Izuku's spine, a feeling he was all too familiar with. It was so unfair. He had hardly said anything to provoke this reaction. If Kaken weren't so quick to anger, maybe they could have a real conversation. Maybe Kaken could actually listen to Izuku's words. Maybe Izuku's life would be a little easier. But he didn't. And it wasn't. So Izuku ran. The memory only added to the dread pooling in his stomach. Just his luck. Kaken and his friends, who had walked in behind the blonde, made their way through the aisles without so much as a glance his way. Apparently, they hadn't noticed Izuku yet, something the green-haired boy was immensely grateful for. Maybe he could find a disguise before they checked out, or hide behind the desk and pretend he was someone else. Oi, how much do these Kaken's voice rang out before cutting off abruptly. Izuku froze. He stayed there for a minute, staring at the counter as if it held the secrets of the universe. Then, breathing in deeply, he raised his head stiffly and made eye contact with Kaken's wide red eyes. Kaken was standing just as motionless as Izuku had been, a bag of spicy chips in hand. His friends had joined him as soon as they heard him cut off, curious as to what could possibly elicit that kind of reaction from the fiery boy. They stared at Izuku as well, their faces a mix of confusion, surprise, and incredulity. For a tense second that felt like it lasted an eternity, everything was silent and still. And then Kaken's friends burst into laughter. Oh my God, the useless idiot works at a convenience store? How pathetic can you get? Izuku hung his head in shame at the comments, his cheeks already heating up with insecurity. He grasped his biceps, sinking in on himself in an attempt to hide from their critical eyes and find some comfort. Kaken was silent as his friends laughed. His arm dropped, and he ducked his head so his expression couldn't be read, the action inspiring uneasiness in Izuku. The uneasiness quickly turned into alarm as Kaken began stomping his way over to the counter. Not again, he groaned tiredly, softly, not thinking Kaken would hear. Not again. Maybe he could just change his name and move to another country. Kaken slammed his hand down on the counter in front of Izuku, but to his surprise, Izuku didn't yelp or startle at all. He was too tired, not that Kaken knew that. How did a useless nerd like you get a job, huh? Kaken asked, his eyes blazing with anger, and for the life of him, Izuku could not understand why. What had he done to make Kaken so vengeful? How had he offended him this time? Why did you even get one? Is this why you're so tired all the time? You think making a few extra bucks is more important than your education? With every question, Kaken grew louder. His friends had long since stopped laughing and were glancing at each other in bewilderment. It seemed Izuku wasn't the only one wondering why Kaken was so angry. Izuku, severely sleep-deprived and with poor self-preservation instincts, didn't think to reply as he let his mind wander. He zoned out, staring straight at Kaken as he contemplated the other's temper. Kaken, evidently, did not appreciate being ignored. He growled and shot an arm out, grasping Izuku's forearm to get his attention. As Kaken's fingers dug into Izuku's arm, he was reminded of what he had done just the night before. He flinched, trying to pull his arm from Kaken's grasp, and winced as pain shot up his arm. Stunned by the reaction, Kaken let go, staring at Izuku in disbelief. His friends seemed to find it funny, bursting out into laughter once again, but Kaken simply narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Izuku as he rubbed his arm tenderly. Much to Izuku's relief, Kaken didn't say a word. He simply huffed and turned on his heel, heading straight for the door. "Hey, Katsuki, where are you going?" "Yeah man, didn't you want chips?" His friends called after him, their voices becoming softer and more distant as they chased after the blonde. Izuku buried his face in his hands, taking a moment to just breathe. After a minute or two, when his heart no longer felt like it was racing, he chanced another glance at the clock. 7:28. And if Izuku whimpered softly, draping himself over the counter, no one would know. But wait! A woman called, stopping Katsuki in his tracks. He had been angrily storming down the hall after that frustrating conversation in the bathroom. He assumed she was going to tell him to be quiet, so he turned around to offer a half-hearted apology that made it clear he wasn't really interested. Upon turning, he recognized her as the new school therapist. What was her name again? Fumi? Fukami? Whatever, it didn't really matter. "Katsuki, right?" she asked. "Yeah, why? Got something else to say to me?" he replied, his tone sharp. She simply smiled at him despite his harshness, which annoyed him further. "My name isn't Lady. It's Fukami. Though I know you don't care," she said. Katsuki clicked his tongue, his patience wearing thin. Yeah, get on with it. You didn't stop me just to remind me of your name." Fukami chuckled lightly and nodded. "Right, yes, of course. I wanted to ask you about a student in your class." "Huh? But what makes you think I pay attention to any of those extras?" Her eyes flashed with understanding, as if she knew more than she was letting on. "I just thought there may have been something you overheard or saw accidentally." "Whatever. Just ask your questions if it'll get me out of this hallway faster," he said, crossing his arms. "All right. Well, I was wondering if you've noticed any unusual behavior from your classmate Izuku Midoriya." Katsuki stiffened slightly at the name, his lips turning downward. "But you think something's going on with Deku?" "Deku? Yeah, that's what I call him. Got a problem with that?" Her lips quirked into a small smile at his answer, but her eyes reflected concern for someone who wasn't there. "Not as long as he doesn't. To answer your question, I'm not really sure. I've just seen him in class and walking through the halls a few times, and I couldn't help but notice how tired and downcast he seems." Katsuki had noticed too. He could see how exhaustion was affecting him, how those green eyes looked like they were always on the verge of tears. But he wouldn't admit that to her. He wouldn't acknowledge how closely he had been watching the other boy. "I don't know what to tell you. If you want to know if he's all right, ask him yourself." She didn't seem surprised by his response. She simply nodded and dismissed him with a soft, "right?" as if she had expected it. Katsuki left before he could get any more irritated. He kicked a stray pebble, watching it fly off into the distance until it disappeared from view. He sighed and prepared to launch another one. She noticed too, Katsuki thought, the memory from earlier still fresh in his mind. If someone else was noticing Deku's odd behavior, it meant it wasn't just in Katsuki's head. Not that he ever thought it was, anyway. He was sure something was wrong, and Katsuki Bakugo was never wrong. This was proven correct once again when he had gone to the convenience store with the others. He left with more questions than answers. He had accused the nerd of valuing money over education, but he didn't truly believe that. Deku was obviously trying his hardest to keep up in class despite all the stress he was under. But then why did he have a job? Did he owe someone money? Were his parents forcing him to work? Was he saving up for something? Also, why did it tire him out so much? As much as he hated to admit it, it took a lot to wear Deku down. He doubted a single part-time job would be enough to exhaust him so completely. And finally, what was wrong with Deku's arm? Katsuki hadn't grabbed him hard enough to warrant the kind of response he had received. Katsuki sighed as he entered his home, kicking off his shoes while his mother greeted him. "Hey brat, how was school today?" she asked, a bright smile on her face and her hands on her hips. She wore a white apron smeared with grease, a sign that she had been cooking. Her food was good, but she always made a mess of the kitchen. "None of your business," he replied. "Have some respect for your mother." "I just asked how your day was," she reprimanded, crossing her arms and trading her smile for a stern frown. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "It was fine." "Happy?" She huffed and shook her head, but a small smile tugged at her lips again. "Yeah, alright. Would it kill you to answer your mother correctly once in a while?" At Katsuki's silence, she sighed and turned back to the kitchen. "I'll call you down for dinner, alright brat?" Yeah, the blonde said, already climbing the stairs to his bedroom. He shut the door behind him and collapsed onto his bed like a beached starfish. He had a lot of thinking to do. After all, something was definitely wrong with Deku, and Katsuki planned on figuring out what that something was, whether the little guy liked it or not. Today was a good day, Izuku decided as he pushed open the doors of Aldra Junior High and filled his lungs with fresh air. Today was a good day because, for once, he didn't have anything to do, and his mind felt as clear as the open, sunny sky. He was supposed to work every other day and trained every single day of the week except Friday, which meant there was hardly ever a day he didn't have to do one or the other unless his work schedule changed. It was admittedly very tiring, but he was okay with that. Working all the time meant his mind was occupied. The daunting presence of that dark rain cloud and the overwhelming pressure of rising to expectations could momentarily take a back seat. But today was different. Today, his mind was unusually quiet. He had gotten used to the low, constant buzz that had made its home in his head, so the silence was a nice change. On top of that, he had taken an extra shift on Tuesday to cover one of his coworkers, and in return, they had taken his shift on Friday. Which meant that today, to his endless gratitude, his afternoon was all his to enjoy as he wished. He walked through the throngs of students, a slight bounce in his step. He swung his head around, taking in the beautiful way the trees swayed in the breeze and the shimmering reflections in the koi pond as the sun danced upon its surface. He paused to appreciate the little flower buds pushing through the soil, the cheerful sounds of birds chirping, and the laughter from conversations around him. As a cloud passed over the sun, the world dimmed slightly, and the air turned cooler. He studied everything carefully, his eyes roaming over the scenery and committing it to memory. He hadn't felt this peaceful in a while, and he was determined to savor every moment. With a small smile on his lips, Izuku stepped off school property and onto the sidewalk. "What should I do today? It's my one day off, I should make the most of it," he thought. Since he didn't usually get breaks like this, deciding what to do felt crucial. He didn't want to waste this opportunity. "It feels like I should do something productive with this time. Something meaningful or maybe just as many things as possible. But wouldn't it be best to do what I want to do? What do I want to do?" He put a finger to his lips, humming to himself in thought as his legs moved on autopilot, guiding him down the familiar streets he had walked countless times before. "Well, Mom isn't going to be home for a while yet, so maybe I could do something fun for a change? Maybe something like the arcade?" The thought sparked a small flutter of excitement in his chest, and Izuku brought a hand up to clutch the fabric of his uniform jacket. A warm smile curved his lips at the somewhat unfamiliar feeling. Yeah, the arcade sounded great. Izuku, blissfully unaware of the fiery red eyes that watched him from across the room, strode through the arcade door and took a deep breath, appreciating the familiar scent of nacho cheese and coins. The old, frayed carpet muffled the sound of his shoes hitting the floor, creating dull thumps as he walked past rows of games and candy dispensers. It's been far too long, he thought, eyes trailing over both the vintage machines and the newer, sleek, colorful ones. Excitement bubbled up in his chest, and a new sort of buzzing flooded his nerves. It brought a smile to his face and made his fingers twitch in anticipation. Far too long indeed. Izuku jogged over to the front counter and pulled out his wallet. While he gave most of his earnings to his mother, he kept a small portion for himself. After all, being away from home all day after school meant he had to buy his own dinner every night. The food he bought was decent, especially with all the calories he burned and muscles he worked every day, but he couldn't help but miss his mother's cooking. Hopefully, he'd get to taste it again soon. He glanced up at the woman behind the counter as he opened his wallet, hand hovering over it. The woman had curly orange hair, half tied in a messy bun, and wore a plain brown uniform. He didn't recognize her, something he was relieved about. He really wasn't looking for a confrontation with one of his school bullies today. How much for some game tokens?" he asked, his voice sounding meek and hesitant even to his own ears. Despite not knowing her, and therefore not really having to worry about any harassment, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He had been stripped of any self-confidence and wasn't used to interacting with others normally anymore. The woman, however, didn't seem to notice or care. Honestly, Izuku wasn't worried about it. He was just thankful she left him alone. 100 yen for 10 tokens, she told him, resting her head in her hand and looking bored. Izuku nodded and pulled out a few 100 yen bills, handing them over. She filled a baggie for him with the appropriate amount and handed it over, her glossy red nails contrasting with the scratchy brown fabric. Izuku took it gingerly and threw a slightly less shaky, "Thank you," over his shoulder as he skipped over to one of the flashier games. Internally marveling at the weight of the bag in his hands, at the sounds of games being played and prize tickets being dispensed, it all felt too good to be true. As he tried various machines, playing and failing at most of them, nothing bad happened. He spent hours going to each and every machine, making multiple trips to the front counter for more tokens, slowly accumulating a large amount of tickets, so many that they filled his arms and dragged on the floor behind him, forcing him to get a bag to put them in, and he did it all in peace. Maybe this wasn't the calm before the storm, like he'd thought. A cliché, overprocessed zombie growl sounded from the machine Izuku currently had his fake gun pointed at, signaling his defeat. He pouted at the "you died" message and reluctantly put the gun back in its spot, grumbling to himself. He kind of wanted to try again, but he'd already wasted too many tokens on it. The green-haired boy knew his limitations, and this game was definitely outside them. So instead, he stepped away and began walking around, looking for something he hadn't played yet. He circled the entire building, encountering only games he'd played multiple times already, and almost gave up when he spotted two girls getting off the Dance Dance Revolution set. He'd seen it earlier and wanted to play, but every time he neared it, someone else would rush in and take it over. This was his chance. That was super hard. "How can you do it so easily?" one girl said. "Get good, girl. Takes practice," the other replied. Izuku approached the DDR machine as the two girls left, talking animatedly with one another. He eyed the colors, the arrows, the bars, and felt eagerness begin to thrum through his veins. He tentatively stepped up onto the machine and inserted a few tokens. He scrolled through the songs aimlessly, not really paying attention to what he was looking at. He clicked a song at random and set it to normal difficulty. He really didn't want the embarrassment of potentially failing on easy, and he wasn't confident enough to set it to hard for his first try. The steady beat started up, followed closely by electronic music and the voice of a woman. Izuku recognized the song instantly as 1-2 Step, and felt his cheeks warm slightly, but he didn't have much time to dwell on his self-consciousness before arrows started coming up on the screen, forcing him to focus. At first, he was absolutely horrible. His movements were sloppy, and he often missed the arrows. He struggled to get the timing down, and sometimes his brain stalled, unable to process what was happening on the screen. But he learned quickly, his body adjusting to the rhythm and all the information he was being given faster than he'd thought possible. He finished the song with a passing score of C, and despite it not being that high, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Immediately, he fed the machine more tokens and chose another song. He picked one called Twilight Zone, and, once again, set it to normal. He performed much better the second time around, his feet finding their place with growing ease and his analytical mind comprehending the directions on screen with increasing speed. With the confidence boost of getting a high B, He continued playing, improving with each song. Exhaustion and exhilaration burned hotly inside him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt that happy, had that much fun, been so carefree. He didn't even notice the small crowd that had gathered around him to watch him dance. His eyes stayed focused on the screen even as his body twisted and turned. His feet hit the arrows swiftly and steadily, tapping down lightly before moving instantly to hit the next one. He was tired and sweaty, but it was a weariness he could get used to. It was a moment he cherished and longed for. Perhaps, he thought, he should take his coworkers' shifts more often. Finally, as the intense finishing notes of Kakumiai played out and his perfect score proudly displayed on the screen, he realized he had run out of tokens and accumulated another impressive pile of tickets. However, he was also aware that half the arcade was watching him. He flushed bright red, from the tips of his ears to the dips of his collarbones, when he turned and made eye contact with a dozen different people. The confidence he'd felt earlier evaporated in an instant, leaving him an awkward, stuttering mess once again. The crowd clapped politely, and a few even cheered, but Izuku was too mortified to do much more than nod appreciatively and hurriedly gather his tickets. Even as he escaped and the crowd began to disperse, Izuku could swear he felt the weight of a gaze on him. He turned around, scanning the crowd briefly, but before he could find anything, a mocking voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Hey, aren't you that weird quirkless kid from school?" He whipped his head around to see a guy Kuro, as his name tag indicated, with dark gray hair and matching eyes, standing where the other girl had been. He wore a piercing in one ear and had a wide, menacing grin that revealed his unusually sharp canines. Izuku felt his stomach drop as recognition and delight flickered in the boy's eyes. He had come to the counter to exchange his tickets for a gift for his mother, but it seemed that plan was in jeopardy, especially with the way Kuro leaned toward him, clearly amused by Izuku's instinctive retreat. "You are," he said with a smirk, his breath unpleasantly close. Izuku had to fight the urge to cover his nose as the odors surrounded him. "What are you doing here, huh? Trying to pretend like you're normal?" Kuro laughed. "You don't belong here, freak." Though his words were harsh, Kuro didn't seem angry, he looked entertained. Izuku's mood plummeted. "I just want to get a prize," he started, willing himself to meet the other boy's gaze. "I'll go away then." Kuro raised an eyebrow. "Really? And why should I listen to someone like you?" Despite the fear churning inside him, Izuku stood his ground. He wanted that gift for his mother. "Please. The prize isn't for me," he said, feeling a small surge of pride at his steadiness. Kuro rolled his eyes and leaned over the counter, getting comfortable. "I don't care who it goes to in the end. I'm not giving anything to you." His amusement was starting to fade. "Come on. I haven't done anything to you," Izuku pleaded, frustration momentarily overshadowing his self-preservation instincts. Kuro's expression darkened at the rise in Izuku's voice, the mirth quickly replaced by disdain. He stepped out from behind the counter, striding toward Izuku, who felt a surge of fear. "You talking back to me?" he spat, reaching out to grab Izuku's shoulder. The green-haired boy squeaked in alarm and clenched his eyes shut, bracing for impact, but instead he felt a solid chest collide with his back. Slowly, he opened his eyes, confused, and saw Kuro looking over his head with a stunned expression. Before he could turn around to understand what was happening, strong hands gripped his arms and steadied him. "You can't do anything by yourself, can you?" The familiar voice had Izuku spinning around in surprise, his heart racing. Sure enough, he was met with an intense glare and iconic blonde spikes. "Kaken, what are you? Bakugu? Why are you defending this quirkless loser?" Kuro interrupted, essentially asking the same question Izuku had in mind, so he didn't pay much attention to the interruption. Kaken scoffed, crossing his arms and avoiding Izuku's gaze. "What do you want, Deku?" The statement sounded more like a demand than a question. Kaken, what? Just point at what you want," he snapped. Izuku, bewildered, did as he was told, lifting a shaky hand to indicate a cute stuffed animal he thought his mother might like. Kaken snatched Izuku's tickets and slammed them down on the counter, making Kuro jump. "Get him the stuffed animal already," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Kuro backed away, clearly intimidated. The air was thick with tension as the gray-haired boy retrieved the toy. Once the fluffy stuffed animal was safely in Izuku's hands, Kaken turned to leave, still refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. "And I'm not defending anyone. I just don't like you," he said, casting a glare at Kuro as he walked away. Izuku watched him leave, still trying to process what had just happened. Kaken helped him? But was this a one-time thing? Maybe he really did just have something against Kuro? Or perhaps this was the beginning of a new trend. No, he chastised himself, best not to question a good thing. Whatever the reason, Kaken had helped him get a gift for his mother, and he spent the entire journey home skipping and smiling down at it. Inko cooed at the stuffed animal the moment she saw it, her hands still hovering over the stove where she was preparing dinner. "Is that for me?" she asked, and at Izuku's nod, she moved away from the stove to wrap her son in a warm embrace. After letting him go, she placed the adorable stuffed animal on the counter, safely tucked against the wall next to the bread box. "Thank you, Izuku, you're so sweet." She punctuated her words with a gentle kiss on his forehead before returning to the stove, leaving Izuku to follow and help. It felt wonderful to be home at a reasonable hour for once. He cherished the moments spent talking with his mother, assisting her in cooking dinner, and enjoying a meal made with love. He worked diligently, helping his mother whenever she needed it and setting the table as they neared completion. The excitement from the arcade had faded, replaced by a warm sense of contentment. However, a knot formed in his stomach when he thought about what tomorrow would bring, so he pushed those thoughts aside. He would face tomorrow when it came. For now, he wanted to savor this time with his mother. They sat together, enjoying dinner in comfortable silence, the only sound being the gentle clinking of chopsticks against ceramic plates. The food was delicious. There was something uniquely comforting about homemade meals that couldn't be replicated elsewhere, and it had been far too long since Izuku had enjoyed any. About halfway through dinner, Inko broke the silence. "So, Izuku, this is the first time in a while we've both been home at the same time. We haven't really had a chance to talk about your job," she said. Izuku looked up from his plate, chopsticks paused midair. "Yeah. What about it?" he asked, feeling a bit anxious. He knew how protective his mother was of him. Unless it was something he truly wanted, she was unlikely to support him keeping the job. "You've given almost all your money to me. I don't want you to feel obligated to do something like this, honey. I'm doing just fine on my own." She offered him a warm smile, but the bags under her eyes and the various hidden envelopes told a different story. Izuku smiled back, soft and sincere. "I know, Ma. I just really wanted the experience, and I don't have much need for money, so I figured I might as well help you out," he insisted. "So you're doing this for yourself?" Inko asked, searching Izuku's face for any sign of dishonesty. "Why, yes," he replied, not entirely truthful. He was not great at lying, but neither was his mother, and because of that she rarely caught him. Her eyes studied him a moment longer, her brows furrowing in concentration, but finally she relaxed, letting out a long sigh. "All right, as long as you're doing this with yourself in mind and you aren't in over your head," she relented. "But please, if it becomes too much for you, quit. I know how it feels to work tirelessly. I don't want that for my son." Izuku smiled at her, warmth filling his heart. He had such an amazing mother, he didn't feel worthy of her. "Of course, Mom," he assured her. The job was already proving to be overwhelming, but he wouldn't admit that to her, he wouldn't even fully acknowledge it himself. The rest of their evening was filled with his mother's many questions. Izuku answered each one, immensely grateful to spend the last few hours of his day by her side. He felt like a fragile piece of glass that had been stepped on too many times, cracked and missing pieces, but he wouldn't let it break him. He would keep pushing forward. If not for himself, then for the woman beside him. She deserved the world, and one day he would give it to her. Even with shadows lurking in the corners, Izuku slept soundly that night, his dreams free, for once, of chaos and dark memories. The storm could wait for another day. Izuku stepped quietly into the stillness of his small apartment living room and closed the door gently behind him. It was such a relief to finally be home. His feet ached from standing all day, his head throbbed with a dull pain, and his muscles were sore beyond belief. He moved further into the house and groaned softly at the lingering ache that filled his body. The strain in his limbs as he struggled to walk was a constant reminder of the expectations he felt he needed to meet, and he couldn't help but think back to the conversation he'd had with All Might earlier that day. "Are you sure you're all right, young Midoriya? You aren't pushing yourself too hard, are you?" All Might had asked, right after Izuku had, once again, collapsed to his knees during training. His striking blue irises shone with concern, contrasting sharply with the weariness in Izuku's eyes. To All Might, Izuku was more than just a student. He felt like a genuine person who cared about him, not just as a mentor but as someone who believed in him. The thought made Izuku's heart race. His idol, his childhood hero, truly cared for him. Since the day Izuku turned 4 years old, he had only known the love of his mother. In a world where greatness was the norm, Izuku felt inadequate. He was the underdog, weak and frail, left behind. Unlike the cute, unfortunate animals that were nurtured, Izuku was subjected to relentless trials, enduring torment after torment, with seemingly no end in sight. His peers laughed at his struggles, and his friends abandoned him, leaving only bullies who reminded him of what made him different. It hurt deeply, partly because he felt useless. He always had, even before the world made it clear through his own genetics. So hearing All Might ask so earnestly if he was okay was almost too sweet. It was a tune he wasn't used to hearing, and he was almost afraid of becoming addicted to it. However nice it was, though no matter how much he truly appreciated it, he couldn't exactly tell All Might the truth. He couldn't just say, "Well, actually, All Might, in my attempts to be a good son, I've become exhausted beyond what my body can handle. My mental health is in shambles, and I'm scared I won't be good enough to inherit this power from you. Don't worry though, I'll be fine, I can keep doing this." Yeah, no, that wouldn't go over well. All Might deem him unsuitable and look for another successor. He couldn't risk that. Even with everything going on, even though he was afraid, he still wanted more than anything to become a hero. He wanted to be a hero like All Might and wear a smile so that others wouldn't have to. That was his dream. And now that it was within reach, there was no way he was going to let it slip away. He would stretch his fingers as far as they would go and grasp onto it with everything he had. Thus he lied, however horribly. Tugging his long sleeves down further to hide any signs of his struggles, he choked out, I'm fine. I get really thirsty. Really fast. I'll be fine as soon as I get some water." Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, All Might was just about as oblivious as it got. He wasn't good at picking up on any sort of lie or ulterior motive. It was an endearing but sometimes dangerous trait. "Oh, all right. That makes sense, I think," the tall man said, nodding along as he processed the new information. "Let's take a short break then." The timid boy smiled and hummed his agreement, getting up on shaky legs to join All Might. Relief washed over him at the success of his lie, and his mind quieted, if only for a little while. He could do this. No, he would do this. Izuku curled his hand into a fist, a flicker of determination igniting inside him at the memory. No matter what, he wouldn't fail. Someday he'd become someone others cheered for and relied on rather than someone to scorn and toss aside. He'd earned the love and respect of not only the people around him but also the boy inside himself, the one who had been told too young that he was nothing and had believed it. He nodded once in a show of commitment and let his hand fall back to his side. His legs were getting tired just standing in the middle of the living room, so he began his trek down the hallway to get ready for bed. When Izuku opened the bathroom door to leave, mouth minty and freshly cleaned, the first thing he saw was big green eyes staring right at him. He let out a startled yelp, weaving his fingers into the fabric of his shirt as if that would calm his racing heart. His mother chuckled softly at his reaction and said apologetically, "I didn't mean to scare you," but there was a hint of hesitation in her gaze. Izuku felt a mix of relaxation and unease as he studied her face curiously. "What are you doing up this late, Mom? Didn't you go to bed already?" Inko bit her bottom lip, avoiding eye contact, which made Izuku more suspicious by the second. "Yes, well, I wasn't really sleeping well," she confessed. "Oh, are you having nightmares or something?" Izuku asked, his eyebrows knitting together in concern. Inko shook her head, her green hair cascading over her shoulders with the movement. No, nothing like that, I promise. It's just… She trailed off, clearly reluctant to share whatever was on her mind. Sympathy swelled within Izuku, as he understood how it felt to struggle with opening up. Some things were just too difficult to talk about, at least at first. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Mom. Let me make some tea for you, and we can watch some TV together until you feel tired, he offered. His mother looked at him with nothing but affection, a small smile forming at the corners of her lips. Izuku could have sworn he saw a few tears welling in her eyes. Oh, Izuku, you're so sweet. I don't know how I got blessed with such a wonderful son, she praised, and he immediately tried to downplay her words. Before he could, however, her warm expression began to falter once again. But I have to tell you, I already told Mitsuki. It's not something I can just keep to myself. Izuku nodded encouragingly, though worry began to creep in. For a long moment, Inko was silent, staring at the carpet as if gathering the courage to speak. Finally, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her green eyes searching his. Your father, Hisashi, called me earlier. He's coming home. Katsuki lifted his chopsticks from his bowl, several spicy noodles hanging limply between the wooden sticks. He didn't even bother to blow on them, despite the steam still rising from the bowl of yaki udon his mother had made. He simply slurped them up, finishing half the bowl in seconds without flinching. The blonde would never admit it, but he loved sitting down to eat when it was his mother's turn to cook. She always made the food extra spicy, much to Katsuki's delight and his father's dismay. His father sat across from him, chugging glasses of milk between bites of spicy udon and smiling apologetically at his wife when she shot him an offended look. All these years and you still can't handle my cooking? You big baby, his mother exclaimed, huffing indignantly before shoveling a mouthful of food into her mouth. Hot. I'm sorry. My tongue just really isn't meant for such spice, honey, his father chuckled sheepishly. His mother rolled her eyes, but a small smile betrayed her enjoyment of the banter. Katsuki snorted. His parents were such goofballs. Oh please, even our son can handle more spice than you. Katsuki glanced up from his nearly empty bowl at the mention of his name. What? Already on the tip of his tongue. Honey, Katsuki can handle more spice than even you. Shut it. Katsuki growled, his annoyance building. Both of you, be quiet, he snapped, earning a playful smack on the top of his head from his mother and a muffled laugh from his father. There goes another pair of chopsticks, he thought, watching the broken halves fall to the table. They deserved it anyway, flimsy wood. His mother tossed another pair at him, the wood smacking softly against his skin before clattering to the table, while his father discarded the broken pieces. Katsuki broke the utensils practically every night. It had become routine. That didn't mean he didn't still get scolded for it, though. Van it, brat, stop breaking the chopsticks. Do you think money grows on trees or something? His mother complained, stabbing her own chopsticks into her noodles a little harder than necessary. It is very endearing, but your mother is right. It can get a little costly always buying new ones, his father stated, calm as ever. Shut up, old man. Smith. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted the heated exchange. Don't you talk to your father that way. The old hag was clearly about to express her frustration. With a sigh, she excused herself to the kitchen to answer the call, leaving Katsuki to grumble angrily and rub at the knot forming on the crown of his head. The old man chuckled at the scene and smiled warmly at his son before pushing his and his wife's empty bowls toward him. Why don't you take the dishes to the sink? It might put your mother in a better mood, he suggested. Katsuki grunted in response, a small noise of discontent, but he got up and complied, stacking the dishes in his arms as he headed to the kitchen. As he approached, he could start to make out his mother's side of the phone conversation. Really? Are you sure? She asked, her voice laced with hesitation and concern. He passed his mother on the way to the sink, but she didn't seem to notice him, her back turned. It was quiet for a moment as he placed the dishes in the sink as quietly as possible when his mother spoke again. I know you're excited, but… Yeah, no, I understand, she finished with a sigh. The blonde woman crossed her arms, her expression serious as she held the phone. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, and Katsuki decided that whatever the conversation was about was too serious for casual eavesdropping. He slipped out of the kitchen just as quietly as he had entered and returned to the table to wipe away any crumbs or minor spills. His father was still seated at the table, now with his sleeves rolled up and several scattered sheets of paper spread out before him. Katsuki snorted at him. "You're so boring, old man," he remarked playfully, though there was a hint of affection behind it. The old man looked up at the sound of his son's voice and let out a light, breathy laugh. "Would you like to do the taxes instead, son? Is that a challenge?" Someone cleared their throat loudly by the entryway, and both pairs of eyes turned to see the old hag standing there, a look of excitement on her face. Katsuki raised his eyebrows at the sight, surprised by the change in her demeanor. His astonishment was nothing compared to the shock he felt at her next words. "We're going to a party at the Midoriyas tomorrow, boys," she exclaimed, glancing back and forth between their faces expectantly. The old man hummed and nodded. "Is that so? It has been quite a while since I've seen Inko. It will be nice to catch up. But what are we celebrating exactly?" "Huh?" Katsuki shouted, utterly confused and slightly alarmed. Was it the nerd's birthday? Even if it was, they hadn't been over to celebrate in years. Plus, Deku didn't seem like he would be in the mood for any kind of party, so he doubted it was his idea. Maybe one of his parents got a promotion or something. Did one of his parents get a promotion or something? Katsuki asked, voicing the only plausible theory he could come up with in the span of a few seconds. "What?" the old hag questioned, looking at Katsuki with a bewildered expression. "No, where did you even get that idea?" Before he could respond, her cheerful demeanor slipped somewhat, revealing the serious look he had witnessed earlier. "Inko is throwing a welcome-back party for Izuku's father, Hisashi," she said, her voice unexpectedly solemn. Katsuki's eyebrows furrowed. "His dad was gone? You didn't know that?" The older woman appeared completely taken aback. The old man, however, simply nodded and turned to answer his son properly. "Yes. I'm a bit surprised you didn't know, but Hisashi left when Izuku was only 4 years old. As far as your mother and I know, nobody has heard from him in 10 years. His return is quite a big deal." Katsuki's mind raced. He felt as if the gears in his head had momentarily stopped, leaving him in shock. Deku had been without a father for 10 whole years, and he hadn't known? He had no idea. Until recently, Katsuki had never had a reason to think anything was amiss in the Midoriya household. Maybe, was this the reason Deku needed money? It made sense, he thought. Supporting a child all by yourself could be expensive. Deku probably took that job just for her. If that were true, Katsuki realized he knew even less than he thought, which was already, admittedly, not much. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. Even if the blonde had known earlier, would it have changed anything? Would he have softened his usual sharp words? Would he have let the greenette simply enjoy the fireworks in his hands instead of forcing him to feel their heat? Would he have offered a helping hand instead of pushing him down? Probably not, he thought to himself, watching absently as his mother and father continued their conversation. Katsuki didn't know what to think about that, either. "Wait," Katsuki interrupted, something suddenly occurring to him. "Why did the guy leave in the first place?" His parents exchanged uncertain looks at the question, and the air filled with tension. Katsuki started to feel restless in the silence, but before he could urge them to speak, his father sighed and leaned forward on the table. "We don't really know why he left. That's part of the reason why your mother and I are so suspicious of his sudden return," he said. Though his voice was calm, his face showed concern. Katsuki nodded slowly, his eyes drifting as he absorbed the newly discovered details. Thankfully, his parents seemed to recognize that he needed time to process everything and left the room to continue their conversation elsewhere. Why did Hisashi leave? How serious is their financial situation if Deku got a job because of it? What else has this affected that I didn't know about? Katsuki crossed his arms and glared vacantly at the chips in the wooden table. Why do I even want to know? Izuku shoved his hand beneath the running faucet, scrubbing grains of rice clean. His mother hummed softly from the stove beside him, Various vegetables, meats, and sauces sizzling away, filling the air with a salty, delectable aroma. Once the green-haired boy deemed the rice sufficiently clean, he scooped the grains into a red bowl and handed it to his mother, who smiled gratefully back at him. "It's a little hard to believe I'm cooking dinner for your father again. It's been so long," she commented, her back turned to Izuku as she prepared the rice. "It really is so exciting, isn't it?" Izuku hummed as he thought, trying to formulate a response. On one hand, he felt happy and hopeful that maybe, just maybe, they could be a real family again, that his father had changed during his time away. It had been so long since he last saw his father, and that memory was painful. Perhaps this time he would stay. He could quit his job with his father's help, and his mother would finally have time for herself again. She'd have someone to lean on, to talk to love in a way she hadn't in so many years. Izuku wanted nothing more than for that future to come true. On the other hand, he knew things probably wouldn't turn out the way he longed for them to. He wouldn't get the life he yearned for because, sadly, he didn't live in a fairy tale, and it seemed he was always destined to pull the short end of the stick. Realistically, he understood that his father showing up out of nowhere after his dramatic exit 10 years ago likely wasn't a promising occurrence. He knew he should hate him, that he should resent the cold man who took the last of his childlike innocence and crushed it with such detachment that Izuku often wondered if Hisashi ever loved him at all. But Izuku was an optimist, and he'd hold on to that, even if the reality was bleak. Especially if the reality was bleak. He was aware that clinging to false hope wasn't the wisest decision, but it was all he had. If he wasn't constantly looking for that light at the end of the tunnel, following the North Star he'd built from childhood band-aids and hung like the posters spread on his bedroom walls, then he wouldn't have anything to guide him. He'd wind up stranded running after his dreams with 2 broken legs. So, however foolish it may have been, Izuku smiled and said, "Yeah, it is." Inko nodded, pleased, and turned around, immediately busy rummaging through the cupboards for their nice dishes. Izuku leaned over and turned off the stove for her, knowing she had forgotten. His mother tended to become increasingly flustered under pressure, turning forgetful and frantic. Having lived with her all his life, Izuku was always ready to help when she wanted to prepare a big meal, though they hadn't had the time or reason to do that in a long while. Izuku wiped his still damp hands on his shorts and grabbed a stack of plates. His arms protested at the extra weight, still sore from yesterday's workout, but he made his way over to the dining table anyway. He set the stack down with a small grunt, just beginning to arrange them around the empty table when a loud knock echoed from across the room. Must be Mitsuki and Masu, he thought, jogging over to the door. It's been so long since I last saw them. He reached the door and quickly unlocked it, his face lighting up with a warm and welcoming smile. Even though he wasn't on the best terms with Kaken and had stopped visiting some time ago, the Bakugo parents had always continued to care for Izuku, and he felt the same. However, upon opening the door, it became clear that Mitsuki and Masaru had not arrived yet. Instead of a couple with spiky hair and open arms, he was greeted by a tall, imposing man, a large brown suitcase dangling from his clenched fist and dressed in a dark suit. His sharp, angular face was framed by black curls, a light dusting of freckles across the bridge of his nose and into the dips of his cheekbones. Dark green eyes bore into Izuku, igniting a rush of adrenaline and nearly triggering his instincts to flee. "Dad?" The word echoed in the otherwise silent space. His father looked entirely unimpressed, impatient to enter, but Izuku's mind had short-circuited the moment he saw the older man. His father, the first of many to hurt him and a man he hadn't seen for most of his life, stood in their apartment doorway as if he had just returned from a quick trip to the store. Hisashi seemed to notice that Izuku was momentarily lost for words and cleared his throat loudly, snapping Izuku back to reality. The boy squeaked and flushed red, moving aside so quickly that he nearly tripped over his own feet. Hisashi didn't acknowledge him as he entered, brushing past Izuku with an air of superiority that rivaled even Kaken's. Izuku gently closed the door behind him, a rising sense of dread forming in his stomach. Just from that brief encounter, he could tell that Hisashi had changed, unfortunately, not for the better. An excited voice floated from the kitchen entryway, and Izuku turned to see his mother chatting animatedly with her long-lost ex-husband. The dark-haired man was now all smiles and polished charm, a mask that he wore exceptionally well. But Izuku wouldn't dare confront him right in front of his mother. She seemed so happy to see Hisashi again, and he couldn't take that away from her. He would endure anything if it meant her happiness. It was the least he could do for her. Ignoring the lively conversation beside him, Izuku focused on setting the table. Katsuki grumbled in frustration, arms crossed over his chest and red eyes burning into the flat wooden surface of Deku's front door. He did not want to be here. Wanting to know what was wrong with the nerd did not mean he cared about him, nor did it mean he wanted to hang out with him. He had concluded the night before that his interest in Deku's problems stemmed purely from curiosity, annoyance at Deku for possibly being weak and letting things get him down when he was always talking about going to UA, and his own, admittedly silly, need to know everything. He justified his meddling further by marking this as his starting point. If he couldn't even help Deku, then what kind of hero could he possibly become? He refused to consider any alternative reasons because if he were doing this for anything other than what he had already concluded, it would mean he didn't know himself as well as he thought. It would require him to sit down and re-evaluate everything he believed about himself, and he wasn't ready for that. Not that he had to, anyway. There were no other reasons. He was pulled from his thoughts by the loud, resounding knocks his mother made on the door. She never knew how to hold back. The door swung open moments later, revealing an excited-looking Deku. The freckled boy was engulfed in an oversized pink hoodie that contrasted with his light green shorts. He looked quite amusing, a stark difference from Katsuki's simple gray sweatshirt and black joggers. Deku scanned his parents' faces with rising enthusiasm but faltered slightly when his gaze landed on Katsuki. Katsuki felt a slight bristle and gripped his biceps tightly to keep from reacting. Did the nerd not even know I was coming? How had he missed that memo? Deku quickly recovered, putting on a facade that poorly hid his nervousness as he hastily welcomed them inside. Katsuki dragged his feet on the thinning carpet as he stepped in and glanced around the living room. It had been a long time since he had been in this house. Everything was in order, the house impeccably clean, and the furniture looked as if it had never been touched. A small bookshelf had obviously been cleaned recently, but the thin layer of dust covering the spines of the books crammed in it betrayed how much it was actually used. Picture frames sat neatly on almost every flat surface, and more hung on the walls. There were pictures of a young Deku everywhere and even more of Deku and Auntie together, but only one included Hisashi. It sat on the coffee table, dust coating the edges of the stand behind the black frame. The picture itself had clearly been torn and taped back together. A thin line cut through Hisashi's shoulder, separating his form from Deku's small, smiling figure and Auntie, and the tape, despite being clear, was easy to see. It had been placed haphazardly, with overlapping pieces and some folding over. A job done by Deku, no doubt. Katsuki snorted at it and pulled his attention back to the others in the room. The old hag and old man had already made their way over to the table, conversing with Deku cheerfully. Katsuki, although reluctantly, joined the small group as well. Dinner was served not long after Katsuki took his seat, the beautifully crafted dishes being carried out by Auntie and Hisashi. They started up a conversation immediately, filling the room with the sounds of energetic chatter and light-hearted banter, but Katsuki couldn't help but notice the slight discomfort on Deku's face. The green-haired boy next to him stared intently down at his food, chopsticks uselessly poking at the cooling meat chunks in his curry. A small frown kept his lips pulled downward, and his eyes darted around the room, never landing on anything in particular. Katsuki clicked his tongue at the sight and kicked Deku's leg beneath the table. The timid boy jolted, his chopsticks clattering to the table, and his chair screeched against the hardwood floor. Silence fell over the room, and all eyes turned to him immediately. Deku blushed deeply. He laughed awkwardly and raised a hand to scratch lightly at his cheek. Sorry. I just accidentally spilled a little food on myself. It was hot and it startled me, so why? Sorry, he breathed out, clearly flustered. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the excuse, but everyone else either accepted it or shrugged it off, returning to their conversation and, this time, including Deku. Katsuki gave himself a mental pat on the back for a job well done, but then his mother called out his name to include him as well. Katsuki scowled. Katsuki, I was just telling Inko and Hisashi about that time you broke the toilet because the lid scared you by crashing down. Shut up. And Inko had the lovely idea to start telling childhood stories. The old hag finished, her smile sweet but her eyes full of mischief. Also, she began again, no cursing at the table, brat. Katsuki growled lowly and narrowed his eyes threateningly but didn't dare speak up against her, lest he be reprimanded in front of the whole table. A small snicker sounded from beside him, and Katsuki whipped his head around to see Deku with both hands clamped over his mouth, his face as red as a tomato, trying to hold in his laughter. As soon as they made eye contact, though, whatever self-control Deku had gathered vanished in an instant, the green-haired boy doubling over in a breathless laugh that left him snorting and gasping for air. Katsuki felt his own skin redden from embarrassment and slammed his palm down on the wooden table as he yelled at the greenette to, "Be quiet already, imminent." The old hag, of course, reprimanded Katsuki once again for his language, but Auntie just laughed along with the old man, watching the two teens with amusement. Hisashi remained strangely quiet throughout the exchange, his polite grin appearing increasingly strained. Katsuki thought he might have seen a hint of smoke escaping from between Hisashi's clenched teeth, but he wasn't sure. Perhaps he was just projecting his own frustration onto him. Auntie then chimed in, successfully redirecting the conversation. So, childhood stories? She began, eager to lighten the mood. The old hag nodded and turned to the green-haired woman. So, Inko, do you have any cute stories about your boy? Auntie giggled and nodded. Oh, plenty. Did you know he used to call himself, what was it again, Izuku? Auntie looked up at the ceiling in thought, bringing a finger to her lips. Wasn't it? She trailed off, and Deku groaned, knowing what was coming next. Mighty All-Man? Katsuki let out a short laugh, relishing the sound of Deku's embarrassment. Oh, how sweet the taste of revenge. Oh, that's nothing. Katsuki here used to call himself All-Explosion Man Might, the old hag declared, cutting off Katsuki's gleeful teasing. And that was how the rest of dinner unfolded, with Katsuki's and Izuku's mothers exchanging amusing childhood anecdotes, subjecting their children to endless embarrassment. The old man laughed along and occasionally shared a story of his own, but Hisashi remained silent. His smile seemed forced, and Katsuki began to doubt his earlier assumptions about the man. As the clinking of cutlery faded and the conversation dwindled, it was decided that dinner was over. Auntie began stacking the dishes and picked up a pile to take to the kitchen. Katsuki's parents offered to help, but Auntie shook her head. Guests shouldn't have to help clean up. Izuku can get the last stack for me, and then I'll see you out. The old hag sighed, shaking her head in disapproval, but a fond smile crept onto her lips as she sat back down. Deku stood up and reached for the stack of dishes his mother had referred to. His hands trembled slightly, the nervousness lingering despite the cheerful conversation. Katsuki might have thought the nerd was always on edge if he hadn't seen him at the arcade, where he had been skipping around with a joyful expression, completely at ease when he didn't know Katsuki was watching. There had to be a reason for his anxiety now, but what was it? Was it because Katsuki was present? It's not like I'm going to hit him right in front of his parents, he thought, though he realized Deku had no way of knowing that. It wouldn't be the worst thing he'd done. Katsuki felt a slight twist in his gut at the thought but chose to ignore it. The green-haired boy picked up the stack of dishes and started toward the kitchen where his mother was. As he navigated around the table, however, his hip caught on the edge, and his shaky hands lost their grip on the smooth porcelain. Deku lunged forward with surprising speed, managing to save the plates just in time, though they still clattered loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Auntie rushed back in, and the old hag and old man both stood up immediately to check on Deku, who looked even more anxious than before, trembling slightly with sweat dampening his hairline. Hisashi got up a moment later, flashing a reassuring smile at the concerned adults who were bombarding Deku with questions, while the old hag tried to lighten the mood with jokes. He's fine, don't worry. I'll help him take the dishes, Hisashi said. The others nodded, and as Hisashi gathered half of the stack in his arms, he sat back down. Katsuki, however, remained suspicious. As Hisashi and Deku headed toward the kitchen, Katsuki stood up, telling everyone he just needed to use the bathroom. Luckily, he was much better at lying than clueless Deku, and nobody questioned him as he slipped out of the room. With everyone's backs turned, Katsuki quietly entered the kitchen, staying low and hiding in a corner behind the trash can, well out of sight. The smell wasn't pleasant, and he felt cramped, but he stayed put, peeking out to watch Deku and Hisashi. The two deposited their stacks into the sink without a word. Hisashi appeared calm and collected, but Deku had a white-knuckled grip on the edge of the sink, fear radiating from him. It was as if the green-haired boy sensed something Katsuki didn't. "You made quite the scene in there, Izuku," Hisashi rumbled, and Katsuki could feel the simmering anger radiating off the dark-haired man. Deku audibly gulped, his eyes slowly rising to meet Hisashi's gaze. He opened his mouth to speak, probably to apologize, but his father cut him off. "Don't even apologize. I don't want to hear it." Hisashi crossed his arms tightly over his chest and sighed deeply. "You know, it's a little disappointing." After a moment of silence, Deku tried again to speak. This time, Hisashi let him. What is? "The fact that despite all the years we've spent apart, you haven't grown at all. You haven't changed or accomplished anything. You are still so completely useless." The man seethed, his lips that had once formed kind words now twisted into a fierce snarl, his disdain palpable. It held Deku in place, the green-haired boy staring at the cracks in the tile as his father unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Katsuki willed himself not to explode in anger. "I had hoped you would have become something by now. But you're still just the worthless little kid I made the mistake of bringing into this world." The man shook his head, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. "Just try not to give me any more reason to be ashamed of you." With that, Hisashi turned away, plastering a fake, cordial expression on his face as he stepped out of the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Deku remained behind, his wild curls falling forward to hide his face as he dipped his head. A minute passed, and Katsuki contemplated revealing himself, but then Deku finally turned around, looking like his usual self and walking out of the kitchen as if his father hadn't just told him he was a mistake. Katsuki stood up as those green curls disappeared from view, a fierce anger coursing through his veins. He certainly did not like Hisashi, that was for sure. How could a father say such things to his only son? Katsuki had told the boy similar things he knew, but he wasn't Deku's father. No parent should ever speak to their children like that, no matter what. Katsuki may be abrasive, but he wasn't entirely heartless. He would never wish that kind of home life on anyone, enemy or not. Katsuki needed to know more about this guy. So, upon returning to the table where his parents were getting ready to leave, Katsuki asked a question that surprised everyone, especially Deku, who turned to look at him with wide eyes. "Hey, Auntie, can I spend the night here?" The entire room fell silent, everyone staring at the blonde in shock. Auntie was the first to break the quiet, her face lighting up with pure joy. She beamed so widely it looked like it hurt. "Yes. Of course you can stay the night, Katsuki." "Oh, this is so exciting. You haven't stayed over since you were both little." Auntie continued to chatter excitedly, clapping her hands every so often, while everyone else stood there gaping at Katsuki like fish out of water. The old hag was the next to speak up, clearing her throat and blinking rapidly as if to shake off the surprise. "Yeah, I guess that's fine, if it's all right with Izuku." She directed her gaze toward the green-haired boy, who had been staring at Katsuki in bewilderment since the words left the blonde's mouth. The old hag's voice seemed to snap him out of it, making Deku finally focus on her. It took a moment longer for Deku to process what she'd said, and when he did, he simply nodded, slow and mechanical. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch. What was wrong with it? He was acting like he had just received some terrible news. But it didn't really matter, because the nerd had said yes anyway. He'd be staying the night. "Oh no!" Izuku groaned, his face buried in his palms. "Kaken is staying the night." Izuku was in the bathroom, leaning on the counter with his head in his hands. He had retreated to this safe space the moment he regained his composure, needing time to process everything that had just happened. "Why?" he mumbled softly to himself, pushing off the counter and bracing himself against the wall instead. Why would Kaken ask to spend the night? It doesn't make sense. He hates me. Maybe he wants to spend time with Mom? No, that doesn't fit. Kaken doesn't like being around anyone for too long, even those he cares about. Maybe he's doing this to get under my skin somehow? Perhaps he's trying to collect some sort of leverage. No, he wouldn't go that far. Izuku rambled on, murmuring to himself about all the possibilities. He probably sounded crazy to anyone who walked by, but he was too lost in his thoughts to care. Eventually, he sagged against the wall, his mind having exhausted itself from all the scenarios he had conjured. No matter what he imagined, he couldn't find a satisfying answer. He briefly entertained the thought that maybe he was growing on Kaken, which was why he wanted to stay, but he dismissed that idea immediately, tossing it aside like it was nothing. Even if it wasn't as far-fetched as it seemed, Izuku couldn't bring himself to believe it, not with his father's words echoing in his mind, a constant reminder that he was still an outcast. He tried not to let those words affect him, striving to keep his head held high and locking away the thoughts of self-doubt as best as he could. He bottled everything up, thinking that if he ignored it, it would eventually fade away. But it didn't. Instead, it built up, increasing the pressure until it felt like it would burst. It was only a matter of time before it all came crashing down, but Izuku still couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it. Admitting that he wasn't okay felt like a personal failure. It felt like surrendering, allowing life to drag him down. He knew it was irrational, but in his mind he wasn't drowning until he admitted it. Izuku looked up at his reflection and was startled to see the beginnings of tears in his eyes, making his emerald irises shimmer. He wiped them away quickly, only to notice his hands had started shaking. His heart raced in his chest and his breath hitched. The panic hadn't fully consumed him yet. He could still think clearly, and his lungs continued to draw in air, but he felt it lurking just around the corner, ready to pounce at any moment. When he felt like this, usually only one thing helped. Izuku opened the cabinet doors beneath the sink and peered inside, searching for the familiar black box that should be hidden behind the main pipe. Then, Izuku's heart raced as a brief memory flashed in his mind. Once his arms were cleaned and bandaged, he had slid the kit under his bed and tucked the razor back into its box. He had left the razor on his bedside table, too exhausted to return it to its place in the bathroom. "I'll just put it back in the morning," he had told himself. Oh no. He had never put it back. A different kind of panic surged through Izuku as he sprang to his feet and dashed out of the bathroom. He had to put that box away before someone found it, before Kaken found it. The blonde had no sense of privacy when it came to Izuku. He would look at anything he found interesting, whether the greenette wanted him to or not. Izuku reached his room only to find the door already ajar, and his heart stopped. He approached the open entrance and pushed it wider, a lump forming in his throat. There, sitting on the carpeted floor of Izuku's room, was Kaken, holding the black box crumpled in his hand, with an array of shiny metal blades laid out before him. Abruptly, all the fear, shame, and sadness drained from Izuku, leaving him pale and frozen as his mind struggled to catch up with the situation. Izuku gulped. "Well now." Katsuki stared down at the contents of the dark little box he had just opened, scattered around him on the floor. He was alone, having walked into the room to entertain himself since Hisashi had left for the bar, and Deku was taking forever in the bathroom. He had spotted the black box on the nerd's bedside table, looking so out of place among all his other colorful belongings, and grabbed it, intending to take a peek inside before moving on to something else. However, that was not what happened. Instead, all he saw upon opening the box was his own reflection staring back at him from the small metal surfaces. He had sat down and dumped them on the floor immediately, needing to confirm his suspicions. He stared at the collection, trying to make sense of it all. It didn't take long. He wasn't foolish. He understood what this meant and what those blades were likely used for. The hand holding the box clenched tightly as the realization sank in, unintentionally crushing the box. He didn't know how long he sat there, staring at the metal pieces, envisioning the nerd using them, pressing them into his skin purposefully, before the bedroom door swung wide open. He didn't have to look to know who it was. Deku had probably realized his mistake and come running, but it was too late. Katsuki had seen, and he would never be able to unsee it. Slowly, the blonde got to his feet, unfamiliar emotions swirling inside him at lightning speed. He couldn't believe that the ever-optimistic, determined, and kind Deku would ever do this to himself. He was also aware, on some level, that this was at least partly his fault. Katsuki felt heavy. He felt angry though he couldn't quite place why. "Show me your arms, Deku," Katsuki demanded, turning to meet the green-haired boy's gaze. Deku appeared frozen in place, his freckled hands still gripping the doorknob, his green eyes glued to the floor where the evidence of his struggles lay. "Deku," Katsuki repeated, his voice steady but laced with urgency. It snapped Deku out of his daze instantly. The timid boy stepped inside, hesitating before closing the door behind him, dread evident on his face. Katsuki approached him, closing the distance because Deku clearly wasn't going to move. He gently grasped the smaller boy's wrist, softer than he had in a long time, and looked up into the shame-filled eyes of his friend. "Show me, Deku." Deku swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he raised a shaky hand to grip the sleeve just below Katsuki's hand. His eyes flicked up to meet Katsuki's for a brief moment before dropping back to the fabric he clutched. Slowly, he pulled the sleeve back, revealing pale skin marked with scars. Lines of healed skin crisscrossed Deku's forearm. Some were old, raised and white, while others were newer, pink and still healing. Katsuki instinctively tightened his grip on Deku's wrist, his gaze fixed on the sight before him, momentarily overwhelmed. No wonder Deku had reacted so strongly at the convenience store. Hot tears welled in Katsuki's eyes, leaving warm trails down his cheeks as they fell. He gasped at the unfamiliar sensation. He hadn't cried since childhood. Finally, he released Deku's wrist and rubbed the heel of his palm against his eyes, trying to stem the flow of tears. "Kaken? Are you okay? Why are you crying?" "Shut up," Katsuki exclaimed, rubbing his face roughly to hide any evidence of his tears. "I was only crying because—" He paused, struggling to find the right words. Deep down, he knew the reason. It had been nagging at him since he first noticed Deku's exhaustion. It was just beneath the surface, waiting to be acknowledged, but he wasn't quite ready to admit it yet. "Because this is my fault. This is my guilt and my failure. That's why." It wasn't a complete lie, but it didn't capture the whole truth either. It didn't satisfy Katsuki, but it seemed enough for Deku, who frowned and shook his head vigorously. "No, Kaken, this isn't your fault. I made the decision to do this myself." Katsuki clicked his tongue. "Yeah, but would you have done that to yourself if I hadn't treated you the way I did?" Deku hesitated, opening his mouth to respond but ultimately closing it again, his gaze dropping guiltily. Katsuki clenched his fists, hoping for a different answer despite knowing this was the likely response. "You helped, but you weren't the cause, Kaken. I think I probably kept it up because of you, but I didn't start because of you," Deku said quietly, surprising Katsuki. "So it's not completely your fault. You shouldn't take the blame." The sincerity in Deku's eyes was clear. Although Katsuki still felt guilty for contributing to Deku's struggles, he felt a sense of relief knowing he wasn't the one who had started it. But if he hadn't, who had? As far as he knew, no one treated Deku worse than he did. "Then why did you start?" Katsuki asked after a moment. "Who caused you so much pain that you do that to your own arm? All the bullies at school just follow my lead. None of them would do something worse than I have." Deku shifted uncomfortably, his gaze dropping to the floor. "It's kind of a long story. And it's hard for me to talk about," he said softly, bowing his head so his curls obscured most of his face. Katsuki sighed and walked over to Deku's bed, sitting on the edge and patting the spot next to him. Deku took the hint and moved to sit beside him. "Deku, I just found out you've been hurting yourself for who knows how long. I think I deserve to know why." Deku still looked unconvinced. Katsuki turned to face him more directly. "Look, Deku, I'm not going to use this against you or laugh at you or any of the things you might be thinking right now, alright? Just tell me." Deku studied him for a moment, his green eyes hesitant but searching. "Promise." Katsuki rolled his eyes but replied with sincerity, "Promise, nerd." Deku's shoulders slumped, and he let out a long sigh. I'll tell you if you really want to know, but it isn't exactly a fun story, the green-haired boy conceded. Katsuki grunted in acknowledgement and settled onto the bed as Deku took a deep breath, preparing to share his history. Izuku sat comfortably against his mother's chest, watching as All Might took down yet another villain. He was so cool. He's so cool, he exclaimed, glancing up at his parents to confirm they thought so too. They both smiled and nodded in agreement, Hisashi's hand resting gently on top of Izuku's unruly curls. Of course he's cool, Zuku. He has to be cool if you like him, Hisashi said sweetly, earning a giggle from Inko and a cheer from Izuku. Izuku grinned widely, pleased, and snuggled closer into his mother's embrace. They stayed like that for a while, all curled up together on the couch as they watched heroes and villains battle it out on the screen. Before long, however, his mother kissed his forehead and shifted him off her lap to start dinner. Izuku turned to face Hisashi, who picked him up by the sides when Izuku reached out with grabby hands. Hisashi continued to hold him, playfully digging his fingers into Izuku's sides, making the little boy burst into loud giggles and squirm in an attempt to escape the ticklish assault. "Daddy! Tickles!" the small boy squealed in mock complaint, patting at Hisashi's large hands. "Tickles? You want tickles?" Hisashi teased, his smile bright. Izuku gasped and shook his head vigorously, his fluffy curls bouncing with the movement. "No. No tickles." The 3-year-old was cut off as Hisashi's fingers moved playfully against his sides. Izuku squealed loudly and kicked out his tiny feet, but they missed their target completely. Hisashi laughed heartily at the reaction and continued the good-natured teasing for a moment, watching as Izuku's freckles turned a rosy shade, before finally relenting and setting his son down on his tiny feet. Izuku wiped away the happy tears forming at the corners of his eyes with chubby little fists, a goofy smile plastered on his face. "So mean, Daddy!" Izuku shouted, pretending to be indignant. "Ah, but you love me anyway, don't you, Zuku?" Hisashi pulled the little boy gently into his lap, grabbing a nearby brush to comb out the knots in Izuku's shamrock green hair with practiced ease. Izuku hummed, pressing his index finger to his pouting lips in contemplation. Hisashi paused, pulling back slightly to give Izuku the best sad puppy look he could muster. Izuku's joyful expression quickly shifted to one of concern and guilt, his lower lip jutting out in a real pout. "Daddy, no. Don't be sad. I was just joking." Izuku rushed to reassure him, bouncing restlessly in his lap. "I love you, Daddy, always. You know that," the little boy said before wrapping his small arms around his father as best he could and pressing a chubby, freckled cheek against Hisashi's chest. Hisashi chuckled softly and cradled the back of Izuku's small head in his hand. "I'll love you too, Zuku, no matter what. Always." Izuku felt his heart ache when the doctor delivered the news. It stuttered in his chest when he was told to give up on his dream, the realization that he really couldn't be like All Might looming over him. But it was okay. It would be alright because he still had his mommy and daddy who loved him very much, and they would help him get through this. He was sure of it. Another crack formed in Izuku's heart when they got home that day, and his mother told Hisashi what the doctor had said. Izuku looked up at him, hopeful and expectant, waiting for the comforting words that were sure to follow such news, the warm arms that would hold him close and protect him from the harshness of the world. But Hisashi didn't even look at him. The man said nothing. He simply stared down at his coffee mug, steam still rising from the rim, before standing, turning on his heel, and leaving the room as if nothing had been said. Izuku gripped the fabric of his shirt between the chubby fingers of his free hand, a habit that would persist throughout the years, and called out to him. "Daddy, wait." He stared pleadingly at the empty space before him and tugged on his mother's hand, which was wrapped firmly around his own. "Mommy, let me go. I have to go get Daddy." He didn't notice the way his mother's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, too focused on the hallway his father had disappeared down. "I need to, the little boy hiccuped. Inko knelt down and cupped his pudgy cheek, gently encouraging those big, innocent eyes to focus on her instead. They did, Izuku's bright emerald irises shining with uncertainty, hurt, and betrayal. "Mommy," he started, his small voice so impossibly fragile, "Daddy still loves me, right?" Tears brimmed in Inko's eyes and spilled down her cheeks, her heart aching for her son in a way it never could for herself. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the child she loved so dearly. "Oh, Izuku, of course. We could never stop loving you," she told him. Izuku clung to her desperately, trying his hardest to fight back the tears. She was right. His mama was always right. Daddy still loved him. He had to. Hisashi refused to even glance his way. Inko assured him it would pass, petting his head and telling him a parent couldn't just stop loving their child, no matter what. Izuku didn't really believe her, but he held onto those words with everything he had, keeping them close and playing them on repeat in his head when sleep wouldn't come. But things only got worse. The man he adored with all his heart wouldn't speak to him, wouldn't touch him. It felt as if he simply ceased to exist. Despite the warmth his mother radiated, Izuku felt cold. Somewhere along the line, Mommy's reassurances changed from, "Of course he loves you, sweetie, I promise. It's just a phase," to, "You know I love you, my little Izuku. I'll love you no matter what. Always." How was she supposed to know those were the same words his father once murmured to him? She didn't, and so she kept saying them, and every time, Izuku could feel his expectations for life crumbling away, becoming nothing more than a child's daydream. Izuku was sinking. He felt as if he were being torn apart, not only by his very nature, not only by the peers and teachers he once thought of as friends, but by the one person who was meant to hold him together. If his own father couldn't love him, how could anyone? How could he? Izuku's heart truly broke for the first time just days before his 5th birthday. Izuku watched helplessly as the blurry figure of his father walked towards the door, suitcase in hand. He could hear the sound of his mother's sobs from somewhere behind him, but he didn't have the courage to look back at her face. So he reached forward instead, small, pudgy fingers grasping thin air desperately as the life he knew slipped away from him. Distantly, he could hear himself sobbing, could feel the wetness of tear tracks making their way down his cheeks. The TV was the only source of light in the room, the colors on screen flickering across the furniture and dancing along their flesh in rapid succession. He wasn't paying any attention to that, though. His focus was on the man he knew and trusted and loved walking out of the door, walking out of their lives forever. His father paused in the doorway and turned halfway towards Izuku, the pretty colors spilling over his back and blanketing his front in darkness. Izuku smiled at the pause, crawling towards him on wobbly hands and knees, hope blooming in his chest like a hesitant flower. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he was staying after all. Maybe he realized he really did love Mommy and their little boy. Maybe he realized Izuku was worth it. "Don't come near me, Izuku." His father spoke, voice low and filled with anger, and Izuku stopped. The hope that had so quickly sprouted in his chest wilted just as fast. It shriveled up inside him, leaving a frigid, empty space behind. "You're not my son," he growled, his harsh voice full of disdain. "You're nothing. You're useless and worthless and a complete waste of my time. You are a disappointment." He spat out the last word like it was poison. Izuku's eyes went wide, the room now silent. He could no longer hear his mother's desperate sobs. He couldn't hear his own gasps for air or the click of the door when his father finally left. All he could hear was the war of murmured thoughts and whispers filling his mind like a heavy cloud. "It's your fault. Quirkless. You failed him. Quirkless. You're a freak of nature. Quirkless. You're worthless and useless. Quirkless. You couldn't do anything. Quirkless. He's gone because you aren't enough. Quirkless. It's your fault." His heart raced wildly against his ribcage, guilt swelling deep in his gut. It engulfed his young, frail body and kept him frozen in place as he hunched over, struggling for breath, soft cries crumbling into broken, choking sobs that threatened to overwhelm him, and ultimately did. Izuku didn't know when his mother had picked him up and carried him to bed, whispering soft apologies and sweet promises into his ear. It felt like an eternity spent lying on their living room floor, watching the colors of the TV paint blurry, indistinct scenes on the white wall. He didn't sleep that night. In fact, he hardly slept at all after that. And when he did, his dreams were filled with tall men with dark curls, uttering words of disappointment and disdain that echoed the things others began to say, the things he started telling himself. Izuku never shared his nightmares with his mother. He kept quiet when Kaken asked what his parents thought of him being quirkless. He didn't explain to his teachers why there were now only 2 stick figures in his drawings or why he stopped bringing the special bento box his father had bought him. He stopped telling anyone anything after that. Deku's voice trembled as he finished his story, his eyes brimming with tears. "He taught me that I shouldn't love myself," the green-haired boy said, his voice choked as tears spilled down his chin, making soft thuds on the bed and soaking into the comforter. "He was the first one to tell me I didn't matter, and because he's my father, I believed him." Deku turned to him then, his expression filled with heartbreak, and suddenly whatever wall Katsuki had built inside himself came crashing down. "I still do," Deku confessed, his voice strained and high-pitched as he struggled to stay composed. Katsuki watched as Deku broke down, sobs racking through his small frame. His shoulders shook, and his body trembled as cries escaped his throat. He looked so small, so defeated. He curled into himself, his breath shuddering. Whatever he had been feeling, hiding, pushing down, had exploded out and overtaken him. Katsuki, unsure, reached out and hesitantly ran his fingers through the other boy's hair, gentle and slow, so unlike the Katsuki Deku was used to. Deku leaned into the touch, pressing himself against Katsuki, searching desperately for comfort. He looked up at him, fingers clenched in the material of Katsuki's sweatshirt, red-rimmed eyes spilling with tears. There were bags under his eyes and a pitiful lilt to his lips that silently pleaded for help. Katsuki's heart stuttered in his chest. He knew that Deku hadn't been happy, even before he discovered his secret. He hadn't looked happy in a long time. But he hadn't expected this, not even close. He had assumed, foolishly, that the nerd was invincible when it came to emotions and pain. It was one of the things he had despised about him. The fact that he could face any situation with a smile and come out unscathed had always irked Katsuki. He had felt inferior watching him. He hadn't realized it was a mask, something Deku wore not only to deceive those around him but to convince himself. The Deku sitting in front of him was not the smiling child he once knew. He wasn't the one Katsuki had bullied on the playground or the one whose notebook he had burned and thrown out the window. This Deku was completely and utterly broken, an exhausted, overburdened version of his younger self. It couldn't have been easy to keep pushing forward, to remain positive and kind despite being so obviously shattered on the inside. Looking down at him, thousands of memories replayed in Katsuki's mind. Images of a lonely child, tears streaming down his freckled cheeks and disappearing into the corners of his wobbly smile as he offered help to those who didn't deserve it. Visions of a scrawny young boy, trembling in his grasp, defending his dream as others laughed. He remembered the crack in his facade when Katsuki had told him to end it all. When he'd asked who gave him the right to be a hero. When he'd yelled all the things he so clearly hated about himself to his face every single day. All because he'd been scared and insecure. All at once, and a little too late, Katsuki realized he did care about Deku. He was forced to face the reality that he didn't really want to hurt the green-haired boy anymore. It was obvious to Katsuki now that the teen sitting in front of him never really did anything wrong. He had never meant to upset Katsuki or make him feel inadequate. It wasn't Deku's fault that Katsuki couldn't handle being anything less than perfect. Deku wasn't to blame when Katsuki looked at him and saw all the reasons he wasn't that. The boy with freckled cheeks, a heart bigger than the sun, and intentions of gold was perfect in all the ways Katsuki couldn't be, and so Katsuki had tried to push him away. Katsuki knew now he wasn't the only one. It seemed as though the world itself had tried its best to bring Izuku Midoriya down, and in some ways, it had succeeded. Katsuki's gut twisted painfully, and this time he recognized the feeling as true guilt, a pain brought about by wronging someone you cared for. He allowed himself to feel it, letting it thrum through his veins with every beat of his heart. He wasn't really the sentimental or apologetic type, but he always believed in punishment and consequences. This intense feeling of guilt and shame, this was his punishment. As for his consequences, well, he figured everything that came after this was a consequence. He knew he'd never really change, being abrasive was just who he was, but every day would be a struggle to accept his own imperfections and soften the sharp edges of his harsh personality. Katsuki, by no means, was prepared to say any of that aloud, however. Just the thought of telling Deku that he was wrong, that he cared about him, felt like such a huge blow to his pride that it made him feel sick. It was already dizzying just admitting it to himself. But that didn't mean he'd just sit around and do nothing. Katsuki Bakugu wasn't afraid of a mess. He'd helped create this, and he'd helped fix it. Katsuki wrapped his arms around the still shaking boy and allowed him to crawl into his lap. He sat there for a long time, just holding the green-haired boy and letting him soak his sweatshirt with tears. He didn't complain once, not even when Deku buried his face in the crook of his neck. At last, Deku's sobs quieted into sniffles, and his ragged breaths smoothed out into long, even breaths. The greenette burrowed deeper into Katsuki's large hoodie and scooted further into his lap, seemingly content to cuddle up to the blonde whether he was crying or not. Get out of my lap if you're done crying, nerd, Katsuki told him when a minute passed and he still hadn't moved, though his voice was a little softer than usual. Deku startled and scrambled out of his lap, a blush on his face, but he didn't have that anguished expression any longer. Feel better, nerd? Katsuki asked, watching as Deku's lips twitched up into a small grin. Yeah, I really do. Thank you for comforting me, Kaken. Even if it was only out of guilt for failing as a hero. Katsuki just nodded mutely, not bothering to correct the greenette. It wasn't that he didn't care to, he just couldn't bring himself to tell Deku the truth. At least not yet. Admitting to himself that he was wrong was one thing, but admitting he was wrong to someone else? Let alone Deku was the centerpiece in all his moral dilemmas and a significant part of his life? Yeah, no, not happening. Deku shifted on the bed, bringing his freckled hands into his lap and playing absently with the fabric of his shorts. So what now? He asked, peeking up at Katsuki shyly through long lashes. Katsuki fervently ignored the slight flutter of his stomach at the sight he was not delving into whatever that meant right now and instead lifted himself from the bed. Well, for starters, we should go tell Auntie what you've been doing to yourself. Deku's eyes widened at that, the green-haired boy shooting off the bed and grabbing onto the blonde's arm with both hands in the span of a second. Please don't. Deku squeaked, looking up at Katsuki imploringly. Good night, Deku. Getting up in the morning was easier that day than Izuku remembered it being in a long time. Kaken had left before Izuku had even gotten up, presumably to get clothes and school supplies from his house before school. I have to remember to thank him when I see him next, he thought, pulling on his black middle school uniform. It was because of Kaken he'd slept so soundly, after all. The green-haired boy got ready for school with a smile on his face, appreciating the warmth from the sun's soft glow as it spilled in through the window and painted his room orange. He felt so light he hadn't even realized just how heavy the burden he'd been carrying was until it was lifted from his shoulders. The freckled boy checked himself in the mirror, picking at and messing with his curls a little before giving up and grabbing his things. He skipped all the way to school and sat down at an unusually clean desk, prepared to absorb as much information as possible. The day was turning out to be a good one, and he wouldn't let it go to waste. When Kaken walked through the door, Izuku did thank him, to which the blonde responded with a low growl of, "Shut up." So, essentially, exactly what Izuku had expected. Izuku just smiled back at the angry boy, much to the latter's annoyance. The greenette managed to stay focused the entire day, the pages of his notebook filled with so much detail that the words were beginning to get crammed in the corners. He was able to appreciate the view from the roof come lunchtime instead of just mindlessly shoveling his food into his mouth like usual, and smiling didn't feel so painful or forced. The air felt crisp, and everything looked so alive. It wasn't that he was euphoric, far from it. He just felt normal, and that wasn't something he'd had the privilege of feeling lately. To him, it was a luxury, and he cherished every second of it. Izuku was making his way out of school when a blue sneaker shoved its way into his path. The green-haired boy didn't have enough time to react and stumbled, hitting the ground hard. The boys who tripped him snickered and made snide remarks as they walked away, sparing a glance back as Izuku got up but nothing more. Suddenly, Izuku's chipper mood came crashing down. The weight returned, and all the greenette wanted to do was lay down in bed and stop existing for a while. It was such a drastic shift in his frame of mind that he almost forgot he'd been feeling good at all. Izuku got up anyway and continued on, a small spark of irritation igniting in his chest. It didn't make sense. He was bullied constantly, he was used to it, and the rest of the day had gone just fine. Such a small act shouldn't make him feel so miserable. What is wrong with me? He thought to himself. This isn't normal, is it? The teen sighed and shook his head. It was fine. The mood change was probably only temporary. Besides, he had things he had to do, whether he was in good spirits or not. And so Izuku worked just like normal, pushing himself past his limits with all might and then pushing himself even further at work, ignoring the signs his body kept sending him, begging him to stop. Nothing was different from any other day, and yet that misery never faded. When Izuku closed up the shop that night, he felt so much more exhausted than usual. He thought he'd already hit the wall as far as that went, but apparently that particular hole was bottomless. He also realized, with moderate alarm, that he didn't really remember much of the day after he'd been tripped. In the moment, it had felt like time was crawling along at a snail's pace, every moment so excruciatingly clear. But now that it was all over with, and he was standing there with the daylight hours behind him, it seemed as though it had all gone in a blur. He tried harder to recall all of the events, but his thoughts were muddled and hazy, like they were buried beneath a layer of fog, and Izuku just didn't have the energy to sift through them. When Izuku's attention refocused on the world around him, he discovered he was in his room. Startled, Izuku pulled out his phone and checked the time, just to make sure he'd actually walked there and wasn't somehow transported. Sure enough, the jump in time suggested he'd simply been operating on autopilot. The greenette plopped down on the edge of his bed and buried his face in his hands, not bothering to turn the light on. He needed to sleep, that much was clear. But despite how tired he felt, he knew sleep wouldn't come. He'd just end up lying there for who knows how long, staring at the wall and wishing, hoping, pleading for sleep to overtake him, but it wouldn't. Not for hours, at least. That's how it had been for a long time, especially recently, and he doubted tonight would be any different. This is so unfair, his inner voice whispered. It isn't, but life isn't fair. You know this, and it's never held you back before. But this isn't something I can control. I can't do anything. I've never really been able to. My dream would have already been lost if not for All Might. He saw something in you, though, right? He chose you for a reason. You must be worth something. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. On my own, I'm useless. Worthless. I'm nobody. He could have easily chosen anyone else. I shouldn't think like this. But I'm just not sure I'll ever be good enough. Izuku's hands began to feel damp, and he noticed he'd started crying. The greenette lifted his head a little, staring at his wet hands as tears made their way down his cheeks. He didn't know what to do. He wanted release, wanted to grab the little black box that used to sit underneath the sink, wanted to press it to his skin and feel the pain that reminded him whose life this was, who was in the driver's seat. He wrapped his arms around himself, his nails beginning to dig into his pale flesh. Then, Kaken's words echoed in his head. Just if you feel like hurting yourself, just text me, all right? We can talk about it. Or whatever. Izuku released his arms and immediately reached for his phone, but paused when his hand hovered only millimeters above it. Should he text Kaken? He was probably just saying that. He didn't really want to sit and hear him talk about his problems. But he did offer, maybe this could be a way for Kaken and him to grow closer. He didn't want to burden him, though. Izuku sighed heavily and grabbed his phone, sending a text to Kaken, collision, before he could change his mind. Hey, it's Izuku. Or Deku, I guess. You probably don't have my name saved in your phone. Anyway, you said the other day to text you when I feel like hurting myself, and I guess I kind of am right now. Sorry if this is annoying. No sooner had Izuku put down his phone than it dinged back at him, alerting him that Kaken had replied. He quickly looked, half prepared to see an annoyed text telling him to shut up and go to sleep. Instead, all the other had said was, "Meet me at the park in 20. The park, huh? Izuku hadn't been there since he was a little kid, playing ball with the other boys and laughing until it inevitably turned into being laughed at. His memories of the place were very bittersweet. Izuku slipped on his shoes and pulled on a jacket haphazardly before quietly leaving the house. He descended the steps of his apartment complex and stepped out onto the sidewalk, zipping up his jacket as he made his way down the street toward his childhood park. Everything was quiet and still, most people having already gone to bed. The sound of his shoes hitting the concrete echoed in the silence. As soon as Izuku rounded the corner to enter the park, he spotted a hunched-over blonde sitting on a swing, scrolling through his phone and bathing his scowling face in white light. Izuku stopped to stare for a moment before realizing he was being a bit creepy and stepped into the park, his feet thudding against the dirt and alerting the other to his presence. Katsuki looked up at the sound of footsteps, staring straight into nervous green irises. The freckled boy was making his way over slowly, anxiously playing with the hems of his sleeves. Katsuki locked his phone and slid it into his back pocket as he leaned on the chain of the leather swing. Deku stopped a couple of feet away, still obviously unsure. The blonde rolled his eyes and slapped the seat of the swing next to him, sending pieces of chipped red paint fluttering to the ground. "Hurry up and sit down, nerd. I don't want to have to pick you up off the ground if you have another breakdown." Deku gulped but nodded, hesitantly taking a seat on the swing next to Katsuki. His hands gripped the chain tightly, and his eyes stayed trained on the ground. Honestly, Katsuki had no idea what he was doing. He knew he wasn't the best with words, he wouldn't be able to offer any comfort, and there was no way Deku didn't know that. The school therapist, whom he'd seen earlier that day, told him that sometimes all someone needed was a person willing to listen. He wasn't sure if that was really enough, but he didn't know of anything else to do. He could be honest and offer advice, but he knew he'd probably just end up being too harsh and scaring Deku off. Plus, there were some things you just couldn't give advice for. He hadn't gone through what Deku had and continued to. Katsuki was confident about most things, having navigated the majority of obstacles in his life with an ease others envied, but there was always something about Deku that stumped him. When it came to those green curls and freckled cheeks, Katsuki usually found himself at a complete loss, and it seemed now was no exception. Speaking of green curls and freckled cheeks, Deku was still just staring at his red sneakers and gripping the metal chains tightly. Katsuki huffed and, before he even really thought about it, clicked his tongue and said, "Just spit it out already." Deku flinched slightly, and the word sheet briefly flashed in Katsuki's mind, but then Deku was gathering his wits and taking a shaky breath. "I think there's something wrong with me." Katsuki raised an eyebrow. He hadn't been expecting that. "I don't really know how to explain it to you. It's kind of like static. Like my head is just full of it. It's all I see, all I hear, all I feel." Deku's lips quivered, a clear sign that tears weren't far behind. "I don't get it," Katsuki confessed. "What does static mean?" Nothing that was coming out of Deku's mouth made sense to him. He was feeling static? "Sorry," the other said, taking a moment to calm himself down and keep the tears at bay a little longer. "I guess I just feel miserable all the time. But it's not a sad miserable." "Well, it kind of is, just not really." "Oh no, I'm not making any sense again." Deku looked pained, his face contorting in a flurry of emotions Katsuki couldn't decipher. "Oi, calm down. You're not on a time limit." Despite the coarseness of his words, they seemed to relax Deku somewhat. His fingers went slack on the metal links still in his grasp, and his expression softened. The green-haired boy sat there for a while, just regulating his breathing and focusing intensely on something Katsuki couldn't see or hear. The blonde waited patiently as someone like him could, kicking the dirt until Deku was ready to talk again. Finally, the green-haired boy turned to meet Katsuki's stare, a forlorn, conflicted look adorning his features. "I hate waking up in the mornings," he started, his voice soft and 1,000 times calmer than it had been. "And I know everyone hates waking up in the mornings, but I really hate it. I hate going to sleep at night because I dread waking up the next morning. Though sleep never comes easy for me anyway, and when it does, I get nightmare after nightmare. And I'm tired all the time. Yes, I don't get good sleep and I work a lot. It's perfectly reasonable I'd be tired all the time, but it's more than that. It's like, you know that kind of tired you get after a really long, arduous test and you just don't want to do anything for a while? It's like that, but constantly. I can't escape it. It's always there, weighing me down. Even doing small things feels overwhelming. It's hard to think about all the tasks I have to tackle every day. I just want to scream and make it all disappear. To make matters worse, I can't stop feeling disappointed in myself. I don't want to. I've been trying for so long to embrace who I am. I keep my head held high, no matter what happens. I keep pushing forward, working hard, and telling myself things I don't truly believe, hoping that one day they will feel real. But they never do. Why not, Kaken? Why do I feel so heavy, sad, and numb all the time? Why do I feel guilty just for existing? Why can the smallest things ruin my day? Why am I starting to feel so hopeless? What's wrong with me? The green-haired boy's voice cracked at the end, and the tears he had fought to hold back finally began to stream down his face. They flowed in all directions, wetting the corners of his nose, gliding over freckles, and tracing down his jawline, falling from his chin and splattering onto the faded, red leather seat of the rusty old swing. The light from a nearby lamppost cast a gentle glow, illuminating the greenette's anguish in a way that was unexpectedly beautiful. The night air felt more alive than it had an hour earlier. The quiet was soothing, a comfort where it had once been painfully obvious. Izuku hardly noticed the sound his shoes made on the pavement this time around. Why not? I think your mother deserves to know what her son has been up to, Katsuki said sharply. She's going through so much already, Kaken. She's so stressed all the time, she doesn't need this on top of everything. Deku's grip on his arm tightened. Please, Kaken. Please. Katsuki narrowed his eyes and stared down at the freckled boy's pleading face for a long moment, considering his words. Fine, he finally conceded, just as Deku began to look visibly anxious. At Katsuki's response, the greenette's face lit up, and a flood of thank yous and I'll owe you one spilled from his lips. But Katsuki interrupted, causing Deku's expression to fall. This, he said, gesturing toward Deku's arm, can't keep happening. Talk to the school therapist or something. Katsuki thought about how he might need to visit her himself after everything that had happened tonight. It wouldn't be the worst blow to his pride. Besides, he had promised himself to be better, and in admitting that, he realized he didn't know where to start. Deku began, biting his lower lip and looking down before continuing. I really can't. I'm busy all the time outside of school, and I need all my time in school to study. I'll fall behind otherwise. Katsuki pondered his words for a moment before clearing his throat, his cheeks slightly flushed. Well, maybe you can, just if you ever feel like you need to talk, just text me, okay? We can figure it out together. A brief silence fell between them, and then, before Katsuki could react, tears welled in Deku's eyes, and he suddenly hugged him tightly. Katsuki turned bright red and exclaimed, "Get off me!" He tried to push the greenette away, but Deku's grip was surprisingly strong. Funny, he didn't remember him being this strong before. Once he finally managed to free himself from Deku's embrace, he gently pushed the boy onto the bed and walked over to where the razors lay scattered on the floor. Get some sleep, nerd. I'll take care of these. Katsuki grumbled, crouching down to carefully gather the metal pieces and wrap them in a light blue handkerchief he kept in his pocket. Deku nodded, and Katsuki stood up, handkerchief in hand. When Katsuki returned a few minutes later, he found a sleeping pad already laid out on the floor next to the bed, where Deku had apparently fallen asleep. His breakdown must have worn him out. Katsuki sighed and flicked off the light, quietly making his way over to the makeshift bed. As he settled under the blankets and closed his eyes, Katsuki whispered into the darkness. I know Kaken said he would do this for me, Izuku thought to himself, but I almost can't believe he actually did. I guess this is his way of taking responsibility. Izuku sighed and looked up at the starry sky, tracing the trails of light and connecting the dots. He could have just apologized. He's acting like he actually... Izuku paused, standing still as his eyes followed vague shapes among the twinkling lights before he shook his head and moved forward again. No, that's silly. Kaken always goes the extra mile for everything. The fact that he's doing this for me doesn't really mean anything. A small grin spread across his face despite the way his contentment felt a little bittersweet inside him. Even if his relationship with Kaken wasn't everything he had hoped for when they were younger, he couldn't help but admire the other boy. He put his whole heart into everything he did, and for some reason, Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from that dedication. As Izuku approached the steps leading up to his apartment, he hurried toward them. It was late, and he needed as much sleep as he could get. Fumbling with his keys at the door, he inserted them into the lock and opened the door with a little struggle. Izuku sensed something was off the moment he stepped inside. The atmosphere felt cold and charged, as if one wrong move could lead to something unforeseen. The feeling sent shivers down his spine, a fear more intense than he was used to wrapping around him and making it hard to breathe. Izuku realized why as soon as he walked into the living room and his eyes adjusted to the dim light. Hisashi sat on the couch with his back facing him, hunched over and radiating anger. The green-haired boy SE in a breath as his fear spiked. He knew this couldn't be good. His eyes widened as they began flitting about the room, searching for the source of his father's anger. He couldn't find one and knew he should leave, but he didn't know how to do that without alerting Hisashi, who might already be aware of his presence, and possibly making him angrier. Potential scenarios and options whirled around in his head so fast he couldn't focus on one long enough for it to be useful. Ultimately, the pressure was too great, and he was too tired to do anything other than stand there, all his ideas fizzling out in a puff of dread as his father stood from the couch. It seemed he had already been noticed. The dark-haired man swayed slightly as he stood, the unmistakable smell of alcohol drifting across the room and making its way to Izuku's nostrils. The greenette scrunched his nose at the overpowering scent, finally beginning to back out of the room and ignoring any future consequences when his eyes caught sight of the white envelope held loosely in his father's hand. Hisashi raised his hand, back still turned to Izuku, malice radiating from him. The dim light shrouded most of his features in darkness as he turned his head slightly to look over his shoulder at Izuku, making his handsome features appear sharp and menacing. "What is this?" Hisashi asked slowly, his words slurred and dangerous. "That's..." Izuku stammered. He recognized the envelope immediately. It was one of the many forms hidden throughout the apartment, detailing exactly how deep in debt they were, one of the papers that stole his mother's enthusiasm for life. But Hisashi didn't know that last part, and Izuku didn't plan on telling him because he knew the selfish man wouldn't care. "It's a bank statement, Izuku. A bank statement that says you owe money. Why didn't you tell me your mother is in debt?" Hisashi screamed, turning to face Izuku. The man moved closer, his face contorted in a furious snarl. As terror pooled in Izuku's stomach, he felt torn between being grateful his mother wasn't there to see this and feeling remorseful that he was alone with this man. "Why do you think I came back here, huh? Did you think I came back just to see my pathetic son and the worthless woman who gave birth to him? Is that really what you thought, you fool?" Izuku's back hit the cold wall behind him, and it was only then that he realized he'd been backing up. His hands splayed out on the smooth surface behind him, searching frantically for something to grasp onto, whether for defense or just for some kind of comfort, he didn't know. His father marched forward until he was barely an inch away from the younger boy, looming over him easily. If the timid young boy had thought the smell of alcohol was overpowering before, it was suffocating now. It made his eyes sting. Izuku looked up into his father's dark irises, filled with hatred, and wondered for the millionth time if this was really his father or if it was the man he had known as a child but hadn't truly understood. "I came here because I had to. I lost my job and my landlord ripped me off. Agreed to pay with some product instead of money, but then I was evicted anyway. I came here because I had nowhere else to go," his father growled, bringing a hand up to grip Izuku's collar. Izuku gulped. "You two were my last resort. And then I find out you have money problems too. How useless can you get? You think this is any way to welcome your father home? Huh?" The grip on his shirt tightened, and panic flooded the green-haired boy, turning his tongue dry and heavy, sending electric tingles of anticipation crackling across his skin. Izuku knew what was coming even before Hisashi lifted his other hand. "I'll teach you to mess with me, brat." And Izuku felt a sharp pain explode across his face. He flinched hard as his father's knuckles struck his jaw, the impact sure to leave a mark. The young boy cried out, instinctively bringing a hand up to clutch at the injury, but then he felt a foot connect with his stomach, sending waves of nausea and sharp pain rippling through him. Izuku doubled over in pain, his knees hitting the hard floor as he struggled to catch his breath, his stomach churning and his jaw aching. It was overwhelming, all at once. He was accustomed to the taunts and shoves from bullies at school, but this was different. Before he could regain his composure, another blow landed on his chest, followed by another to his leg. High-pitched, distressed sounds escaped Izuku's lips as he weakly raised his arms, trying to shield himself but failing. The green-haired boy continued to plead even when his father finally stepped away. He wrapped his arms tightly around his thin frame, hoping to ease the pain and stop the uncontrollable shaking that gripped him. He wished his display of vulnerability would convince his father to show mercy, but nothing had ever changed for Izuku Midoriya, and he doubted it would now. Hisashi crouched down beside him, gripping a handful of green curls and forcing Izuku to look up at him. The freckled boy groaned softly, tears streaming down his face. "Please," he whimpered, "please stop, I'm sorry." "You're sorry?" "Sorry doesn't fix anything, Izuku. Sorry doesn't give back the years I've wasted on you." His father shouted, spittle flying from his lips and landing on Izuku's cheek. The sensation made Izuku want to recoil in disgust, but he felt frozen, unable to move against this man. And Izuku knew that. But still, as Hisashi pulled the younger boy's head back, presumably to hurt him again, Izuku summoned the last of his strength to grasp his father's wrist. He looked directly into the man's eyes, willing him to listen, even if just for a moment longer. Please don't hurt Mom," he choked out. "I don't care if you hurt me, but if you hurt Mom, I'll go to the police." Despite the tremor in his voice, Izuku stood his ground, maintaining intense eye contact and tightening his grip on Hisashi's wrist, praying he would heed his words. The thought of his mother in this situation helpless and at the mercy of a man who regretted nothing but having a quirkless son sickened him more than any physical pain. He would endure anything if it meant the kind, green-haired woman who had raised him would be safe. Hisashi easily shook him off, pushing Izuku's head aside and sending him to the floor. "I won't hurt Inko, you fool. She needs to make me money. Besides, she's hardly ever home, and no one will care if I teach you a few lessons." Relief washed over Izuku, and he let himself go limp on the carpet, the will to fight fading with the assurance of his mother's safety. He was too exhausted to do anything else. Hisashi stumbled backward as he stood up again, clearly too intoxicated to function properly. The older man turned toward Izuku, a scowl on his face. "Just go to your room. I don't want to see your pathetic face." The man sneered before attempting to walk around the couch, but as he staggered near it, one of his legs caught the armrest, and he fell to the ground. He grunted in frustration, and Izuku tensed, his breath catching in his throat, but Hisashi made no move to get up. Instead, within moments, the man appeared to have passed out on the floor, his chest rising and falling steadily. Izuku remained where he was for a little while, watching his father's sleeping form as his heart raced in his chest. He was terrified that if he moved, the man would wake up again, and he dreaded the thought of enduring another round of violence. But eventually he had to get up. He pushed himself up slowly, trying to avoid aggravating any of his fresh injuries, but he still found himself covering his mouth to stifle any sounds of pain. The green-haired boy walked down the hall, moving toward his bedroom with soft, sluggish steps. As soon as he was safely behind the closed door of his childhood bedroom, Izuku sank to his knees and sobbed. He whimpered and gasped as he reached for the blankets on his bed, pulling them down and wrapping them around his trembling form in search of comfort. He was so scared. It was over, but the fear lingered, and he was far from okay. He wanted to cry until he felt sick, wanted to tug at his hair until the curly green strands covered his bedroom floor, and scream until his voice gave out. He wanted to find a way to ground himself, to remind himself that he was in control, but his usual means were gone, and he had made a promise. Everything felt overwhelming, and he just wanted it all to stop. He wanted to talk to Kaken. He longed to see his face, to feel safe in his presence. He craved the warmth of those blazing red eyes, wanting to get close to the fire even if it burned him because he needed that comfort. He was just so tired of being alone. As tears fell onto the carpet and pooled beneath him, broken cries emerged from the depths of his soul, and the shadows in his room seemed to grow taller and more menacing. They reached for the weary, trembling boy, extending their wispy fingers toward him in an attempt to trap him and consume him whole. Izuku glanced at his phone, briefly considering calling Kaken. He would know what to do. Kaken always knew what to do. It was almost surreal how quickly Izuku had come to rely on the blonde. He couldn't help it, companionship was something he'd sought and failed to find all his life, and now here it was, in the form of his first and most significant childhood friend. Even through all the difficult years spent feeling small beside him, Izuku never truly lost his trust in Kaken. After all, Kaken was strong and brave and always kept his promises. If he said he would help Izuku, then he would. And right now, he desperately needed to hear his voice. But he couldn't. Hisashi's presence seemed to make his mother happy, and he couldn't take that away from her. So there he sat, curled up on his bedroom floor, sobbing and longing for help from someone who wasn't there and couldn't hear him. Despite the blankets wrapped tightly around him, Izuku felt cold. As the hours passed, the shadows creeping along the walls seemed to close in, enveloping him. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of his bathroom mirror, examining the new array of bruises that marred his pale, freckled skin. He sighed, lifting a finger to the purple and blue marks on his jaw. He winced as his finger made contact and quickly pulled it away. I feel awful, he thought. I look awful. Not even the bullies leave me looking this bad. People are definitely going to have questions if I show up to school like this. The green-haired boy leaned forward on the counter, resting his forehead against the faucet. Sometimes, it all felt so overwhelming. A part of him begged to give up, to just lay down and let life take its course because it felt so much easier to sink than to swim. But he wouldn't do that. No matter how strong the urge sometimes was, he would keep swimming until he either reached the shore or his body gave out. Izuku pushed himself away from the counter and raised both hands, giving his cheeks a firm slap and ignoring the tears that threatened to spill at the sensation. He kept his hands pressed against his cheeks as he took a deep breath. No, he whispered fiercely to himself, can't think like that. This is just a small setback. You can do this. The greenette nodded slightly to himself. Telling himself that didn't make him feel much better. He felt unsteady on his feet, and the static in his head felt overwhelming, but saying the words had become a routine over the years. It was a constant reassurance that he still had some control over his life. If he told himself he was capable, then he was. He would make it. Izuku sighed as he leaned over the counter again, this time searching for a way to address his appearance. He wasn't about to walk into school with a large bruise on his jaw and several patches of discoloration peeking out from beneath his collar. People would ask him questions he couldn't answer. So he spent the next 10 minutes rummaging through the countertop and drawers for something he could use. With a sigh, Izuku grabbed the bag. Izuku let out a shaky breath of relief as he entered the school, thankful that nobody seemed to notice anything unusual. He had been worried that everyone would immediately figure it out due to his lack of experience with makeup. Thankfully, while he certainly wasn't a pro, his makeup skills were decent enough to pass. It was pretty simple, really. He just added some concealer, foundation, and a little powder, just like the tutorial video suggested. The real test, however, came when he was approached by Kaken at the lockers. The blonde stood next to him, arms crossed over his chest, his calculating eyes narrowing in a scrutinizing stare. Izuku could see Kaken's friends watching from a distance, but they didn't approach. Izuku felt nervous, struggling to maintain eye contact and subconsciously wringing the fabric of his uniform jacket. "You're nervous," Kaken pointed out, clicking his tongue. Even after all the years of separation due to pride and insecurity, Kaken could still read him like a book. "Why the hell are you so nervous? Still think I'm gonna hit you or something?" Izuku blinked up at the taller boy a few times before sagging slightly in relief. So Kaken hadn't noticed, then. Sorry, Kaken. I don't think you're going to hit me. I didn't mean to make you think that." Izuku assured him, offering a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he turned to gather his things from his battered locker. Kaken leaned against the locker next to Izuku's, apparently not finished with his questioning. "Then why are you so nervous? Think I'm too stupid to notice?" "No, Kaken. I was just, Well, I guess I still get a little nervous talking to you, even if I don't think you'll hit me, Izuku explained weakly, grabbing hold of one of his textbooks and slipping it out. He shifted to cradle it in one arm so he could close his locker door, but Kaken reached over and shut it for him. Kaken huffed at the half-truth. Izuku did still feel a little nervous talking to him, but it wasn't enough to show outwardly, and he still wasn't sure why. Kaken hadn't hit him since the sludge incident, and his insults had simmered down to childish taunts with no real malice behind them. Whatever, Kaken said, standing up straight again and shoving his hands into his pockets. He turned and headed towards class, and Izuku fell into step behind him. Then, glancing over his shoulder, Kaken added, "You have my number, Deku." Izuku's grip on his textbook tightened, a small but genuine smile pulling at his lips. He understood what Kaken meant. It was a reassurance, a reminder that he could talk to him. Happiness swelled briefly inside him, and the green-haired boy skipped the rest of the way down the corridors and up the stairs, ignoring Kaken's exaggerated eye roll and sounds of annoyance. Just down the hall from their homeroom class, Izuku's pencil fell from his backpack and clattered to the floor. He stopped and knelt down to pick it up, wrapping his fingers gently around the yellow wood. It only took a second, but when he stood, Kaken was nowhere in sight, having already entered the classroom. In his place were a couple of boys with sneers on their faces. Anxiety unfurled inside Izuku. It seemed that fleeting moment of happiness with Kaken was all he was getting. He didn't even know their names. All he knew was that they seemed to enjoy picking on him. It was as if he was just an excuse for them to act out. Izuku didn't have enough time to find a way out. As soon as he made eye contact, he was shoved against the wall, his belongings sent tumbling to the hard floor. His shoulder blades pressed against the concrete wall, and he opened his mouth to cry out, but a clammy hand quickly covered his lips, silencing him. The teachers didn't particularly care about him, and the boys likely wouldn't face serious consequences, but they would have to stop if caught. One of them held him against the wall, a hand clamped over his mouth, while the other threw a punch to his stomach, spewing insults and mocking laughter. A sharp pain shot through him, and as his lungs emptied of air, Izuku was reminded of a painful memory from the night before, leaving him breathless. Fortunately for him, the warning bell rang, and the bullies had to let him go and move on, lest they be late for class. Still, that one hit was enough to leave him feeling distant and hollow. As they released him, he collapsed to the floor, the fading sounds of their laughter falling on deaf ears. Izuku was alone, but if you asked him, he would say he wasn't. His father's voice echoed in his mind, wrapping around him in thick cords of negativity. This was his fault. Somehow, he had brought this upon himself. It must have been because he wasn't good enough, because he couldn't be what his father wanted. "It's okay. You're okay. Hisashi isn't here, you're used to this. It's okay." His mind accepted those words as truth, but his heart refused to believe them. Hisashi's silhouette loomed on the distant horizon, blocking out the sun entirely and enveloping him in moonlight. Goosebumps rose on Izuku's skin as he smoothed his palm over them. It had been difficult before when school bullies left marks on his body, but at least then he had a home to return to, a sanctuary filled with memories captured in the living room and his mother's gentle voice, a place to escape to when he felt threatened. Now he felt unsafe everywhere. Izuku sighed deeply and stood up, wincing as he did so. The pain from the previous night lingered on his skin like an unwelcome reminder, but he knew he had responsibilities to uphold, grades to maintain, and a work ethic to follow. He arrived in class just before the final bell and took his seat, pulling out his notebook and marking it with the day's date. He didn't look up or offer his usual polite smiles and soft greetings, too afraid to meet anyone's gaze. He felt exhausted and shaken, and after the last encounter, he wasn't sure he could hide it. He was too disconnected from his surroundings to notice the intense gaze directed at him. He was moving a box of Band-Aids aside when his mother's makeup bag caught his eye. He stared at it for a moment, contemplating. He didn't want to take his mother's things. He didn't even know how to apply makeup. But what was the alternative? Something was obviously up with the nerd. He hadn't been that nervous around Katsuki in a while, and he had looked despondent throughout class, staring at his hardwood desk as if he were a young supportive mother watching her child's first soccer game. Plus, The blonde had noticed as the green-haired boy wrote down the day's date, and then nothing more. It was as if whatever was bothering him had completely absorbed his attention. Something was definitely wrong, something Deku wasn't telling him about, and Katsuki wanted to find out what that was. So, as the frustrated blonde grabbed his lunch, he bypassed the table where he and the others usually sat to search for the idiot. The others noticed, unfortunately. "Hey, Katsuki, where are you going?" one of them called out, planting a hand on the table and grabbing Katsuki's arm with the other, a look of confusion on his face. "None of your business," Katsuki barked, easily yanking his arm out of the other's grip. "It is our business. You sit with us every day." Katsuki's grip on his bento box tightened. "I don't have an obligation to sit with either of you. I can do what I want." "Yeah, but why do you want to sit somewhere else suddenly?" "Like I said, moron, none of your business," Katsuki replied, already beginning to walk away again. "You're looking for Midoriya, aren't you? We saw you talking to him this morning." "Don't you hate him?" one of them pointed out, calm and smug as ever. Katsuki's eyebrow twitched, and a familiar tension built in his clenched fingers. "Did you not hear me the first 2 times? None of your business." "You're still calling us extras?" one of them said, while the other exclaimed, "Come on, Katsuki, we're friends, aren't we? Tell us." The volatile boy just flipped them off and left with a final exclamation of, "I don't have time to deal with you idiots." One of them sighed and went back to eating while the other complained loudly at Katsuki's back, trying to get his attention by waving his hands around. It didn't work. Katsuki spent nearly 10 minutes searching the school, racing down hallways and shoving open every classroom door along the way, heedless of the startled expressions he was causing in innocent bystanders. To both Katsuki's relief and utter exasperation, he finally found the nerd in the last place he looked, those green curls standing out like a beacon as he slammed the door to the roof open. Deku, predictably, jumped up from his spot on the hard cement and whirled around at the sound of the door crashing against the metal stairwell wall. He gaped soundlessly at the blonde, his lunch left half-eaten on the ledge of the building, and Katsuki felt a twinge of unease at how close the nerd had apparently been to the edge. However, he pushed the emotion back down. The idiot wasn't that reckless. "So this is where you eat, huh?" Katsuki asked, glancing around briefly before clicking his tongue and sauntering over to the shocked greenette, hands shoved in his pockets to give off an air of unconcern. "Choose a place that's easier to find next time, nerd." "Kei Kaken, what are you doing up here?" "Why were you trying to find me?" the green-haired boy questioned. Katsuki sat down next to him and playfully tugged on his arm, causing him to stumble slightly before he hesitantly took a seat beside the blonde, tucking his legs underneath him. After taking a moment to properly take in his surroundings, Katsuki could kind of see the appeal of eating up there. The view was nice, and it was just cool enough to enjoy the midday sun without suffering from heat. Sunburn was definitely still a worry, though. That nerd probably brought sunscreen up there with him. Even so, the roof was a strange place to eat every day. The cement was rough and uncomfortable, and the occasional gust of wind could easily steal a fry or two. Plus, he imagined it would get lonely quickly for someone as social as Deku. The nerd hated being alone, though he supposed the greenette was probably used to it by now. After all, he hadn't really had a choice most of his life. "No thanks to me," Katsuki's mind scolded him. He scowled at the thought, muttering a quiet, "Shut up," to himself. "But I didn't say anything," Deku piped up incredulously, having overheard. Katsuki glanced back at the greenette, taking in the dubious tilt of his brows, and turned away before the guilt simmering in his stomach could make him say something foolish. "Tisich, forget about it. I came to find you because something is obviously wrong. Things usually aren't right with you, but today they're worse, and I want to know why." Deku laughed a little at that, soft and anxious. Katsuki squinted suspiciously at the sound. The green-haired idiot was obviously trying to sound nonchalant. Too bad he wasn't very good at acting. "Really? I don't feel any different than normal." Katsuki studied him carefully, looking for the telltale signs of a lie. Sure enough, the boy's pupils darted away, jittery and unfocused, and a freckled hand came up to the nape of his neck. Katsuki frowned deeply. "You're lying to me." Deku sat upright at that, turning to face Katsuki with wide eyes. After a moment, though, his expression melted into one of melancholy, a self-deprecating smile overtaking his lips. It didn't look right on him and made Katsuki want to punch something. You've always been able to read me so well. Kaken really is amazing. Katsuki raised a hand toward Deku's head, letting it hover there until the green-haired boy looked up. As soon as he did, the blonde flicked him in the middle of his forehead, eliciting a yelp and a whine from Deku as he rubbed the red spot, his bottom lip jutting out in a pout. Katsuki retracted his hand and promptly averted his gaze, choosing instead to glare at the rooftops below. Stop calling me amazing all the time. He wasn't amazing. Well, he was awesome, thank you, but he just didn't feel as amazing as he used to. Not recently, at least. You're just super obvious, you idiot. Anyone would be able to tell you're lying. Okay, but Kaken is amazing. The red-eyed boy sighed, crossing his arms over his chest as he shifted slightly on the rough concrete beneath him. He was just going to have to let the nerd keep saying it because there was no way he'd tell him it bothered him. As far as he like anyone knew, nothing bothered Katsuki Bakugu. Yeah, I know. Now tell me what the hell is going on with you. It's really nothing, Kaken, he lied. It's not a big deal, he lied again. I'm just having a bad day is all. That was the truth. Did you already forget I can tell when you're lying, shitty nerd? It's not nothing. So far, all Katsuki knew was that Deku was having a bad day, and it was a big deal. Why was it a big deal? Was every bad day a big deal for him? I didn't forget, I just don't want you to worry about this. I'm not worried. Still, you don't need to go out of your way for me. You've already done so much. Deku smiled at him, and on the outside, it appeared just as happy and sincere as any of his other bright grins, but for some reason, it struck Katsuki as wistful. Katsuki was starting to get frustrated. Why couldn't he just tell him what was going on? Oi, why are you? The muffled sound of the bell interrupted their conversation. Deku jumped up in a hurry, seizing his chance, and fled with his things before Katsuki even finished packing up. Since when was the nerd this fast? Katsuki thought, making disgruntled noises all the way down the stairs. His palms began to smoke with pent-up irritation. Not only had he failed to get any answers, but he hadn't even gotten to eat his lunch. Izuku packed away the last of his textbooks, sliding them into the metal confines of his dented and graffitied locker. The smooth, cool metal felt good against his skin and helped to clear his head slightly, the storm clouds parting to let in faint beams of light. It had been a long day, and while it wasn't nearly over yet, he was glad to finally get out of there. He'd enjoyed the small moment he'd had with Kaken earlier, and he appreciated the effort the others seemed to be putting in for him, but he wasn't in a mindset where he could truly savor it like he normally would. Izuku sighed as he turned away from his locker, adjusting the strap of his lighter backpack on his shoulder. The hallway was bustling with students chatting and joking at their lockers, some heading toward the doors while others retraced their steps to retrieve forgotten items. He maneuvered through the crowd, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. He wanted to avoid any unnecessary attention. As he slipped through the throng, he spotted a familiar angular face with striking crimson eyes. They weren't directed at him but rather at the new school therapist, Fukami, who was animatedly gesturing as she spoke to Kaken, leading him down the hall, likely toward her office. Kaken appeared mildly annoyed but otherwise unfazed as he followed her. Kaken is seeing the therapist? That's hard to believe. Kaken never asks for help, and he can't stand her. Izuku thought, absently poking at his lips with his index finger. Maybe this is a punishment? He didn't seem too unhappy about it, though. With a shrug, Izuku tucked this strange new information away for later consideration. Before Kaken could catch his gaze, he slipped out of the school. His performance during training had been less than stellar, and it was evident to everyone around him. Are you all right, my boy? You're really struggling today, his mentor said, concern etched across his face. He knelt beside Izuku, who was lying on the ground, panting heavily from exertion. He had just been lifting a microwave, something he thought would be easy when a wave of pain surged through him. It was a dull ache that felt overwhelming, stemming from the new bruises on his body and his already fatigued muscles, causing him to collapse face first onto the ground along with the microwave. He had tried to get back up immediately, but the pain was too much, and exhaustion weighed him down. Izuku looked up at his mentor and managed a small smile, hoping to reassure him. "I'm okay," he said. "I think I just need a break. My muscles are really sore, huh?" All Might's expression tightened with concern. It was clear he wasn't fully convinced. After a moment, he sighed and nodded. "All right, let's take a short break then." Izuku nodded gratefully. He pushed himself onto his back with all the strength he could muster, grunting as he shifted and winced at the lingering ache. Shame washed over him. He hated feeling weak in front of All Might. Although his mentor was kind and understanding, Izuku feared being seen as pathetic, just like he had been in the past. The thought of being deemed unworthy by someone he admired so much sent a shiver down his spine. He didn't want to dwell on it. All Might settled down beside him, pulling Izuku from his troubling thoughts. The tall hero produced a shiny silver thermos adorned with yellow rhinestones and an All Might logo on the cap. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the quirky container, recalling the day All Might had shared how young fans had eagerly offered to decorate it for him, and he couldn't refuse. The man unscrewed the lid, releasing a plume of steam that carried the sweet scent of hot peppermint tea. Izuku inhaled deeply, feeling comforted by the familiar aroma. They had developed a routine of enjoying this tea during their training sessions. It was not only delicious and refreshing but also served as a muscle relaxant. The taste was heavenly, and the warmth sliding down his throat had a soothing effect that words couldn't fully capture. It was one of those small comforts he had grown attached to, and he suspected All Might brought it mainly for him, having noticed how much he enjoyed it. "Thank you, All Might." The sun shone down on green and blonde locks, highlighting the colors and casting a soft glow across smooth, freckled cheeks. It was completely silent as they walked, the space around them filled only with the sound of soles thudding on the pavement and the occasional crunch of a stray leaf. Several days had passed since their lunch together, when Izuku had something to hide and Kaken kept prodding. Now it was Friday, the day they had agreed to meet up to discuss Izuku's mental struggles. They walked side by side on the sidewalk, lips sealed and eyes focused on the path ahead, creating an awkward atmosphere. Most likely, the tension stemmed from the fact that after the bell had interrupted Kaken's questioning, they hadn't really talked. Izuku had, admittedly, been avoiding him. Kaken was just too perceptive, and the greenette couldn't risk him figuring something out. Plus, the thought of hanging out alone in his house was nerve-wracking. He had hoped Kaken would forget about their plans or that he might abandon the idea when Izuku started avoiding him. But Friday arrived, and the blonde had dragged the smaller teen out of the school building and down the street toward his house without giving him a chance to protest, one strong hand gripping the collar of his jacket the whole way. Izuku started hesitantly, tugging at the sleeves of his uniform. He was trying to spark a conversation to ease the awkwardness. The sun is really pretty today, isn't it, Kaken?" "Huh." Kaken huffed and continued to glare ahead, obviously unimpressed. Izuku mentally face-palmed. He was such an idiot. Kaken hated small talk, everyone knew that. Clearing his throat, Izuku willed the flush of embarrassment rising on his cheeks to subside as he tried again. I saw you the other day during quirk training. You were so awesome like always." Izuku looked up at Kaken somewhat expectantly, but his expression hadn't changed. He also didn't say anything, which Izuku took as a cue to continue. "Why, they actually let me take notes on you guys during training. Since I can't really participate. Anyway, you've definitely gotten a lot stronger. You've always improved quickly, but ever since the sludge villain incident, your technique and skill have skyrocketed. You must be practicing hard. I mean, you haven't hit me with one of your explosions in a while, but I can tell even from a distance. Will you shut up? You're too obsessed with quirks and your notes." Kaken barked, his face pinched in annoyance. Izuku quieted immediately, snapping his jaw shut as red splotches bloomed across his face. He had a tendency to ramble, and he knew he sounded crazy. It was humiliating how often it happened and how frequently he had to be told to stop, but he just couldn't help himself, especially when it came to quirks. Quirks were one of the few things Izuku felt comfortable discussing. He knew them, Fixated on them, his obsession was the only thing he had, really. It was the only thing that could distract him so thoroughly. At least it had been. Ever since he started training so diligently, he didn't have the time to dedicate to it anymore. His notebooks had begun collecting dust on his desk and growing stiff in his backpack, where they remained untouched. The thought saddened the greenette somewhat. Quirk analysis had played a huge role in his life, and he was scared to lose touch with that part of himself, even if it seemed strange or unhealthy to others. Izuku dropped his head to stare at his feet as they walked, looking troubled as thoughts bounced around in his mind. Despite his gaze being fixed on the ground, however, he failed to notice the large rock directly in front of him. He slammed his foot into it and, with a startled yelp, nearly toppled over. Just before he hit the ground, something strong and warm wrapped around his waist, pulling him upright. Izuku blinked in surprise, looking up to see Kaken staring at him with a light blush across his cheeks, which the green-haired boy attributed to the mid-afternoon heat. "Kaken caught me?" His chest constricted, a light flutter stirring in his stomach. "Idiot! Watch where you're going next time," Kaken spat, releasing Izuku, who was gawking at him in awe, and moved onward with a click of his tongue. Izuku felt his face heat up again, but not from embarrassment. He lifted a hand and pressed his finger to his warm cheek in wonder before quickly shaking his head. He didn't want to waste time thinking about it, it was probably nothing anyway. Instead, he jogged to catch up with the blonde, who had already stomped a decent distance ahead. Once he was close enough, he stuttered out, "Thank you for saving me, Kaken." Kaken kicked a rock mindlessly, sending it soaring into the sky in a long arc. "I didn't save you, stupid. Stop being so dramatic." "But you did. What if I hit the ground really hard at the wrong angle?" Kaken rolled his eyes. You're so short, I doubt a fall from your height would have done much." "So mean. I could have easily gotten hurt from that." "Well, maybe not easily, but I could have." Kaken sighed heavily, his lips turned down into a glower. "On second thought, maybe I should have just let you fall." "Kaken." "Oh, shut up, nerd." Izuku gave him the best kicked puppy look he could muster. "And don't make that face at me." "I was joking, you numbskull." Izuku pouted at the taller teen anyway, who groaned and planted his hand right in the middle of Izuku's face, gently pushing him away. Izuku whined and swatted the hand away. The rest of the walk continued in relative silence. This time, though, the atmosphere was light with mirth, and the awkwardness had dissipated along with the scattered thoughts that had been swirling in the greenette's mind not too long ago. Even though Izuku wasn't ready to let go of his obsession with quirks, he doubted he ever would be. Truthfully, he realized that when he was with Kaken, he didn't feel the need for that distraction. He loved quirks, but he no longer sought the escape they provided. He had a new distraction now. Never did Izuku think he would find solace in the blonde-haired boy who had once made his life a challenge, yet there he was, offering his time and trust as if they had always belonged to him. History seemed destined to repeat itself, but somehow, Izuku believed that if anyone could break that cycle, it was Kaken. "Oh my gosh, Izuku! I can't remember the last time you stood in my doorway," Mitsuki exclaimed, a wide smile on her face as she opened her arms for a hug. She wrapped Izuku in her embrace, squeezing him tightly. "Is my son treating you all right? Did you two get paired up for a project or something? Poor you if that's the case. I know my boy can be a handful sometimes." "Stop talking about me like I'm not here, you old hag," Kaken shouted from next to Izuku, arms crossed and visibly annoyed. Izuku chuckled and gently pushed away, escaping the enthusiastic embrace of Mitsuki. "Actually, Aunt Mitsuki, there's no project. Kaken and I are just..." Izuku trailed off, searching for the right words. What were they doing exactly? Hanging out? He finished, unsure. Kaken scowled slightly but didn't correct him. Mitsuki lit up. "You boys finally made up?" "I was starting to think it would never happen, what with how stubborn my son is. You two used to be so cute when you were little. I was so disappointed when I found out you weren't friends anymore," Mitsuki exclaimed cheerfully, bringing her hands up to squish their cheeks together. Izuku squeaked, feeling a bit nervous. He glanced over at Kaken, who looked furious at the unwanted contact, baring his teeth at his mother and growling. He's like a dog, Izuku thought, giggling a little. Kaken shot him a glare, narrowing his eyes at the sound. What are you laughing at, nerd? Kaken yelled, his words slightly muffled from having his cheek pressed against Izuku's. Nothing, Kaken. Izuku replied innocently. Oh, how sweet. You're bonding. Mitsuki squealed, removing her hands from their faces and wrapping them around their shoulders instead, pulling the two into a three-way hug that left Izuku stuttering and Kaken practically fuming. Masaru, sweetie. Izuku and Katsuki are bonding. That's great, honey, came a distant voice in response. Nobody is bonding, you stupid hag. Let me go. Kaken hollered, straining against his mother's grip. Mitsuki rolled her eyes but complied, releasing her hold on them. So, to celebrate yours and Izuku's bonding. We're not. Izuku should stay for dinner. I'll make you, what was your favorite again? Wasn't it curry or something? Izuku opened his mouth to reply, but before he could say anything, Kaken interjected. Don't act so happy to see him when you don't even know what his favorite food is. How can you not remember something as simple as katsudon? Both Mitsuki and Izuku were momentarily stunned into silence. Izuku stared at Kaken with wide eyes, his mouth forming a small "ugh." Kaken remembers my favorite food? The thought made Izuku feel warm all over and brought a smile to his lips. Mitsuki crossed her arms and smirked at her son, raising an eyebrow. Kaken, realizing his slip, turned bright red. He scowled deeply and grabbed Izuku's wrist, yanking him toward the stairs. Oi, hold up, brat. We ain't done talking yet. Mitsuki called, her earlier smugness replaced by indignation. Shut up. You can talk on your own time, stop wasting mine. Kaken retorted, dragging Izuku all the way up the stairs and into his bedroom, where he slammed the door behind them. Should you really be that rude to Aunt Mitsuki, Kaken? She's just excited, Izuku said. Shut up, nerd, Kaken replied, walking across his room to plop down at his desk. Izuku followed and stood beside him as Kaken opened a sleek black laptop. Kaken leaned back in his seat, then glanced at Izuku and stood up again, huffing. Izuku was confused at first, but everything clicked when he saw Kaken grabbing an extra chair that had been pushed against the wall. Kaken dragged the chair over for him without a word and plopped back into his seat, ignoring Izuku's quiet, "Thank you, Kaken." As the laptop screen lit up, Kaken leaned forward and began typing in a concise version of the symptoms Izuku had described. Izuku pulled the chair closer to the screen, feeling anxious about what they would find. Immediately, upon pressing search, the word depression appeared everywhere. Depression symptoms and warning signs. 5 signs you have depression. Dealing with depression. What is depression? Things you should know. The list continued endlessly. Kaken clicked on a couple of the links, scanning the pages and reading some information aloud, but Izuku wasn't really listening. Depression. So, there was something wrong with him? Surprisingly, the thought was relieving. He had half expected to find nothing, assuming he was alone in this too. But if it had a name, that meant there were others out there feeling the same way. There were people who had already gone through this, and maybe they would be kind enough to share their wisdom with him. Oi, are you even listening? This is your issue we're talking about here, Kaken said suddenly. Izuku looked up with a small grin, pointing out, Kaken, depression isn't a disease. I know that, idiot. Anyway, just pay attention. I'm not repeating myself again, you hear me? Izuku nodded in affirmation, and Kaken huffed, turning back to the screen. Depression, often referred to as clinical or major depression, is a mood disorder typically defined by prolonged feelings of sadness, lack of energy, and feelings of hopelessness. Kaken read aloud. Depression can be situational, triggered by certain events or situations, but it can also arise without any clear cause. One of depression's most common characteristics is its unpredictability. It often comes and goes without reason and can last for a long time. Sometimes, it can even lead to intense thoughts of self-harm. It's recommended that anyone experiencing these feelings seek help immediately. As Kaken finished, Izuku leaned back in his chair, directing his gaze towards the hands gripping his shirt. This was everything he had been feeling, everything he had been experiencing and suffering through for so long. And as much as he hated to admit it, the last part rang true for him. He would never actually go through with anything so permanent, especially not now with his dreams so close and a mother who relied on him, but he couldn't deny he had thought about it. Before he met All Might, Izuku had experienced many dark nights, nights when the voices in his head whispered things like, "You're not good enough, everyone would be better off if you weren't here, and you are worthless." Those nights, he couldn't help but wish for a world where Izuku Midoriya simply didn't exist. Deku. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of Kaken's voice. "Why yeah? You've thought about ending it all." It wasn't a question, it was a statement, as if he already knew. How did you?" Izuku stammered, his heart racing. He didn't want to explain his dark thoughts to Kaken. There was no way the blonde could truly understand. "You were muttering." "Oh," Izuku breathed out. Why did his bad habit always have to act up at the worst times? How much did you hear?" "Enough." Izuku's mouth moved without sound as he tried to respond, but ultimately he just let his lips fall closed, unsure of what to say. Kaken turned away, a serious expression on his face. Izuku shrank a little in his seat, shame bubbling up inside him. After a long pause, Kaken finally broke the silence. "I told you to end it. I planted that ridiculous idea in your head." His expression was hard to read, but the drop in his voice hinted at deep anger. Usually, that tone sent alarm bells ringing in Izuku's mind, but this time, he sensed the anger wasn't directed at him. "I knew you were a moron, but I didn't think you'd take me seriously," Kaken continued. Most people would have been angry and called him out for victim shaming, but Izuku understood. It was clear Kaken was more furious with himself than anyone else. He didn't really care about Izuku, but knowing he had influenced someone's dark thoughts must have shaken his perception of the hero he always aspired to be. "Kaken." Izuku leaned forward, reaching out to grasp the blonde's arm. Kaken glanced at him, and Izuku mustered the best reassuring expression he could. "It wasn't your fault, I promise. I started having those thoughts long before you said anything to me, and there's no way I would have actually acted on them. They were just fleeting thoughts, nothing more. You need to see a therapist, Deku." Kaken said flatly, a grim look on his face. Yet, Izuku could have sworn he saw the tension in Kaken's shoulders ease slightly. "Kaken, I've already told you I can't. I'm too busy." "Too busy? That's your excuse every time. What the hell keeps you so busy? It can't just be that job you got." Izuku gulped. Should he tell him? Kaken didn't know about All Might's legacy or the quirk that was to be entrusted to Izuku. He would think the training was pointless. Still, lying wouldn't work, and avoiding the topic wouldn't lead to anything good. There was no more skirting around this. "Well, I've actually been training? Every day." Izuku confessed shyly, wringing his fingers nervously. Kaken looked at him incredulously. "Training? What for you? You don't even have a quirk." Before, Izuku would have flinched at those words, would have ducked down and stayed silent. But that was before, when he was constantly told what he couldn't do, when Kaken had been cruel, and Izuku had felt weak. Now, he had someone telling him he could succeed, Kaken in his corner, and he wasn't weak anymore. So instead of backing down, irritation bubbling in his gut, Izuku rose to the challenge. "Kaken, I can do it. This is my dream, and I'm going to pursue it with everything I've got. Nothing you say will change that." Izuku's voice was surprisingly steady. Kaken looked taken aback, staring at him with wide eyes. The look sparked a flicker of insecurity in Izuku, but he pushed it aside. "You don't have to understand, I just ask that you respect my decision." Silence fell over them as Kaken stared at Izuku, his astonishment fading into annoyance. The blonde turned away with a small scowl, and Izuku's heart sank. He should have known this would dissolve into another pointless argument. Izuku sighed, frowning as he stood up and headed toward the door. "Fine. Do your training or whatever, and I won't bother you about it," Kaken said just as Izuku's hand hovered over the doorknob. The greenette spun around, stunned. The Kaken he knew would have never conceded anything. But, Kaken continued. Of course, there were conditions. Izuku would take what he could get. I have to come with you. Izuku blinked. Then blinked again. What? Kaken crossed his arms over his chest and kicked his feet up on his desk as he leaned back in his chair. You heard me, nerd. I'm coming with you. But why? I don't have to explain myself to you. Kchan, please. The blonde rolled his eyes, pulling at a loose thread on his uniform absent-mindedly as he explained, you can't see a therapist because of your training, so obviously the next best thing is to have me there. You already talked to me anyway, and this way it won't be a waste of my time because I can still work out. I have a coach, Kaken. It's not like I'm alone, Izuku said, mainly to offer the blonde an out. He appreciated the thought, truly, and having Kaken there didn't sound bad at all, but he didn't want to inconvenience him. Do you talk to him about any of this? Kaken asked, flicking a finger at the bright laptop screen. No. Izuku admitted, glancing from the screen to Kaken's self-satisfied ruby eyes. See? You need me. Izuku smiled shakily at the words, feeling a warmth in his chest. It was a strange sensation, but he was grateful. He realized he did kind of need Kaken. Thank you, Kaken. The blonde grunted and turned back to his laptop, presumably to do more research. As Izuku approached him, he instinctively grabbed his own arm and accidentally brushed against a bruise. He inhaled sharply at the muted sting and quickly pulled his hand away. Naturally, Kaken noticed. The blonde's expression shifted to one of irritation, his fiery eyes narrowing as he came to a conclusion. Did you hurt yourself again? Do you have more hidden blades? He yelled, pulling Izuku closer by the hem of his sleeve. Izuku yelped and immediately shook his head. No. I promise, Kaken, I haven't. Izuku insisted as Kaken pushed up his sleeve, revealing his pale skin marred by a dark bruise. Where did you get this? Kaken asked, his tone calmer but still laced with anger. He pressed his thumbs into Izuku's skin, checking the sensitivity of the bruise. Izuku flinched slightly, prompting Kaken to withdraw his hands. That I was hit, Izuku admitted. He knew he couldn't lie. Kaken would see through it. But he also couldn't share the full truth. So he settled for the obvious and hoped Kaken would jump to conclusions. Kaken nodded, a slight frown settling across his lips. The older man carefully poured some of the warm liquid into the cap of his thermos and handed it to Izuku, who accepted it with trembling hands. The other man then gently cradled Izuku's head, helping him sit up just enough to take a sip. How does it taste? I made it myself, All Might said, following his words with a nervous chuckle. Izuku nodded enthusiastically as he swallowed, though his excitement was somewhat tempered by his condition. It's great, All Might. I really love it. Or do you just like it because I made it? No. Well, maybe a little, but I really would enjoy it anyway. It's good, I promise. All Might chuckled softly, shaking his head. Calm down, it's perfectly fine. I was just teasing. He looked down at Izuku with fondness, a warm smile spreading across his face. You really are quite the fan. Izuku returned the smile, relieved that his earlier worries seemed unfounded. Sorry about that, Izuku said, bringing the lid to his lips for another sip. All Might waved his other hand dismissively before they settled into a comfortable silence. As Izuku neared the end of his drink, feeling the warmth from the tea relaxing him, All Might broke the quiet again. So, how is it having Hisashi back? I imagine it must be nice to have a complete family again. All Might's smile radiated genuine curiosity and happiness for his pupil, but just the mention of his father's name turned the warmth inside Izuku into a mix of emotions that he struggled to process. My father? How do you know about that, All Might? Ah, yes, I should have mentioned that first. I've actually been talking with Inko. We bumped into each other at the store once, and she's quite the conversationalist. Not that it's a bad thing. I really enjoyed our chat. I still see her from time to time, All Might admitted, his face growing increasingly red as he rambled. Izuku, however, was too caught up in his thoughts to notice. All Might talks to my mom? Is this a regular occurrence? How did I not notice? After a moment of silence, All Might cleared his throat, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. Anyway, are you feeling any better, young Midoriya? Izuku set down the now empty lid and sat up. He supposed he felt a bit better, at least physically. Yeah, I think I can do a bit more. Fantastic. If you need to take another break, just let me know, alright? There's still plenty of tea left. All Might extended his hand, and Izuku took it, a smile forming on his lips. Maybe he had a place where he could feel safe after all. Those bullies still bothering you? I would have thought they'd back off if I stopped. You should stand up for yourself, you're training now, aren't you? Izuku hummed softly, the brief fear he had about Kaken finding out fading away. Well, I should probably get going. I need to hurry home to prepare for my shift, Izuku said, retracting his arm and sliding his sleeve down to cover the mark. But thank you for having me over, Kaken. Yeah, whatever. I'll see you later, nerd. Kaken turned away, pulling out journals and books from his school bag. That's right, they had homework to do too. Izuku grabbed his yellow backpack off the floor and slung it over his shoulder, waving one last time to the blonde, who didn't seem to notice. He apologized to Mitsuki for not being able to stay for dinner and left with a promise to return sometime. As he stepped out of the house and into the light of the setting sun, Izuku sighed a sound that was neither entirely happy nor sad. He had a lot to think about that night. Izuku sighed. He had tried to talk to All Might about it during training, but the hero had just lifted a hand and said, "Hold that thought, young man. This is starting to sound like something we should discuss over lunch." Fortunately, Izuku didn't have work that day and agreed to meet up. All Might left to change and grab his wallet, and Izuku did the same. Now, the green-haired boy sat on a wooden bench outside the large cafe windows, sinking lower into his baggy brown sweater and watching kids jump over cracks in the sidewalk as he waited. The wind, which had been comfortably cool, was now uncomfortably chilly, and Izuku pouted into his sweater, even though no one was around to see it. Honestly, Izuku suspected that All Might didn't need to think about it much, he just wanted an excuse to spend more quality time with his pupil. Izuku wasn't going to complain. Just a few months ago, he was sure any conversation with All Might would be imaginary, carried out through the television at 1 a.m. on an otherwise dull Saturday night. Never in his wildest dreams would he have foreseen a future like this. If this was the only big surprise he ever got in his life, Izuku would be okay with that. "Midoriya, my boy." A booming voice rang out, sending all the nearby birds flying into the sky and making Izuku jump slightly in his seat. "All Might, you're here." The thin man jogged up to him, sweat dampening his hairline and an apologetic smile on his face. He, too, was dressed in a sweatshirt, though it showcased All Might's signature yellow color and fit him much more snugly. "I apologize for being late, my boy. I got stopped by some fans on my way. And please call me Mr. Yagi in public." All Might whispered the last part, glancing at the people around them as he pulled the cafe doors open. "Alright. Sorry, Mr. Yagi." As soon as Izuku stepped inside, a wave of pleasant warmth enveloped him, accompanied by the inviting aroma of coffee beans and chocolate. The main lights were dimmed significantly, with the glow in the room coming mostly from fairy lights that traced every corner and crevice. Bookshelves were scattered between the tables, crammed full of books, plants, and decorative knickknacks. The cozy and aesthetically pleasing atmosphere eased the tension Izuku hadn't even realized he was holding. The two made their way to a small two-person table, sitting across from each other in soft padded chairs. There were already menus there, just a couple of small, single pages lined with rose gold glitter. All Might picked his up, the tiny menu almost disappearing in his large hands. He tried holding it with just his index fingers and thumbs, and Izuku couldn't help but giggle. All Might glanced up at the sound, then back down at the menu he was holding so delicately, and shared a chuckle of his own. "These are a bit small for me," the man admitted sheepishly. "It's okay, Mr. Yagi, I can hold it for you." When the waitress came by, dressed in a flowy cream-colored dress and apron, Izuku shyly asked for chamomile tea while All Might requested a cup of coffee. They also each ordered a cinnamon bun, a coincidence that made them share a small laugh. "So how is school, young Midoriya?" All Might asked while they waited for their drinks and desserts, resting his hands on the table and giving his full attention to his young pupil. "It's going fine. I'm studying extra hard like you told me to." I'm still a bit worried about the written portion of the entrance exam, though, Izuku admitted, scratching at his cheek. I'm having such a hard time paying attention, even with the added effort. Is it enough? He thought. He couldn't expand on it any further, as All Might then patted his shoulder with his large hand, throwing the green net off balance. You'll do great, my boy. You have more determination and grit than most, the man said, radiating sincerity. If anyone could pull this off, there's no doubt in my mind it would be you. Izuku smiled at the words, pushing back the tears that were beginning to form in his eyes. He really needed to work on that. He just couldn't help it. He didn't truly believe those things about himself, but it was so encouraging to hear. He didn't deserve all this, every bit of kindness All Might offered him. He lifted a freckled hand to his eyes and wiped away any traces of moisture. Thank you, All Might, the greenette said, lowering his voice to get away with saying the other's hero name. It's because of you that I'm able to do anything. You've spent so much time helping and inspiring me, and I'm so grateful. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I'd be doing right now. All Might scratched the back of his head. Tone it down a notch there, young Midoriya. You really don't have to thank me so often. If anything, you're doing me a service. Izuku hummed, deciding not to argue, even though he disagreed. He'd rather not get into another, no, thank you, debate. Those tended to stretch on forever. So, he started, broaching the subject they had come to discuss in the first place. About Kaken, can he join us? All Might nodded thoughtfully. Isn't he the one who fought with the sludge villain? He's very strong and has a lot of potential, though that attitude of his could use some work. He also seems very competitive. It could be good motivation for you to have him there. Yes, I don't see a problem with him joining us. Izuku cheered quietly, glad he wouldn't have to return to Kaken with disappointing news. The blonde would not have been pleased to hear a no. But you'll have to call me Mr. Yagi from now on. This secret I've shared with you must stay between us, all right? At Izuku's hum of agreement, he continued, and don't think that this will make training any easier. You'll still have to work hard to be ready for the entrance exams. I know that. I'll keep doing my best, Mr. Yagi. I know you will, my boy. All Might reached across the table, ruffling Izuku's fluffy green curls. Izuku whined a little, but a happy grin remained on his face. This interaction felt familiar and pleasant to him. The waitress arrived then, balancing a large platter on one hand. Their drinks and pastries were set in front of them, and they both began to dig in. By the way, young Midoriya, All Might said between bites. Izuku swallowed the piece of cinnamon bun he'd been chewing and wiped his thumb over the corner of his mouth, collecting the sticky sugar left behind. Yes. Why do you call young Bakugo Kaken? Izuku nearly choked on his chamomile tea. All Might proceeded to share many stories from his childhood, revealing the many ways in which he was similar to Izuku. He had also grown up quirkless and understood the pain of being rejected by society, something that brought comfort to Izuku. The green-haired boy didn't talk about his own experiences, but it was nice to receive wisdom from someone who had been there before and made it to the other side. It meant it was possible, even for someone like him. The steam had stopped rising from their cups, and the cinnamon buns were reduced to crumbs on their plates when they finally left, walking down the street together as the sun set and the air grew cooler. Izuku knew what awaited him at home, but he couldn't help but think it was worth it for moments like these. Katsuki fell back into his chair with a grunt of frustration. This wasn't working at all. He'd thought that maybe the internet could compensate for his lack of social awareness and emotional understanding, but no, it seemed content to just tell him things he either already knew or ridiculous advice he wouldn't be caught dead following. Don't tell them it's all in their head and you can't do anything for them? Obviously. Tell them flowery things like, you're important to me, and I'm here for you during these trying times? No way. That wouldn't sound right coming from him anyway. The nerd would probably have a meltdown thinking something had happened to the real Katsuki. The blonde slammed his battered laptop shut with a huff at all the useless information. He had no idea how it still worked. He was no closer to any answers now than he had been an hour ago when he first decided to look it up. He just didn't know what to do in this situation. Deku had a mental struggle, something he refused to seek help for, and there really wasn't much Katsuki could do. He couldn't force the idiot to see a therapist or a doctor, no matter how much he wished he could. All he could do was be there for him, however sentimental that sounded. The problem? Katsuki didn't know how to be there for him. What did that even mean? What did that entail? Would it actually improve anything if he managed to figure it out? He'd been thinking about it since Deku had left his house on Friday, and he hadn't been able to come up with anything satisfying. He could just sit and listen to the greenette like he'd been doing, but he didn't feel like that was enough anymore. Not after what he'd read, and not after what he'd overheard about Deku's troubling thoughts. Even if those thoughts were in the past, and even if he'd never genuinely considered them, the very fact he'd had those thoughts at all was concerning. He'd brought it up with his therapist the day after his and Deku's midnight talk, when he'd refused to tell the blonde what was wrong. You said that just listening can be enough for a lot of people, but what happens when they won't let you listen? He asked Fukami, plopping down into the white cushioned seat she gestured towards. Well, I did say that listening works for most people. If they're not willing to talk, they probably need more than just that, Fukami replied, sitting down across from Katsuki, resting one hand in her lap and combing the other through stray strands of brown hair. Don't get me wrong though. If they do decide to open up, listen carefully to them. You would be surprised how significant remembering details is to some, especially if they have low self-esteem or trust issues. What do you mean they need more than that? What else can I do? Why won't they just talk to me? I already offered to listen. A lot of people find it hard to open up to others or seek help, especially if their problem is bigger than just a couple of bad days. Some avoid confiding in friends and family because they think it's embarrassing, others feel scared or think their problems are insignificant. Many have no reason at all or reasons that, to us, might seem foolish. Emotional and mental struggles don't always make sense. The woman sighed and leaned forward in her chair. As for what you can do for them, it's really hard to say. It depends on the person. Some people don't need anything, just knowing there is someone there by their side who cares can be enough. On the other hand, there are those who need a lot of support and comfort. Katsuki thought over the words for a minute, rolling them around in his head. How am I supposed to know what they need if they won't tell me though? Do I just do nothing and wait for them to come to me? Fukami shook her head slightly, a soft and apologetic look on her face. That too is hard to answer. It all depends on the person, and even if you know them well, it can be hard to tell. They hadn't been able to talk much more after that. Fukami had other students to attend to, and Katsuki ultimately left that room more unsure than ever. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the insight, because while he'd never admitted out loud, he knew he'd be totally lost trying to navigate this on his own. So if he couldn't do this by himself and the internet wouldn't help, maybe Fukami still could. Katsuki snatched up his phone from where it had been laying next to his laptop and flipped through his contacts with a flick of his thumb, stopping when his finger hovered over the simple name, Therapist Lady. She picked up after only 3 rings and didn't even attempt to disguise the interest and curiosity in her voice. Hello? Katsuki? Hey, I need your help, he said. Silence. Then, what? Katsuki clicked his tongue, tapping his foot on the floor impatiently as he leaned forward and grabbed his backpack, dragging it toward him. I'm going to make a list of things I can do for Deku, and you're going to help me. Wait, that's what you call Midoriya, right? Is he the one you're always talking about during our sessions? I'm not always talking about him, shut up. Katsuki barked into the phone defensively. Preppy thought. He hadn't meant to mention the nerd by name. Whatever. The damage was already done, no point trying to go back on it now. But yes, the idiot is the one. He's obviously going through something and he won't tell me what it is. He won't come to you either. And so you're trying to make a list of things to help him. Katsuki nodded, even though she couldn't see him as he wrestled a notebook out of his backpack with one hand. I guess. I just don't know what to put, and looking it up was pointless. All I found was vague nonsense. That's actually really sweet, Katsuki. Of course, I'll help you. Shut up. If you want sweet, go get some candy. All right, I'll refrain from calling you out. Also, watch your language. It may be after school hours, but I am still your counselor. Katsuki huffed, and she apparently took that as his answer as she continued. Now, how can I help? Katsuki smirked at the question, fishing out a pencil as well. Finally, he was getting somewhere. You aren't helping anybody, lady. I'm helping you do your job. Language. Katsuki's grip on the shiny red thermos tightened as wild hair and big red shoes became visible down the street. The nerd was sitting on the sidewalk, clearly uncomfortable, clad in his own workout apparel. If you could even call it that. Large gym shorts pooled at his thighs as he sat, and a plain baggy t-shirt covered his torso. On top of the oversized outfit, he was scribbling notes into his worn notebook instead of stretching. Katsuki huffed to himself at the sight. Deku will never change. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Katsuki thought exasperatedly, but for a long moment his eyes stayed locked on the burnt, torn, and water-damaged notebook that Deku was meticulously documenting in. He wondered why the idiot didn't just use a new one. The spiral he was holding definitely didn't have good memories attached to it for either of them. Maybe he just didn't have another one. He did have money problems. It wouldn't be surprising to find out Deku wouldn't even set aside money to buy himself new things. Katsuki growled and stomped forward, pushing that thought aside for later as he adjusted his own, much more appropriate outfit. He wore a form-fitting tank top and breathable joggers, both made of fabric resistant to the heat in his palms. It was sensible and fashionable, unlike a certain green-haired idiot. Said idiot looked up at the sound of Katsuki's stomping and jumped to his feet the second their eyes met. Kaken, you're here. Are you ready to train? I can't wait for you to meet Mr. Yagi. I wonder how different this will be from your usual workouts? Probably very different, since you tend to focus on your upper body. The nerd rambled as he approached, a gleeful look on his face. Thief, shut up. You talk too much. The excitement on Deku's face was replaced by sudden bashfulness, his cheeks turning pink as he blinked innocently. Ah, sorry Kaken, I guess I just got a little too excited. Katsuki interrupted the greenette's apology by shoving the red thermos into his chest roughly, forcing the smaller teen to take it. Confused, Izuku turned the object around in his hands, probably searching for a name. What's this? Are you wanting me to hold it for you? The freckled boy asked, his green irises shining with curiosity as he glanced between Katsuki and the container. Katsuki willed his cheeks not to heat up as embarrassment crept in. I don't need you to hold my things for me, you dumb Deku. It's yours, he admitted. Deku obviously didn't get it. What? But I didn't bring a thermos to your house Friday. I don't even own a red one. Katsuki breathed slowly through his nose. No, you idiot, I brought that for you. It's a green detox smoothie. It's healthy and naturally boosts energy. If you're gonna train, you should at least do it right, you moron. Especially if I'm gonna be training with you, I don't need to be held back because you're lagging behind. Katsuki scowled down at the other, even as Deku's face flushed and melted into an expression of pure gratitude. The idiot looked like he was about to cry, hugging the thermos to his chest like Katsuki had just given him the world. Kaken. And sure enough, there was that signature wobble in his voice. Don't cry about it. Just drink it. The green-haired boy nodded. I will. Thank you, Kaken. And drink it he did. As they walked the block to the beach where Deku had supposedly been training for the past couple of months, the greenette downed the smoothie in record time. Katsuki accepted the thermos when it was handed back to him, but only so he could fill it up for him again the next day. Though he wouldn't tell Deku that. The nerd would figure it out on his own. Deku's coach did not look like what Katsuki had expected at all. It wasn't that he anticipated Deku to have a top-tier coach, but Katsuki had to suppress a grimace as his eyes swept over the frail-looking man. He seemed as if a strong breeze could blow him away, like a piece of cloth one thread away from unraveling. But he figured the newly defined muscles lining Deku's calves and forearms were a testament to the man's expertise. The scrawny nerd had finally put on some weight, apparently thanks to this guy. Mr. Yagi? Discount Skeletor? Yeah, definitely some version of Skeletor. Once they were within earshot, the surprisingly tall man raised a thin hand in greeting and called out, Greetings, young Midoriya. Young Bakugu. Hi, Mr. Yagi. Deku stuttered, a nervous laugh escaping him as the gaunt man coughed at what sounded like a small slip-up. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the little scene. What was that all about? Well, Mr. Yagi began again, successfully distracting Katsuki for the moment. Let's get started, shall we? I've already altered your regimen, young Midoriya, to include Bakugu. And don't worry, young Bakugu, I kept in mind your training preferences as described to me by Midoriya. Oh yeah? Katsuki questioned, glancing over at the nerd, who was standing next to him, twiddling his thumbs and watching the dirt with great interest. What did he say? He informed me you typically focus on your upper body strength, a good thing, with a quirk like yours. Though lower body strength is very important too. You wouldn't want to lose your footing in the middle of a fight. The man said, lifting a finger to slide his chin as he talked. I think you'll find the workouts I've set up for you two to be unconventional, but effective. Give it a try before you dismiss it entirely. As long as it accomplishes what I need it to, I don't care, Katsuki stated, slipping his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. Now what are we doing, Skeletor? Kaken. Deku chastised, but the man didn't seem offended. In fact, he chuckled, a sparkle of intrigue flashing in the blue pools of his deep-set eyes. Though he did remind Katsuki his name was Mr. Yagi, a reminder that Katsuki completely ignored. Anyway, follow me. I already have an area sectioned off for you, the man said, gesturing for them to come closer. Mr. Yagi led them further out onto the beach, past tall piles of old, rusting household appliances and the occasional trashed car. Katsuki's lips curled into a disgusted sneer at the towering mound of junk. You've been cleaning all this up? He asked, kicking a dented metal trash can. That poked out from the heap. It dented further, but didn't budge. Yes. Mr. Yagi exclaimed proudly. Well, young Midoriya has. You can't really tell from here, but... The man trailed off, and Katsuki was momentarily confused. Then the maze of trash opened up into a decent-sized clearing, a circle of beach where the sand was perfectly visible and litter-free. The stacks were shorter, and some small things had already been gathered into bags, ready to be taken away. There was still a lot to go for sure, but for one person, the job was undeniably impressive. Katsuki could definitely see why Mr. Yagi had sounded so proud. Katsuki turned and locked eyes with Deku, who was staring at him through locks of curly green hair, clearly unsure and expectant of his response. Teashed, the blonde clicked his tongue and spun around, choosing to ignore the greenette and stride over to where Mr. Yagi was already settling down. So what are we doing first? I was thinking, Mr. Yagi said as Deku hurried over to stand next to the blonde, that you, Bakugu, could lift some of the heavy objects off the top of these piles. Then young Midoriya will drag them away as per usual. How does that sound to start? Both he and the green-haired boy nodded, and Mr. Yagi directed them toward the area they'd be working on. Katsuki smirked as they approached the mass, the jagged shadows shrouding them in a cool layer of shade, a blessing in the overbearing heat of the sun's rays. Deku finally got to work stretching, and Katsuki cracked his knuckles. He'd show the nerd and that pretzel stick exactly what he could do. As it turned out, the greenette's routine was actually pretty tough. An hour in, and Katsuki was dripping sweat, the hard plastic in his grasp slick with it as he carefully lowered the old, broken TV to the ground. It didn't help that he had to focus extra hard to keep from exploding everything in sight. Though it was evidently even harder on Deku, who looked utterly fatigued. At least to the trained eye. There was a determined glint in his speckled green irises, and he was still steadily dragging things away with as much speed as he'd started with, but there was a subtle pull on his features and a tremble to his limbs that gave him away. It was probably a result of all the overworking the nerd subjected himself to. The idiot never thought about himself, and it was beginning to get under Katsuki's skin. Katsuki threw a water bottle at the teen and watched it smack him straight in the face. Oh, Kaken, what did you? Deku trailed off, picking the water bottle up from the ground where it had fallen. Isn't this your water bottle? It's already been drunk from. Just drink it, idiot. I see you shaking like a leaf over there. Katsuki snapped defensively. Deku's cheeks turned a rosy hue as he gripped the water bottle closer, and Katsuki had a sneaking suspicion it wasn't just because of the warm air. What are you talking about, Kaken? The blonde rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid, Dek. You're trembling. I'm just Dash. Deku paused, searching frantically for some excuse and failing. The nerd finally learned he couldn't lie to him, it seemed. Katsuki smirked and jumped down from the now small pile. Just drink the water, idiot, he said, walking over to the other boy and pinching his cheek. Oh wow, Kakin, Deku complained, patting at Katsuki's hand lightly. The blonde breathed harshly through his nose as he let go, watching Deku rub his cheek soothingly with one hand and finally lift the rim of the water bottle to his lips with the other. Katsuki observed for a moment as he drank, his gaze following the way Deku's lips wrapped around the plastic and the movement of his throat as he swallowed. Sweat dripped from the brunette's hairline, traveling over soft cheeks, one of which was still bruised pink with irritation, until the salty water collected at the bottom of his chin and dripped onto his already soaked t-shirt. The white shirt clung to his body in areas where he was particularly sweaty around the sides, in the ridges of his muscles, along his collar, and the waistband of his shorts. Katsuki felt his face beginning to heat up slightly, but he blamed it on the warm air. Boys, Mr. Yagi called, his deep voice drawing Katsuki's attention and preventing his thoughts from drifting where they shouldn't. Yes, Deku replied obediently, wiping the excess moisture off his lips with the back of his hand, while Katsuki asked, What do you want? I think you've done enough in this area. Now that it's low enough, we can clear it up next time. Katsuki nodded, glancing back at the collection of garbage they'd been cleaning. They'd moved a significant amount, turning the tall stack into a short, scattered pile. Then what are we doing next? I know that isn't all. Well, as you can see, there are still a lot of really high heaps. The tall man gestured around, pointing out specific masses. It will make things easier if we can level them out too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. So you want us to do the same thing all day? Mr. Yagi shook his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips. No, my boy. This time, I want Midoriya to get on your shoulders. What? Katsuki exclaimed, his face burning even brighter. That was not what he had been expecting to hear. Deku sitting on his shoulders? It probably didn't sound like a big deal to most people, but Katsuki Bakugo was not exactly known for his love of physical contact. The only time he'd really touched the green-haired boy for any length of time without the intent to hurt was that night at his house, when he'd opened his arms to a sobbing, broken Deku. He hadn't thought about the physicality or intimacy of that moment then. He'd been too focused on the other teen's desperation and his own guilt, trying to regain control of the situation and mend what he'd broken. There was no such distraction for him this time. Deku looked a little embarrassed by Mr. Yagi's words. The freckled boy laughed awkwardly, wringing his hands and playing with his fingers. I don't think Kakin will want to do that, Mr. Yagi. Oh, perhaps this seems too hard? I suppose it is very taxing. I can come up with something else. Don't underestimate me. I can carry Deku without any problem. Just watch me. With those words, Katsuki grabbed the greenette's wrist and tugged him toward one of the higher stacks of garbage. Mr. Yagi just smiled and gave a thumbs up as Deku stuttered, eyes wide with surprise. Kakakin, we don't have to. Shut up, nerd, and get on my shoulders. The hot-headed teen ordered, lowering himself into a squat. He could practically feel the heat radiating from Deku's face as he gulped and hesitantly climbed on. Deku's legs slid down over his shoulders, and Katsuki could feel the firmness of the muscle the other had apparently been working hard to build for weeks without him noticing. Katsuki pointedly ignored that and instead focused intensely on his training as he stood up fully, allowing Deku to reach the top. Not that those sorts of thoughts meant anything anyway. Ultimately, Deku was still nothing but an obstacle in his path. Sure, he cared about the idiot as much as it pained him to admit, and at this point, most people would probably consider them friends, but that's all they would ever be. Rivals first, friends second. Katsuki clenched his jaw determinedly, a scowl tugging at his lips. Rivals first, friends second. I'm on Kakin's shoulders. I'm on Kakin's shoulders. Oh my god, I'm on Kakin's shoulders. Izuku didn't really know what to think about the new development. All he knew was that his neck and the tips of his ears were on fire, and he wasn't entirely sure why. He figured it was probably due to nerves. The last time he'd been held by Kakin in any capacity was during a breakdown, and they'd both been too preoccupied with that to really think about it. What did the blonde think now? Izuku was afraid one wrong move would mean an explosion to the face or as close as Kaken could get in this position, at any rate. The greenette breathed out, brushing off the flurry of worries and emotions to focus on the task at hand. With careful movements, he began slowly extracting pieces of rubble and rusted junk. When they were safely encased in his freckled hands, he asked Kaken to lower him, which the blonde did with a low growl of, "Don't tell me what to do, idiot." They continued like that for a while with little to no issues, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised. He slowly relaxed and settled more comfortably on Kaken's shoulders, narrowing his attention to only the job in front of them. The blonde was fairly quiet too, squatting down and standing back up dutifully as they settled into a rhythm. The green-haired boy felt a trickle of warmth bubbling up in his stomach, bringing a smile to his lips. Kaken had brought him a smoothie, and now they were working together so flawlessly and like this, no less. Maybe this meant they were becoming friends? That Kaken was doing this for more than himself? Izuku, foolishly, let himself hope that was the case. With their newfound flow, it didn't take as much time as Izuku had been expecting to clear most of the litter, and before he knew it, Kaken was crouching down and setting Izuku on his feet. The green-haired boy slid off his shoulders, his legs feeling cool where they had been pressed against the blonde's skin. The sensation made Izuku want to climb right back on, and his cheeks glowed pink. "Well done, young Midoriya. Young Bakugu. You've gotten a lot done today. I think we can—" The gaunt man paused, stopping mid-step towards the two. His gleeful expression morphed into one of confusion and concern as he continued, Are you two all right? Do you need water?" Izuku's face grew hotter at being called out for his blush, but was quickly replaced by wonder when he chanced to glance over at the blonde to see that he, too, was sporting ruby-colored cheeks. "Kaken, why are you—" "Shut the hell up. Just need a drink." Kaken mumbled, cutting him off for the 1000th time that day as he stomped over towards the water bottles. What bothered Izuku, though, was the way the other avoided his gaze. The blonde hadn't looked at him since he'd set him on the ground. Izuku frowned a little. He'd done something, hadn't he? He'd upset Kaken without meaning to. He always seemed to ruin things when they were going well. Now, maybe Kaken wouldn't want to see him as much anymore. Maybe he would leave Izuku, and the greenette would be alone again. Maybe. A nerd. Drink your water. Want to pass out on your walk to work, huh? Kaken yelled, bonking the greenette on the head with a cold, plastic water bottle, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Oh, thank you, Kaken," Izuku said, grabbing the bottle from Kaken's hands. You're not angry with me?" The taller teen frowned at him. "What? Why the hell would I be angry?" I guess you wouldn't," Izuku replied as Kaken resumed drinking his water. He felt so foolish now. Why did he immediately jump to negative conclusions? Just because Kaken didn't look at him right away? Get a hold of yourself, Izuku Midoriya. You can't afford to keep overthinking things like that. Izuku shook his head and twisted the cap off his water, lifting it to his lips. He kept his eyes open as he drank, watching the distorted reflections on the surface of the water shift as the liquid sloshed around. For some reason, watching it made him feel calm. "Hey Deku," Kaken started, drawing Izuku's gaze toward him as he lowered the bottle. "When we're done here, go home and get your school stuff before you go to work." Why? Kaken clicked his tongue and crossed his arms, showing off the muscles in his biceps. Izuku gulped, feeling a mix of admiration and intimidation. Kaken had trained hard, sculpting his body for strength, and Izuku couldn't help but be in awe of his dedication. Suddenly, Izuku realized Kaken was still talking to him. "Just hurry it up, all right? And don't let it get to your head." Izuku gulped again, but this time out of anxiety. "I didn't hear what you said." Kaken's eye twitched. "This is the end of the line for me. Mom, I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to you in person. Please take care of my All Might posters for me." To Izuku's surprise, however, the blonde simply closed his eyes, pressed a palm to his forehead, and took a deep breath before replying, "Fine, I'll say it one more time. But only once, so listen up, nerd." Izuku nodded obediently, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. The blonde rolled his eyes and continued, "Get your school stuff so I can teach you. You've been falling asleep in class, your notes probably aren't great. I can sit with you at your job and help you when it isn't busy." "Really?" Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had been so worried about falling behind. He knew his notes weren't the best, and the homework had begun piling up. With Kaken's help, he could finally catch up. He could wait. Oh, Izuku's body sagged with disappointment as a realization hit him. "I can't. I don't have enough time to get my things from home. If I do, I'll be late for my shift." Kaken scowled deeply, a sigh escaping his lips as he ran a hand through his hair. "Such a pain you are, Deku. Whatever, I'll get your stuff for you. Just give me your key and tell me where it is." Izuku hesitated. Usually, he'd have no problem handing over the key to Kaken, but if Hisashi caught him, there'd definitely be a confrontation. "I don't think," he started to say, but then he remembered that Hisashi was usually passed out by this time. Hisashi would go out drinking every night and come home in the early hours of the morning completely wasted. He'd then stumble down the hall to the living room, collapse on the couch, and fall asleep. He didn't usually wake up until night, and before then, he was dead to the world. If Hisashi was asleep, Izuku wouldn't have to worry about any confrontation. "Okay," Izuku said finally, digging the key out of his pocket and holding it out for Kaken to take. "My stuff is in my room." "Thank you, Kaken," the blonde hummed, taking the key from Izuku. "I'll see you at the convenience store, Deku. Better be ready to pay attention when I get there." "I will, Kaken." "So ready." Kaken huffed, and with that, they split ways, each jogging toward their respective destinations. Izuku plastered a smile on his face as a young woman approached the counter. Her straight blonde hair was pulled back into a messy ponytail, some strands falling into her face as she set a pack of lighters and personal items down onto the countertop. She rummaged through her purse, presumably for her wallet, an unlit cigarette hanging loosely from her lips. Izuku felt anxious during encounters like this. He wasn't judging, he didn't know enough about her to make assumptions, but he always felt nervous ringing people up when they looked like they were recovering from a rough night. He worried about making her angry by talking too loud, going too slow, or any number of things. Plus, he was always anxious about accidentally making things awkward when he inevitably blushed while handling the items. Izuku got to work scanning the items, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he processed the purchase. He managed to tell her the price without stumbling too much. Luckily, she didn't seem annoyed. If she was, she didn't show it. She simply handed over a 1,000 yen bill and left without waiting for her change. Izuku sighed with relief as the glass door closed behind her, leaving him alone in the shop once again. Socializing always made him anxious, and he didn't quite understand why. Was it just his nature? A part of his struggles with depression? A result of the bullying he had faced over the years? Perhaps it was a mix of all three. He wasn't sure. The chime above the door rang, and Izuku stood up straighter, ready to welcome the next customer. Instead, he was greeted by a familiar face. "Kaken," Izuku called happily, earning a small frown in return. "Painerd." "I got your stuff," Kaken said, making his way over to the counter. Izuku quickly shuffled out from behind it and grabbed an extra stool from beneath his workstation, dragging it out to the front next to the wall for Kaken to sit. The blonde plopped down on the cushioned stool and placed both his and Izuku's bags on the countertop. Izuku returned to his side and sat down on his own stool, eager to learn as much from Kaken as he could. He didn't notice how tense Kaken was as he began to ramble, too focused on pulling things out of his backpack. "I'm so grateful to you, Kaken. I didn't know what I was going to do. Deku, I really tried not to fall asleep in class, but I couldn't help it. One second I was looking at the board, and the next my head was on my desk. My notes are so horrible too. There are so many blank spots. Say, could I copy your notes too, Kaken? That way I can study more at home." "Izuku!" Kaken bellowed. Izuku snapped his head up at the sound of his real name, finally noticing the serious look on Kaken's face. "Why does your house smell like alcohol? And why was your dad passed out on the couch?" Kaken asked, his voice low. His fist was clenched in front of the register, tension radiating from him. Izuku paled. He hadn't expected Kaken to go into the living room. His room was in the hallway, and the living room was at the end of it. He hadn't thought Kaken would bother going past his room. He had grown so accustomed to the smell. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why aren't you answering me, Deku? Is this a problem? Kaken pressed, deep lines forming around his mouth as he frowned. Is something going on? No, Izuku breathed. My father just likes to drink a lot. It's not a problem, Kaken, don't worry. He wasn't lying. It wasn't a problem for him, at least. His father's drinking meant he spent a lot of time asleep or away from home, which resulted in fewer confrontations. Of course, they still happened, especially when Izuku got home from work around the time Hisashi woke up, but his father's habits ultimately meant fewer bruises on Izuku's pale skin. Kaken looked conflicted at Izuku's answer, undoubtedly trying to decide whether to believe him. Izuku knew the blonde could sense he wasn't lying, but he also understood the suspicious nature of the situation. Eventually, Kaken nodded. All right, he said, and Izuku silently thanked the universe. But I've got my eye on you, nerd, Kaken added, narrowing his eyes at the greenette. Silence stretched between them, and Izuku almost started sweating, trying to think of something to say to ease the tension in the air. Thankfully, Kaken broke the silence, making more noise than necessary as he began taking things out of his bag. Let's get started, idiot. You need all the help you can get. Izuku smiled softly, grabbing his notebook and readying his pencil. Yes. You're kidding me, Deku. Kaken leveled Izuku with the most unimpressed stare he had ever seen. The blonde was holding up one of Izuku's notebooks, a light yellow one with the word, math, scrawled messily across the front. It was open to a page where Izuku had scribbled nothing but the word, schmicks. Izuku didn't know what that meant or why he had written it, but there it was, the black ink staining the page with undeniable proof of his confusion. Good night, Dad. Distant sirens interrupted the steady sound of rushing wind, the same wind that tousled Izuku's green curls and tugged at his baggy clothes like a flag flapping in. A storm. They pulled harshly, as if trying to escape from him, and Izuku couldn't blame them. Below him, a crowd gathered on the street, resembling a cluster of ants waiting for their queen, aimless and expectant. Izuku scanned the indistinct shapes, but none were recognizable. They blended together in a swirl of colors that made no sense to his troubled mind. Looking up, Izuku stared blankly over the rooftops of the small town he once called home. The setting sun cast a warm, fiery orange glow over everything, and he wished that light would envelop him completely. He longed to step into it, to let the warmth consume him until nothing remained but a faint memory. He yearned to watch as his self-doubt dissipated into the air, clouding the endless skyline. What am I doing? He wondered, the voice in his head distant and muffled, as if coming through a wall. I don't know, he replied. Is this the only way? Am I doing the right thing? Would everyone really be better off without me? Izuku sighed, the weight of his thoughts heavy on his shoulders. I don't know. All he knew was that he wasn't happy here. He hadn't been for a long time, and it felt like he never would be again. His life was a storm of misfortune and sorrow that left him gasping for air, submerged in a world where no one could see or save him. This life felt like poison, leading him to this moment on the roof of Aldra Junior High, where all his pain could finally be laid bare. Yes, a shadowy figure whispered behind him, a presence that loomed ominously. A gentle pressure on his shoulder urged him forward, encouraging a leap into the unknown. Jump! And it all. Izuku swallowed hard, watching as the ground seemed to stretch away from him, twisting and distorting. Do it! The crowd below grew more frantic, their blurred shapes beginning to jostle together. They felt so distant, yet the murmur of anxious voices filled his mind, drowning out everything else. Do it, Izuku! And he did. Izuku jolted upright, breathless, as his heart raced in his chest. He clutched his shirt tightly, fingers gripping the fabric as tears streamed down his face. It felt as though the walls were closing in on him. His limbs trembled, resisting his commands, while his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Stop. Make it stop. Please, I can't. It's too hard. I need it all to stop. He glanced around the room until his gaze landed on something familiar. his oldest All Might figurine. It remained intact, though the yellow paint was stained from years of being handled. Some of the paint on the head had chipped away, leaving All Might's heroic face slightly marred. He remembered the day he received it, his 3rd birthday, surrounded by friends and family, when his mother had handed him the box. He had eagerly reached for it, a wide smile on his face as he admired the vibrant colors of his favorite pro hero. The memory brought a sense of calm, and he focused on counting how many times his mother had repaired it over the years. It's okay, calm down. Just breathe. Slowly, Izuku inhaled, willing his lungs to expand and push away the panic. He choked on the first breath, nearly spiraling again, but after a few moments, he managed to take a deep breath. The relief washed over him, and the dark clouds in his vision began to recede. He sat there for a long time, focusing on his breathing, and gradually, his muscles began to relax. He collapsed back onto the bed, uncomfortable in his damp sleep clothes, but too exhausted to care. This wasn't the worst panic attack he'd experienced, but the fatigue weighed heavily on him, creating a void he couldn't fill. With the nightmare still echoing in his mind, Izuku drifted back to sleep. A cheerful tune jolted Izuku awake the second time, accompanied by an annoying buzz. He groaned as he sat up, his body protesting against movement. Groggily, he searched for the source of the music until his eyes landed on his phone, vibrating on the desk. The screen lit up with familiar answer and decline buttons alongside a picture of someone. He squinted at the screen from his bed, trying to make out the image, but then the display faded to black. Izuku frowned, sighing softly at the thought of getting out of bed. Well, he would have to get up sooner or later. With a sluggish effort, he stood, planting his feet on the carpet and pushing himself away from the warmth of his bed. He pouted all the way to his desk. Izuku grabbed his phone and checked the time. The clock read 12:08, meaning he had slept in far later than usual and missed breakfast. Good thing it was the weekend, or he really would have been in trouble. What caught the green-haired boy's attention, however, was the string of notifications that filled his lock screen when he opened his phone. That was odd. He never got this many. Izuku scrolled through them, and felt dread creep through him at what he saw. Missed call from Kaken. Collision. 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 There were over 30 notifications, all missed calls and messages from Kaken. Oh no, he was actually going to be in trouble. Kaken was going to be furious. He tended to say that a lot, especially recently with how much time he'd been spending around the fiery teen, but he knew for sure this time. No one ignored Kaken and got away with it accidentally or otherwise. With trembling fingers, Izuku pressed the callback button. The response was immediate. "Deku, you piece of work." Izuku laughed nervously, his freckled hand coming up to scratch at the back of his neck. "Hi Kaken. I'm, sorry I missed your calls." "Yeah? Then why'd you miss them in the first place?" Izuku bit his lip as he contemplated his answer, tugging at the skin between his teeth. How could he explain himself to Kaken without revealing that he'd had a nightmare? "Don't ignore me, you idiot." Sorry. "I'm not ignoring you, I promise, Kaken. I would never." "Then tell me what's been going on with you. I've been calling for the better part of an hour. You're just asking for me to come break your door down." I just slept in. I woke up really tired, so I went back to bed. I didn't hear my phone go off." A contemplative silence stretched across the line, making Izuku anxious as he awaited an answer. "You're not telling me everything," Kaken finally said. Izuku allowed his eyes to fall to the floor, a breath escaping his lungs in a deep sigh. Kaken really was too perceptive. "I can't talk about it. Not yet," he confessed softly. Again, silence was the only response, but there was an unspoken understanding in the air. Izuku's lips twitched up slightly, glad Kaken wasn't pushing him to talk. "So," he spoke, shifting the topic, "why did you call me so much?" "Get ready, we're going to the mall." Izuku exclaimed, confusion flooding his mind. "Why are we going to the mall? And why did you call me so much just for that?" "Shut the hell up, nerd. Just follow directions. I wouldn't have had to call so much if you just picked up in the first place. For all I knew, you were doing something foolish again. Izuku's eyes widened at the implication in those final words. Kaken, were you worried? Ha! Deku, ask me another stupid question like that and I'll bury you alive. Kaken shouted into the receiver, effectively startling Izuku. I'm good. Sorry, Kaken. I'll get ready now. Don't bury me alive. Good. I'll be there in 10 minutes, so be ready, nerd. And before any protests could arise, the line went dead. Izuku puffed his cheeks out. Geez. This day just keeps getting more and more eventful, and it's only noon. After hastily pulling on some clothes and applying a bit of necessary makeup, Izuku hurried down the stairs of his apartment building, his red shoes making a considerable amount of noise as they clanged against the metal steps. He went as fast as he could, but by the time he stepped onto the pavement, Kaken was already there, waiting with his arms crossed. About time, idiot, the blonde greeted. Kaken, I'm not late, you're just early, the green-haired boy pointed out as he approached. Whatever, Kaken replied, content enough to drop the matter and avoid another argument. It was a cloudy day, with fluffy clouds hiding the sun and casting a cool shadow over the town. Izuku relished the feel of the cool air, breathing deeply as he fell into step beside Kaken, who had already started walking. Along with the scent of crisp, fresh air came a fragrance Izuku hadn't noticed before. It smelled of firewood and smoke, a strange but pleasant aroma that had Izuku longing to get closer to the source. After a moment, he recognized it as Kaken's scent. Izuku ignored the warmth rising in his cheeks. Ah, wait. Izuku called out, a thought springing to mind. I forgot my wallet. The short teen spun on his heels, preparing to sprint back to his apartment when a hand planted firmly on his shoulder. Oi, who said you needed a wallet, Deku? Kaken, we're going to the mall. Of course I need my. Kaken clicked his tongue and pulled Izuku back toward him. You really think I'd drag you out here just to make you spend your own money, Deku? I know basic etiquette, idiot. Astonished and disbelieving that Kaken would do something like that for him, Izuku peered up into the blonde's piercing red eyes, searching for any hint of malice or mockery. There was none. Are you sure? I can go back, he stammered. Deku. I don't say things I don't mean. A fluttering sensation erupted inside Izuku, sending tendrils of warmth through his veins that etched a goofy smile onto his face and had him leaning just a bit closer as they resumed walking. Despite the lingering distress from that morning, Izuku felt okay right then, the haunting thoughts overshadowed by Kaken's vibrant presence. Kaken had always been something akin to a star in Izuku's eyes, shining brightly in a way that had him forever captivated. Now, Izuku could see that Kaken was not just a singular ball of energy, nor was he a shooting star gracing the earth with his light for only a few fleeting moments. Kaken was an entire galaxy. Thank you, Kaken. Kaken, trust me, it was episode 26 of Season 3. I know it's confusing because of the throwback arc in Season 4, but I've watched All Might Origins so many times. Deku argued, turning to Katsuki with a determined expression, his eyebrows furrowed and mouth slightly open, ready to explain. His bright green eyes stared imploringly at him. Katsuki huffed. Being a full-time nerd doesn't make you right, you nerd. It's Season 4. Katsuki had realized a couple of minutes ago, when the argument had first started, that Deku was actually right, but he wasn't about to admit it and let the nerd win. They were walking side by side on the sidewalk, keeping a leisurely pace as they continued towards their destination. At first, it had been slightly tense, with only the sound of their footsteps between them as they watched a cat chase unfortunate squirrels across the street. Then, in a moment of desperation to break the awkwardness, Katsuki had made the worst All Might joke imaginable. When does All Might sleep? He asked, just saying the first thing that came to mind. Deku had lifted his head, looking at him with utter confusion. He sounded unsure when he tentatively replied, "W? All night." Deku burst into laughter, noisy, infectious laughter that resonated in Katsuki's own chest. The blonde frowned at the sensation, but secretly, he couldn't deny he didn't hate the feeling that laugh gave him. After that, it was as if something had clicked, and conversation flowed easily from there. This is how they ended up arguing over exactly what season All Might's sidekick, Sir Nightie's, backstory had been revealed. Kaken, you call me a full-time nerd, but you're actively arguing with me about one of the very shows you accuse me of being a nerd for watching, Deku pointed out, brushing a stray strand of green hair away from his eyes. It's only nerdy if you watch it 10,000 times like you have. Fair, but it's also nerdy to know what minute in what episode All Might's actor's costume ripped and that it was replaced with a costume with a slightly darker shade of red, which you do. Picking up a small rock and tossing it aside, Katsuki scowled. He didn't really have much to say to that, if he was being honest. As luck would have it, he didn't have to, as the mall came into view. It was a large building with tall, stylish windows that spanned a good portion of the front and had a matching glass door for the entrance. The parking lot was equally huge, giving Deku plenty of time to excitedly tug on Katsuki's sleeve like a child, exclaiming about the cool and amazingly pretty construction. I've never been to a mall before, Kaken. This is so cool. I had no idea they were so big. Deku gasped as they stepped inside, his awestruck eyes bouncing from the smooth, white ceramic floor tiles to the people visible on the second floor. It's just a mall, you nerd, Katsuki grumbled, forcing himself to hold back his usual retorts. He'd noticed how Deku's face tended to fall when he said those things during his excited rants, how he would recede slightly as if ashamed. It was such a small change, yet somehow so hard for the blonde to adjust to. During the walk alone, he'd almost tripped several times. Shitty high-maintenance nerd. Katsuki sighed through his nose. I know, Kaken, but I've never been to a mall before. I can't help but be excited, Deku told him, his head whipping around as he observed his surroundings, unintentionally making a mess of his already frazzled hair. Teach, I thought a nerd like you would have been here plenty of times, Katsuki stated offhandedly as he was pulled toward a random storefront, Deku pinching the hem of Katsuki's sleeves as he led the way. Apparently, the nerd was taking the lead. Whatever, Katsuki thought, I'll let him have this one. For now, at least. Ah, yeah, Deku glanced back at him as they walked inside the store. Comic books and t-shirts lined the walls and hung in displays, most featuring pictures of different pro-heroes, both old and new. Of course, Deku would choose to go here first. I certainly wanted to, Deku continued, but we never really had the money to do anything like that. Mom and I only ever went to discount stores and charity centers. Katsuki simply nodded, watching as Deku occupied himself with surveying a line of premium present Mike shirts. Katsuki hated hearing about Deku's difficult life. He knew it was selfish, but listening to all the things the Greenette had endured, on top of the punishment he himself inflicted, made the blonde feel like he was burning from the inside out. It was a terrible guilt, imagining Deku limping home from another rough day at school only to return to a silent house, an empty pantry, and the looming threat of eviction in every unopened letter. The weight in his stomach felt like poison he couldn't expel. Kaken, look at this. Izuku interrupted Katsuki's thoughts, presenting him with something that was, quite possibly, the most ridiculous item he had ever seen. Dangling from Deku's fingers was a peach-colored hoodie, complete with sculpted abs covering the front, but not just any abs, All Might abs. Deku was holding the completely zipped hood up, showcasing All Might's oddly exaggerated features. The hair, aside from two floppy bangs that fell crookedly forward, stuck to the sides of his face, emphasizing the lack of cheekbone definition, and the zipper cut right through a toothless smile. Seriously, who made this? Who bought it? Isn't it kind of cool, Kaken? I mean, it's not very accurate, but it's a novelty, you know. Deku said, turning to scrutinize the hoodie again with a lopsided grin. That's who buys this. You're such a silly nerd, Deku. That thing is a danger to society, Katsuki told him, reaching out to take the horrid item and toss it back where it came from. Can't even fanboy correctly. Deku turned to gawk at Katsuki, absolutely scandalized. Kaken, fanboying is the one thing I'm good at. No fanboy would find that detestable waste of cloth anything other than a disgrace, Deku. Well, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. It's funny. Disgrace. Deku puffed his cheeks out, disgruntled, and crossed his arms over his chest, though there was a hint of mirth swirling in those deep eyes. I think Kaken is just too embarrassed to admit he wants to wear it. Now, it was Katsuki's turn to look scandalized. Ah, you think I want to wear that junk, you nerd? Deku burst into a fit of giggles at the offended tone in the blonde's voice, and Katsuki only yelled more, telling the greenette to stuff it where the sun don't shine. Of course, Deku just laughed harder, hurrying to muffle it with a freckled hand. "K Kaken," he puffed between peals of laughter, "you're gonna get us kicked out?" Katsuki could feel the tips of his ears warming. "Shut up. Stop laughing," he demanded, but after glancing around at the annoyed glares people were sending their way, he grunted and let his shoulders roll back into a more relaxed posture. "Sorry, Kaken," the green-haired boy said as he calmed down, running a thumb along the underside of his eye to get rid of any remaining moisture. "I didn't mean to embarrass you." Instead of responding verbally, Katsuki reached out and captured Deku in a playful headlock, ruffling his hair and making him whine. For the next 2 hours, Deku dragged Katsuki all over the mall, from Hot Topic to Lolly and Pops, from Spencer's to Sears. And by dragged, Katsuki meant the idiot kept running away, and Katsuki had to give chase lest the moron wind up lost. Currently, Deku was leaning against the thin, white railing of the second-floor balcony, his hair falling into his face as he looked down at the people milling about underneath him. "Wow, everything looks so pretty," Deku whispered, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. The blonde rolled his eyes. "You keep saying that. It's just a building, Deku. A pretty building. You're insufferable." And for whatever reason, Deku smiled. Katsuki huffed, leaning further on the railing next to the greenette. He really didn't understand him. Every time he thought he did, another little oddity about the freckled boy would show itself, and Katsuki would be left guessing all over again. Clicking his tongue, the blonde pushed himself up and grabbed Deku's bicep, tugging him away. Deku gazed at him questioningly as he was taken from his sightseeing spot. "Kaken? What are you doing?" "Despite what you seem to think, nerd, I did actually take you here for a reason." Deku's eyes lit up with understanding, then guilt, his lips pulling down in a slight frown and his eyebrows drawing together. "Oh, I'm sorry, Kaken. I've just been running around aimlessly, wasting your time. You should have told me I was keeping you," he said, tone soft and regretful. Katsuki stared at the green-haired boy a moment longer than he needed to, lazily exploring the lustrous, vibrant eyes that studied him so intently. "Whatever," the volatile teen eventually replied, "it doesn't matter. Follow me, nerd, and don't fall behind." The freckled boy nodded once, a little escaping his throat as he prepared to match Katsuki's brisk walking pace through the crowds. Katsuki shook his head and with one final, "Keep up, Deku," turned on his heel and ambled off. The blonde didn't look back until he stood at the entrance of the shop he'd come for in the first place, twirling around to see a familiar tuft of green curls standing behind him with an accomplished expression adorning his features. Katsuki was a tiny bit impressed. He'd half expected to be stuck searching the crowd because Deku got left behind. "Staples?" Deku queried, gazing up at the red letters above Katsuki's head. "Why here?" "Just shut up and come on. You're about to find out." And with that, the two entered the store. Deku looked around immediately, eyes trailing the rows of supplies a nerd like him could use, anxious to explore, but Katsuki was making a beeline towards some unknown destination within the store, and the green-haired boy had no choice but to tag along. "You know, if you needed some supplies for school or something, you could have asked me. I may not have had exactly what you were looking for, but I have lots of sticky notes, pencils, rulers, those kinds of things," Deku prattled as they neared a shelf of school supplies. The beginning shelves were stocked full of smaller items, like boxes of mechanical pencils and pens, but as they continued farther down the aisle, they became surrounded by stacks of paper, binders, and notebooks. "You really are a pain, Deku." Katsuki sighed, stopping in front of a row of journals and leafing through the options. "Why would I drag you out here just to go school shopping?" "I don't know. But then, why are we here?" Deku asked, still clueless as ever, as Katsuki's pupils finally locked onto a suitable target. Carefully, the blonde's fingers wrapped around a ringed spine, drawing out a thick, lime notebook. It was a good brand, the kind that had dividers scattered throughout with little pouches to store loose notes and a planner that spanned the first couple of pages. A simple white rectangle sat at the top of the cover, ready to be given a name. At the sight of the notebook, Deku's eyes widened impossibly larger, drifting slowly from the object up to Katsuki's own. A silent question lingered in the air between them. Is that for me? Katsuki willed himself to hold his ground. It was humiliating, but it would be even more embarrassing to run away now after coming so far. He started, free hand clenching and unclenching as sweat began to collect between the cracks in his fingers. Admitting things out loud was still so hard. If you're gonna be a nerd and take a bunch of notes, you should at least be able to do it right. And I destroyed your last notebook, so it's only fair I get you a new one. The green-haired boy positively melted. Katsuki knew without even having to look that he'd started tearing up. Seriously, the idiot really had to get a hold on that habit of his. Kaken, you don't have to do that. You're already doing so much for me. You don't owe. Shut up. I know I don't owe you anything. It isn't that big of a deal. Katsuki grouched. I'm doing this because I want to. Just be quiet and accept it, you stubborn Deku. Deku smiled sweetly, even as his lips trembled, a couple of tears glistening on his cheeks like sparkling freckles. Katsuki planted his hand firmly on Deku's face and pushed him away, trying to wipe that silly expression off. But it didn't last long. Deku kept that blissful look directed at Katsuki all the way to the front counter and throughout the checkout process, right up until they left the store, where Katsuki shoved the notebook into Deku's chest. Thank you so much, Kaken, Deku said, gazing down at the book in his hands as if it were something precious. I'll use it every day and fill the pages with all sorts of cool things. Maybe you can even use the information someday. Yeah, right. Like I'm ever going to need your notes on quirks. You might. If you get into UA and start fighting, you might find them useful. I think you mean when, not if, nerd. And don't get your hopes up. Right, of course, my bad, Deku corrected, though he didn't look the least bit apologetic. He was still grinning like an idiot. BAKUDEKU? A timid voice interrupted. Both Katsuki and Deku turned to see a small group of 3 girls, all fidgeting and looking up at Katsuki with a mix of shyness and admiration. Katsuki vaguely recognized them from school. They were a grade below him, if he remembered correctly. He only knew that because they stood a couple lockers down from his every morning, waving at him like a bunch of goofballs. The girl who spoke, wearing a skirt and a long-sleeved sweater, stepped forward, her friends giggling and covering their blushing cheeks. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Yeah? What do you want? Well, I was throwing a party this Saturday, she began, glancing back at her friends before continuing, and you're the coolest guy in school. It would be awesome if you could come, so please consider it. Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki noticed Deku's face contorting into a look of sympathy, likely expecting the girls to be turned down harshly. Normally, that would be the case. But normally, he didn't have a green-haired friend tagging along that he felt somewhat responsible for. Yeah, I'll go. Katsuki caught Deku's jaw dropping from the corner of his eye and ignored the excited squeals from the group of girls. But on one condition, Katsuki stated loudly, grabbing Deku by the collar and pulling him forward, putting him on display for the girls. Deku's gotta come with me. Deku blushed deeply as the girls all stared at him in surprise. Kikaken, it's probably best if I... Why him? One girl asked, her distaste evident. For some reason, that made Katsuki's mood sour instantly. He ground his teeth, scowling fiercely. He noted how the girl took a step back, clearly intimidated. Because I said so. Got a problem with that? No problem. No problem at all, she reassured him, raising her hands in a placating gesture. Good. So, you'll come then? Yeah, sure, whatever. Deku, give them your number so they can text you the address. Huh? The greenette stammered. You heard me. After some brief struggle to get Deku past his social awkwardness long enough to share his number with the girls, they finally left them alone, skipping off happily despite the prospect of having to welcome an uninvited guest. Deku stared after them, Confusion etched on his face. Did that really just happen? He asked, looking at Katsuki in bewilderment. The blonde smirked and crossed his arms over his chest. Afraid so. You're going to a party, Deku? Izuku swallowed thickly, the sound echoing in the quiet as he stared at the deep burgundy wood of the stranger's front door. His clumsy fingers fidgeted with the rolled-up sleeves of his dress shirt, unrolling them slightly and catching the attention of the boy next to him. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki leaned forward, adjusting Izuku's sleeve and settling it above his elbow once again. The green-haired boy chuckled awkwardly. I'm sure it meant something, he defended weakly. Yeah, right. You were probably delusional from lack of sleep. You get what, 5 hours a night? Point 4, Izuku admitted, directing his gaze downwards. When there was no immediate response, Izuku looked back up and found the blonde staring at him with a flabbergasted expression on his face. 4 hours of sleep every night? You need to take care of your body, Deku. How do you expect to become a hero when you can't even take care of yourself? Izuku felt shame wash over him. Kaken was right. He needed to take better care of himself. He just didn't know how. Nothing he tried ever worked, and for reasons he couldn't quite describe, he didn't feel like he could go to a doctor or a therapist for help. Every time he thought about it, his insides twisted painfully, and he was left promising himself he'd think about it later. Which he never did, not seriously. Kaken was the only one he felt genuinely comfortable opening up to, which might seem ridiculous to outsiders. Why trust the boy who had abandoned him and led a campaign of bullying that lasted most of his life? Well, Izuku had been told he had poor self-preservation skills. I know. Izuku groaned weakly, cupping his cheeks with his hands and squinting his eyes shut. You mentioned nightmares before, right? Is that why you have so much trouble sleeping? Izuku peeked up at Kaken through his lashes, watching as sharp vermilion eyes scrutinized the bags he knew were hanging beneath his own. The spiky-haired boy leaned his head on his hand, sighing softly as Izuku looked away. It was an uncomfortable topic for the green-haired boy. Talking about his nightmares only dredged up horrible memories and emotions. He hadn't really talked about it with anyone besides himself during bad nights and a few strangers online when he tried reaching out, but still, the experiences were enough to silence him. Thankfully, Kaken must have seen the discomfort in his body language, as he didn't attempt to pry further. Instead, the teen turned back to the notes splayed out in front of them, sitting up straighter to begin their impromptu lessons. Alright, nerd, let's do some actual math. You better listen carefully and take some good notes. I'm not wasting hours of my time just for you to fail the next test, Kaken told him, shuffling through a small stack of papers Izuku assumed were their homework for the week. Okay, Kaken. I promise I'll listen and take good notes. Good. Izuku nodded, determination bubbling up within him once again at the opportunity to learn and catch up. Kaken was providing him with such a great chance, and he wouldn't let it go to waste. Kaken was amazing. Kaken is amazing, he said. I know, I don't need you to tell me that. Now shut up and concentrate, nerd, Kaken grumbled, an almost imperceptible blush creeping onto his cheeks. Izuku smiled. Yes, Kaken. That night, Izuku lay in bed, fresh bruises of purple and blue spread across his skin like stains on a carpet. But despite that, when dim light shone through the gaps in his curtains and lay flat across his face, it highlighted the white of a smile. Izuku stared down at the phone in his hands, the screen opened to a single text from Kaken. Collision. Idiot, stop messing with your sleeves. You look better this way, the blonde reprimanded as he adjusted the rest of the green-haired boy's outfit, smoothing the wrinkles out of his thin, green sweater vest and tugging the end of his button-up down so it hung just below the vest and over the zipper of his jeans. Izuku had wondered, briefly, when he first wrestled the outfit on if he was overdressed, but then he'd caught sight of Kaken and decided that, no, he wasn't. If anything, the blonde made him feel underdressed. A dark denim jacket hung from the other's shoulders over a gray shirt, the sleeves rolled up similarly to Izuku's to show off his toned forearms and the sleek, black watch clinging to his wrist. Hugging his legs were black cargo pants that showcased his legs and cut off right above the ankle to flaunt his brand-name sneakers. By itself, the outfit wasn't anything too special, but the blonde pulled it off extraordinarily well, he somehow managed to make the ensemble look both effortless and thoroughly planned at the same time, as if plucked straight from the cover of a catalog. Hacknu was very. Izuku inhaled sharply through his nose, shaking his head wildly as if to physically dispel those thoughts. Calm down. It's just a party, it's not a big deal, Kaken told him, apparently mistaking his head shake for a sign of nervousness. Well, the blonde wasn't wrong. Izuku was indeed very nervous. I've never been to a party, Kaken. I can't help but be anxious. He didn't know anybody besides Kaken. What if he was left alone with a stranger? He'd have to make conversation, and it would be awkward because he wouldn't know what to say. Not to mention, they probably already didn't like him. You've never been to a lot of things. Relax, I'm not gonna let them bite your head off. Kaken raised a hand and knocked on the door. He tapped his foot impatiently, and it was only a few seconds before the door swung wide open. Izuku immediately noticed the strong smell that wafted in through the open doorway. The scent of alcohol filled his nostrils, making him grimace. The second thing he registered was the loud music. It had a fast beat and an enticing tune that urged his body to sway along with it. BAKUDEKU. You made it. The girl at the door greeted them. She was the same girl from the mall, the host, if Izuku remembered correctly. She had almond-tinted hair that curved towards her neck and pointed out at the tips, with light green highlights that matched her bright green eyes. She looked at Kaken as if he were a celebrity, her eyes sparkling in admiration, much like the other girls at school. Izuku wondered fleetingly if Kaken liked the attention. I was worried you weren't. Don't start jabbering. Just let us in. It didn't seem like Kaken liked it. Or at least, he didn't care. Either way, an odd murmur of relief swept through Izuku. Alright. Thank you for coming, BAKUDEKU. The girl stepped aside, holding the entrance open for them. Izuku stayed close to Kaken as they entered, his nerves fraying with the growing ball of anxiety in his stomach. The house was crowded, filled wall to wall with middle schoolers and even high schoolers, all at various levels of inebriation. A small crowd formed around Kaken almost instantly. The spiky-haired teen was like a star among their peers, drawing everyone's attention. As Izuku gazed at the flushed, smiling faces chatting away, leaning against each other and laughing, a muted pang resonated in his chest. Very quickly, he realized just how much he did not belong there. He wasn't like these people. They seemed so happy, carefree, and reckless, enjoying life in a way that felt impossible for him. It seemed to come so easily to them. He knew he should be happy that these people didn't seem to feel the way he did, and he was, but he couldn't help but think it was unfair that he couldn't feel the same as them. That he couldn't be part of a group of friends like that. His heart sank. Kaken smirked at something one of the guys said and replied with a comment of his own, sending the whole group into laughter. They didn't even notice Izuku. He could leave and no one would know. No one would care. I don't fit in here. No one wants me here. I should just go home. I want to go home. Izuku shuffled from foot to foot, bringing a trembling hand up to grip the fabric of his sweater vest like he'd done so many times before. The music pounding in his ears turned into a blur, mixing with the sounds of mingling voices. Why had he agreed to come, again? He glanced furtively towards the door behind him. It was so close, it would be so easy to slip out and head back home, where his father would be passed out, his mother would be gone, and he would be alone. Frowning, Izuku took a step towards the door. Then he was suddenly pulled back by a hand gripping his collar. Oi, what's the deal, nerd? You trying to run away on me, huh? No, I just... The greenette stumbled over his words, his tongue floundering as he looked up into Kaken's intense red eyes. The grip on his collar tightened. Izuku glanced to the side and noticed the people Kaken had been talking to staring at the scene with a mix of amusement and shock. His face flushed at the sudden attention. It sure looked like it, Deku, Kaken said, his tone sharp. I just thought, wouldn't it be better if I left? Izuku stammered. Did someone tell you that? Dunno, he admitted. Exactly, idiot. Don't go making assumptions. Izuku couldn't help but think of how Kaken was being hypocritical, but he felt reassured by the words nonetheless. Okay, he finally replied. Kaken huffed, his red eyes studying Izuku's freckled face, though for what reason, Izuku couldn't tell. The intensity of Kaken's gaze made him uncomfortable, especially with others watching. Before it became too overwhelming, Kaken grabbed Izuku's wrist, his fingers pressing lightly against his pulse point. Kaken led him past the group of onlookers, who called out to him in vain, and into a quieter kitchen. Izuku let out a sigh of relief at the newfound privacy and shot Kaken a grateful smile. The taller teen clicked his tongue at him as he walked over to the fridge and yanked it open. "Don't smile at me like that, you nerd. I just came in here to get a drink, that's all." Izuku nodded, accepting the statement, but his mind wandered to the idea that Kaken had actually gone out of his way for him. Once again, Kaken gripped his wrist and shoved a cold drink into his hand. "It's a party, nerd. Drink." "Oh, thank you, Kaken. What is it?" "It doesn't?" Kaken scoffed, lifting a cup to his lips and taking a few sips. Izuku watched closely. "No, you idiot, it doesn't have alcohol in it. Like I would give a Deku like you something like that. It's just juice, fitting for a nerd." Izuku nodded, smiling, and brought the rim of his cup to his lips. He trusted Kaken completely, but he still sniffed the contents curiously before taking a sip. As the knot of unease inside him began to unravel, Izuku tuned back into his surroundings. The chatter of people around him became a pleasant background noise, and the music filled the air once more. He tried to sing along, even though he didn't know the song, ignoring Kaken's annoyed grunts. "You're my painkiller. When my brain gets bitter, you keep me close. You keep me close." Izuku had never heard the song before, but he liked it immediately. His emerald eyes wandered to Kaken, who leaned against the counter, scrolling through his phone. "To keep me from heartbreaks, headaches. The doctor says I'm diagnosed with bad days, mistakes. But I'll be fine. But I'll be fine." The song began to resonate with Izuku, reminding him of himself. "'Cause you're my painkiller. When my brain gets bitter, you keep me close. When I've been miserable, and it takes forever to let my brain get better, you keep me close. You keep me close."